Laura, did you see? What? We're not gonna ever be at that part of the agenda anyway. I just wanna make sure you knew that. No, it doesn't matter. We won't be there. This microphone too. This is yours. Is mine on?
You deserve a raise.
Miss and Kathy.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yep.
All right, we're all ready? All right, the time is 6:44. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Can we have a roll call, Kathy?
Ms. Ray?
Here.
Ms. DeLeon? Here. Mr. Bononis?
I'm here.
Mr. Carucci?
Here.
Ms. Aptaf-Cordero?
Here.
Also present is Administrative Assistant Carol Schneider, Junior Council Person Sam Van Norman, Township Solicitor Steve Gudouzian, Township Engineer Brian Cocker, and Township Zoning Officer Tyler Mitch. And Director of Public Works Roger Rossage.
All right, can we stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Over under on the gavels, 89 and a half.
I will take
the
the over.
Right. Yeah. 5 and 8. I forgot our Trump golf swing.
That's later.
All right, I'd like to announce that we did meet in executive session before our meeting. We discussed some litigation matters and some real estate matters.
Yes, the township is getting sued again. Imagine that. Imagine that. Just keep paying your
One of the
taxes, folks.
items
Keep paying your taxes.
Discussed will be on,
We haven't seen it yet.
covered under item 5A on our agenda, the property. The other 3 items, I'm going to let Steve give a description of those items.
Thank you. Can't do it.
With regard to executive session, we addressed some real estate matters with regard to the township property. Staff was given direction as to how to proceed. No official action was taken, and that is the update with regard to the real estate with regard to township property. With regard to litigation, there was discussions with regard to litigation. One of them related to a indication that there is going to be legal action taken with
It's
regard.
misleading. There was a suit filed, you said.
There is not a suit filed.
You said you received a complaint.
It has not yet been filed.
Okay.
With regard to Steel Land LLC, I provided an update to Township Council as to the status, both in writing prior to executive session as well as during executive session. If no official action was taken at the time of executive session, however, now that we're in open session, if someone is inclined to make a motion to authorize my office to take any and all steps to defend any claims or actions made by Steel Land LLC regarding the Steel Club development, they can choose to do so.
And I won't.
Again, we had the same issue at the last meeting where I brought up, why don't we turn it over to insurance to see if insurance would cover it? And you were hesitant to do that, and then you agreed to turn it over to insurance, which we should explore to see if there can be a savings of taxpayer money other than our $5,000 deductible. And here again, you're advocating for yourself to handle this case without having explored that. And on top of that, you're now telling us for the first time that the complaint was not filed. We were in executive session, you said that there was a complaint.
To the
You didn't say that
contrary.
it was a courtesy draft copy of the
I
complaint.
did not. I went to the
That's not what he
contrary.
said.
To the
It wasn't what
contrary.
he said, I know, that's exactly what I pointed out.
Nope.
Received a draft of a complaint that has not been filed.
Complaint.
That's what I heard. If you heard something
Down the
different,
word draft on my notes, so.
You're lost.
Nonetheless, if somebody would like to make that motion. If there's
Turn it over to insurance or have
I
you?
made the motion and Victoria
We got
second.
the stuff, we have a conversation about it now, we get to comment now.
We just made the motion.
All right. So again, my comments are just like the last time we got sued at the last meeting. You know, Steve was assuming that he was going to take over the handling of this case immediately and defend it. And I said, why don't we explore whether or not there's going to be insurance coverage for this? Because I would rather have our insurance attorney handle it in a competent manner. Not saying that Steve wouldn't handle it in a competent manner, but nonetheless, I think we should explore that to save money for the taxpayers. Why would we just automatically give it to the solicitor without exploring that option? It makes no sense to me. It's just more waste of money. Keep raising people's taxes, keep frivolously spending the money on nonsense, and keep getting sued because you're incompetent. I have no other comments at the moment. Thank you.
Could you please repeat the motion because there was so much back talking?
Okay, so the motion was to authorize the township solicitor to take any and all steps to defend any claim and/or action made by Steel Land LLC regarding the Steel Club development.
Thank you so much.
I kind of agree that it doesn't hurt to have the insurance look at it and see what they say. I mean, that's the whole point of having insurance is to cover some of these costs if they will defend us. I mean, I don't know what the whole rush is. Apparently, it hasn't been filed yet, but apparently tonight we have to hire Steve to do this. We can't, for something that hasn't even been filed yet.
Or we haven't seen it.
And we haven't seen it yet, right? So, you know, Victoria's an attorney, I'm an attorney, and Jason's an attorney. I'll admit this isn't my area of interest, but the three attorneys here should at least be able to see the complaint, which he refuses to forward to us, before we decide whether to hire Steve to do this or not. Maybe there's somebody better. Maybe insurance will cover it. But there's a rush tonight to just, I guess, stuff more money into Mr. Gutsuzian's pockets from the taxpayers when, you know, we haven't even seen the complaint yet. But they have to do it tonight. They have to do it tonight.
Have you seen the complaint?
No.
So nobody's seen it.
The acting township manager hasn't seen it either, but we're gonna turn it over.
So the guy's
Start
getting paid.
start the meter.
The only person who's seen the complaint, I'm
still
not done
going
with my
down?
comment yet. I'm not done with my comment yet. Don't be so rude. So the only person who has seen and read the complaint is saying, hire me, and pay me
he read it. I think he said he received it.
to defend you in this complaint, which none of us have seen except for him. Line my pockets, without having seen the complaint, please. And we have to do it tonight. We can't, oh my gosh, I can't wait 2 weeks until actually we can all read the complaint and have this conversation then.
So the public knows, there needs to be service of the complaint by the Northampton County Sheriff's Office on the township. That hasn't occurred yet. First of all, it hasn't been filed. Second of all, the sheriff hasn't served it. And until the sheriff serves it, the clock doesn't start running for us to have a responsive pleading. We have 20 days from the date of service. So we have another council meeting that's 2 weeks from now on March 19th, which maybe service is made by that point, but there's still time for responsive pleading and to decide what we're gonna do. But let's hurry it along.
So nobody, you know, for example, if you also table it till the next meeting, you could put it on the agenda, and the public would have notice of that prior to the meeting, and any resident that wanted to come and comment on it would have the ability to come and comment on it. But they don't want that either. They don't want you showing up and commenting. Oh no, they don't want that.
Litigation matters, so
You
you
can
really
comment on the
wouldn't be
hire-
releasing
you can comment on the hiring of an
information.
attorney or taking it to the insurance company. That's what they comment on, not the litigation. Pay attention. Get up to speed, boss.
And the litigation is a publicly filed document, so they have access to it. They know what the claims are going to be against the township. It's not a secret. It's not being filed under seal as far as I know. Is it, Steve?
I don't believe it is.
Is it a sensitive matter that would have to be filed under seal?
Not that, I don't believe so.
Okay. So it's a public document, so what's the big secret?
Nothing but the line pockets.
Can I be heard?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate Mr. Bononis sharing with you all that there is a 20-day deadline from the date of service. So I am concerned that if we received a draft, that there would certainly be well within the plaintiff's wherewithal to file and serve us tomorrow. It's not a big deal. And I would be concerned if we didn't authorize action because we'd have to wait.
Excuse me.
We'd have to wait until.
Gentleman just put on a windowsill there. I don't know what he's doing. What is that?
To authorize.
A camera? You sure? Could you check? Because I just don't know what
He's
he's doing.
made threats before, this guy, so you gotta watch him. You gotta watch him.
You're interrupting.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to repeat what I said. If we do not authorize action this evening, we jeopardize the township because somebody can certainly file something tomorrow, serve us tomorrow, and then we're hamstringed until we have a next meeting or we call an executive session in between now and our next meeting. And you all know what happens if we have an executive session in between meetings. Certain council members claim they didn't have notice and don't show up, and then claim they were locked out, and we have all these issues. So it would be in the best practice to protect our township, to authorize our solicitor to go forward and defend us, as our solicitors in all of the other years past have done the same. There is no difference between what we're authorizing now and what has happened in years past when a developer does something. Okay, the more important thing when we're talking about referring things to insurance, I've said this last time, when you refer something to insurance, your referrals stack up and your insurance rates stack up. To argue that we somehow would have some savings of taxpayer dollars when we also are filing all of these insurance claims is misleading. The other thing about it is that our own solicitor is much more familiar with this file and the history and what's happened and the communication between the plaintiff and the township that brought us to this point. So to then bring in another attorney who's not familiar would then require that attorney to consult with our attorney to do the same thing our attorney can do. So instead of hiring two attorneys, it's better to hire one. So I'm in favor of the motion.
She's gonna make the exact same, opposite argument later on when we talk about insurance rates and notifying insurance companies and charging insurance companies for fire calls. About how those complaints.
All right,
would lead to
we're on this agenda item. You're on a different
She's worried
agenda
about our
item.
rates, right? She's not worried about your rates. She's not worried about your rates for your home
Do
insurance.
not place words in my mouth and
That's right.
portray
That's the
my
same argument.
views to the public as if they are yours. No.
Argument, yeah, she will.
Hypocrisy.
Hypocrisy and fraud. Hypocrisy and fraud. And incompetence.
Priscilla, do you have comments on this?
I think that we should do it. I think that from Steve's letter before this evening, it was I want to say a paper matter, but it was, it involved the process of the subdivision, correct, Steve?
It did.
And to me, it's just, I don't know. I think that it's the right place the right thing to do.
Since I,
And it's been done in the past prior to you guys, so that's my own, so I agree with it.
why again? What reason?
So, as a matter of course,
Victoria
we
said it? You
generally
didn't say
don't turn
anything-
things like this
Say
over to
anything
the
besides
insurance
Victoria
company.
said that. That's right. Powerful
You
argument.
stopped speaking out of turn. So as a matter of course, we don't generally turn over things like this to the insurance company. It doesn't make sense, and
Lawsuits?
She's been on council for what, a year?
can we have a roll call on this?
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Bononis,
No, turn it over to the insurance.
Ms. Zappa Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
No.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
The next item that we addressed in executive session related to potential litigation, specifically the Long Ridge development. I provided township council members with a background of what was happening. In essence, Hanover Engineering has tried to assist with regard to the conflicts between the individual homeowners and the developer. We've provided various updates throughout the process. The developer, however, received temporary certificates of occupancy in various properties. And there are certain escrows that were held for conditions to be met, such as primarily seeding. The developer has performed those, has provided, or at least has indicated they've provided those, provided documentation to that effect. Due to the nature of the Long Bridge development, staff, and particularly myself, thought it would be appropriate to bring it back before Township Council before any action was taken with regard to the return of these escrows. Normally they're done as a matter of course, but under these circumstances, we thought it was appropriate to come back before Township Council. The escrows, if the developer has done the work for the reason why the temporary certificate of occupancy has been held, I believe that the township should return the escrows. So if someone is inclined.
I'll make a motion then. So I'll make the motion to authorize township staff to return the escrows held for vistas at Long Ridge where temporary certificates of occupancy have been met by the developer.
I'll second that.
Victoria should recuse herself. Her sister lives in this development.
Nothing to do with this.
Sure it does. It's a family member.
It's a direct family member.
It's not a direct family member. There's no conflict of interest.
Sister?
She's not your sister?
She's not a direct family member under the statute. If you
But
read
she's
the
not your sister.
statute, you would know that if there was a potential pecuniary interest, it would only apply to my children, my spouse, or my parents. But also it has to be a pecuniary interest. So if to have a pecuniary interest, my vote would have to favor my sister. In this instance, I'm seconding a motion that would release escrow to the developer who would potentially be the defendant. So in that
You're
case,
doing
it
something
would not be a
unfavorable.
pecuniary
You're doing something
interest for
unfavorable
my-
to the rest of the Long Ridge residents.
That's not what I said.
You said it's favorable to the
I
developer,
said there is
unfavorable to the
no
resident.
pecuniary interest to my sister, and that is.
You said
that
you're
is
going
my
against your
statement again.
sister.
So there could be no pecuniary interest to my sister if she were in fact a direct family member, but that's it.
So
I don't need
she's-
to explain it any further. I don't have a conflict, and I've seconded the motion.
Similarly situated as the other homeowners up there. And so I guess she doesn't care about any of the homeowners up there, according to her logic on this. But I don't think, I think she's carrying water for her sister so that for whatever reason. But Jason's up first for comment. I'll comment when it's my turn.
I guess the question that I have, Steve, that hasn't been addressed by our solicitor or anyone else is, the township's leverage in this matter is the money that's here in the escrow, right? I mean, to try to compel performance from the developer that needs to be done to assist the residents in their complaints that they have against the developer. The township is the one that approved this development and provided all the approvals and everything else. And if I understand correctly, the developer has not constructed the development in accordance with those plans. So then why would we be releasing the escrow wherein we would lose our leverage? And you've already indicated that there's likely going to be litigation on this and that the developer is going to be a defendant. And I would anticipate the township is going to be a defendant. So why would we give up that lever? Are we required to turn over this escrow? Can you explain that to me and to the public? Because it seems to me to do this kind of puts us into a position where we lose some bargaining power.
The escrows were, to the best of my understanding, the escrows were set up.
Well, do you understand it or not?
It was before. Thanks for that. The certificate of, the temporary certificate of occupancies were granted at some point. And when they were granted based on specific conditions. Those specific conditions, if they have been met, we have an obligation to then return the escrows. That's the whole idea, is what's being authorized today is if they've been met, then we have to return the escrows. What would happen is then they've made an application.
Need to ask our two gentlemen right here. Steve doesn't know. You don't know if they've been met, right? So let's ask Brian.
Well, that was exactly what I was going to say, is if the issue.
You don't know they've been
if the
met.
issue-
Can you at least say that?
Please let me finish. If the issue is, and it is in this case, have they been adequately seeded? What happens then is the engineer or someone on behalf of the township goes out and verifies whether that has happened, one way or another. So that is something that,
what is adequate-
hold on.
What is adequately
Wait a
seeded?
second. What that means is What if you pass this motion today, you authorize the next steps would mean if the developer has complied with what they're supposed to have complied with, then we would return the escrow.
Why the hell would we authorize this? Why wouldn't the first step be to go out and look and see if they've complied, and then if they've complied, come back to us and say, they've complied, so now we can release the escrow? Why are we pre-authorizing the escrow and leaving that determination to Tyler or whoever may go out there? Tyler can't even count 30 trees that are being chopped down by the Lorax in Steel City to the detriment of Mr. Solangen over here.
Not necessary.
Okay, it is necessary, because we're gonna talk about that coming up. It is.
It's not necessary.
Because he can't, and he harassed the school district because they wanted to put up 2 signs on a 700-acre property that has 500,000 square feet
Okay.
of building on it. So what
Order, you're
saying
not
is-
talking about this agenda item. No, you
Items, so
are
don't
not.
gavel me again and let me finish. So my problem is, my
Item.
problem with this is, you're ceding our council's authority to a person that is hired under a contract at the discretion of Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura to go out and make the determination. I trust Brian to make the determination because this seems to be a higher level engineering kind of issue here. So why are we putting the cart ahead of the horse?
We are
Why
not putting the cart ahead of the horse. What we're doing is, no. What we've done for an extended period of time is not release the escrow. We've received demand to release the escrow at this point.
Why?
So
Why didn't we release the escrow?
why did we?
Why did we not?
We did not because we were hopeful that we could act as that the township could act as an intermediary.
I asked
and
you,
assist.
have they met the conditions to release the escrow? And you couldn't answer that question. And we were gonna pivot to Brian, and Brian was gonna answer that question. So let's just stop our conversation here, because it's pointless, and let's have the expert answer the question for us.
I have not seen the temporary COs. So back at the beginning of last year, due to some resident complaints, council authorized me to go out and investigate those complaints, and I provided a list of everything that was obvious, without doing a survey, obvious that was not done on lots that was shown in their approved grading plans. So that's what I did. I don't have the temporary COs, but I don't normally get involved in that. That's all handled.
Well, did they meet that list? Did they do everything on that list?
No.
So they haven't done anything. So,
I mean, this is the example, folks, how stupid these people are. They want to release the
freaking
escrow.
wrong.
These people haven't done their job.
So I understand the
Disparaging towards Brian, it's disparaging against these 3 that make the motion and want to promote this nonsense.
so
We're gonna get sued again because of it.
what on the list did they
Brian,
not?
the punch list that you identified when you went out the beginning of last year, whenever it was, do you know if that punch list has anything to do with the conditional CO?
I do not, because I'm not involved in the CO process.
So for the public's benefit, the conditional CO had a condition that was pre-identified that said you can get approval conditioned upon seeding, meaning grass growing, guys, grass growing. Can you go outside and look whether there's grass growing that's been seeded? I can share with you that I've received pictures of 13 lots that show grass seeding and grass growing. So I don't know that I need an engineering degree to identify whether grass is growing. And that seems to be the only condition by which we are withholding money. Okay? So the punch list that Brian has is nothing to do with the CO that is pending before us. What we did was went above and beyond what we've ever done before, and have our engineering firm go out there and try to work with the homeowners and the developer to resolve their other issues that we do not have a legal ability to get involved with them.
We're not issuing CO.
I don't see what the issue is when we're looking at grass growing and identifying whether it's growing. What the real legal liability is if the only outstanding thing that they had to prove was grass growing, and we say, hey guys, we're withholding it because your drainage doesn't go in the right direction, we're liable because we withheld it. So that's a problem. The liability lies with us not granting the conditional approval at this point in time. And I think most importantly is the conditional CO was not done under this zoning officer. It was done under prior zoning, which only listed seeding. So then we're stuck with a very narrow review of saying, We can't after the fact say, well, you forgot about the grading, you forgot about the stormwater. Those are other conditions because we already granted a conditional CO, so we're stuck. We're stuck with saying, did they plant grass or not? I can see grass.
All right, can I still have the floor?
So no, that's where I stand. I want to make sure the public understands the misinformation you just received is false.
Follow the bouncing ball here. Follow the bouncing ball. Yeah. Escrow, money, CO, permission to move in, certificate of occupancy, paperwork that says you can go live in the house. Money, paperwork. She's talking CO, he's talking money, Brian's talking money, I'm talking money. We're talking about giving them their money when they haven't done the job, according to the engineer, to qualify to get the money. That's what it comes down to. That's as simple as it can make it. Stop talking, stop interrupting me.
On the conditional approval that was already granted.
Release the escrow. That's the motion. Release the escrow.
That's where we're at. Brian's punch list has nothing to do with the conditional approval that was granted under the prior zoning officer, which limited the reasons that we could withhold the money. We can only withhold the money if there's no grass. So grass, no grass.
Let's ask Brian.
Let's ask Brian.
What haven't they done?
What haven't they done?
You can recall. I mean, I know it's been a little while. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
They were areas where stormwater runoff from lots were being directed in areas that were different than their.
So it wasn't just grass, it was grading and water flow patterns on the properties. Okay.
We're different than what?
Oh.
The original plan?
Oh,
The original plan and each individual approved grading plan.
And each, so they did something contrary to the plans, and we're gonna return them their money. Why would anybody, you still have the floor, why would anybody,
in a moment.
why would anybody ever comply with the plans if they can get their escrow back?
I don't know what leverage the township has. I've never understood what leverage that the township has, and I don't usually get involved in it.
Well, that's not your job,
But,
right?
but you would agree that money in an escrow account is leverage.
You're now asking him for legal opinion, which you know is inappropriate.
Well, if
Inappropriate.
we had a real solicitor here, we
We're
could ask.
constrained by what the conditional approval, which was granted, says. If the conditional approval said drainage, stormwater, then yeah, we could say, hey, you haven't complied with the plans for drainage and stormwater. But our conditional approval did not say drainage and stormwater under a prior zoning review. It only said seeding.
You're really fighting hard for your sister.
I would
fighting
ask
hard for your
anybody in the
sister.
public that may have a brown paper bag to give it to Victoria. She's hyperventilating over there. We need help.
Really fighting hard for
I'm
her
sorry,
sister.
the public
Crazy.
needs to hear the truth. They don't need to hear a bunch of legal mumbo jumbo.
Really fighting hard for your sister. Okay.
I have no other questions.
We
we know how this vote is going to go, folks. They're going to vote to screw you, give the money away, lose the leverage. We're going to get sued. We'll talk about this again when we get sued next.
And she's going to screw the homeowners out there that have flooding issues.
Just like the people in Old Philadelphia Pike that got screwed.
All those people are going to get screwed.
Easton Road that they tried to screw with rezoning.
Don't listen. Take it easy on him for not being able to count 30 trees. He's generation premature. Now, do you have anything to say on this? Have you been out there?
Yeah, I've been out there.
Check the seeding. When?
Well, the process normally for the temporary COs property per property is the developer submits the CO paperwork, and then I go out and I do the inspection. And if there's issues on it, like seeding, typically it's seeding or the first 20 feet of the driveway, they get a fee for that, the escrow fee. They get a temporary CO, and you're correct, the escrow fee is used essentially, to my understanding, is used as leverage to ensure that they actually go back and complete that job.
Imagine that. Wow. That's a
List from Brian.
Why would we take escrow? I mean, why? If we didn't want them to do something, why would we even have an escrow account, right?
But the escrow.
I didn't ask you.
But you're not.
I didn't ask you.
You're misleading. The escrow is for the seeding and the driveway.
Don't let them talk you down. Don't let them talk you down.
I agree with you that essentially the township loses its leverage against the individual properties. The list that you guys are talking with Brian about is, I believe that's something entirely different because it deals with the subdivision as a whole. But yeah, I mean, the township would lose all of its leverage if it gave back the escrow money and it attempted to hold a temp CO. There's no incentive for the builder or the developer to come back and remedy any of the issues if they have no financial obligation to do so.
Thank you.
So when were you out there?
A few months ago when they were finishing up development, and then in order for me to, they would have to send in an update saying, you know, we've done the driveway, or we've done the seating, or whatever the conditions were. I'll go back out at that request, make sure that it's all done, and then get the escrow issued back out. I don't believe we've gotten any of those requests so far.
You were out there a couple of months ago.
Right.
Grass is dead or dying. When? December?
Probably the last one was like October, November.
It's kind of tough to see if, it's not a good time of year to seed. Would you agree with that?
Would agree with that, yeah.
And tough for seeds to grow?
Typically, developers won't plant in the later parts of the fall and the winter because it won't grow. So that's what this
So what did you see when you were out there a couple months ago?
What do you mean, dirt?
Dirt. You saw dirt? Yeah. You didn't see grass?
No, not on the
The
property.
only one who's saying they saw grass out there is the council member whose sister lives in there.
No, all members of council received a package
We had
from
a-
our solicitor
He's the
with
only
all
one.
of the properties showing pictures with them having
What days
grass.
were those days?
Some of the properties in question were not developed this winter. They were developed years ago and therefore sat for a whole summer. So they had grass in the summer, and then obviously in the winter when it's covered with snow or whatever, you can't see the grass anymore. However, the properties weren't all built this winter.
So not all the properties have.
And we all have pictures.
Asking Tyler.
I don't know. I would like to know if Jason and
interrupting you.
Tom saw grass in the pictures. Did you see grass? Because I did.
3 months
Do you
ago, he
think
saw
that it was
dirt.
like AI generated grass? AI generated grass.
See, okay, that's fine. We'll interrupt her then. So,
Game on.
So, a few months ago, you saw dirt. Now, she's claiming there was grass from years ago, this past summer.
Did you
But
see
not,
the
so
pictures,
not all
Tyler?
of, not all of the lots have grass.
Right, I mean, if the developer's claiming that
Bring
there
the
are
pictures
lots
up.
that have finished their conditions and they haven't gotten their escrow back, it's really on the developer to schedule those inspections, inform us that they've completed the conditions. I'll go out and we'll get it situated, but again, to my knowledge, I don't believe the developer's made any of those requests.
So they haven't made those requests. If we return their escrow tonight, why would they ever do that? They'd have no incentive to do that.
We are not, the
So,
motion is
so
not
the
to
other
return
thing
their
is,
escrow
I'm not
tonight.
done, don't
But the
interrupt
motion
me.
is not to return their escrow.
So the other
motion is to
thing is,
authorize the return of the escrow if they meet the conditions.
other thing
That's
is-
what the motion is.
so the other thing is.
So they have
you
to get the
admit-
conditions
you
from
admit
Tyler
that not
anyway to
all-
get the money.
You admit that
Okay.
not all
Again.
all those lots have grass on them today. If we went out there tomorrow, not all those lots would have grass on them.
Yeah, I mean, to my knowledge, yeah.
Well, you said a couple months ago it was dirt, and then growing grass between now and a couple months ago would be very difficult.
Right, right.
All right, so again, they're authorizing something for, that hasn't been done. They're authorizing the return of an escrow, and not all the lots have been seeded. Why would they seed something in October, November?
Return the escrow pending Tyler's inspection and approval. The money doesn't go out tomorrow. The money has to go out after Tyler grants the approval. That's what the motion is.
This councilwoman's defending her sister very valiantly tonight, and that's fine.
No, actually, it's not defending my sister. It's the other way. It's she.
Oh, then
she
you're throwing
ruled it
all
out.
then you're throwing all the other
Your
homeowners
argument.
under the bus. Thank you, Tyler. I don't care what they say about you. All right. That was fun.
Just getting started.
He's getting warmed up.
Have any comments, Priscilla?
Yes, but with all this back and forth stuff, I need somebody to repeat the motion.
Motion?
Sure. The motion was to authorize township staff to return escrows held for vistas at Longbridge where temporary certificates of occupancy were granted and the outstanding conditions for the temporary certificates of occupancy have been met by the developer.
Money goes out until the conditions are met.
That's the motion.
That's the motion. So my comment is I would support that. And is this are we voting on this yet? Are we just
No.
discussing?
Did you hear your name called for a roll call yet? No. Pay attention.
I don't have any comment to add. Do you have a comment?
She's getting the hang of it after 38
Can we have a roll call?
Almost there.
Mr. Benonis?
Roll call? No. No. Why would you release, why would you consider releasing the money? Make them perform, prove to us that they've performed, and then we consider releasing the money.
Ms. Zoptoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
No, it's the only leverage we have is the money in escrow, to get them to do anything. And the yards and everything are flooding out there. The homeowners are very unhappy about it. And Victoria shouldn't be voting on this at all. Her sister owns a house in the development. No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon? Yes. Motion passes 3-2.
Mark this date and time before we get sued.
All right, that was all of our items. Okay, so now public comment procedure. There's a page out by the door that outlines our public comment procedure. Basically, we have 2 public comment time periods at the meeting. The first one is coming up right after our junior council report. You can comment on any of the agenda items. There's a 3-minute time limit, and if you could line up at the podium, so if there's multiple people, we don't have to wait for the up and down from the seats. There's a second public comment period towards the end of the meeting. That can be either agenda or non-agenda items, and again, that's a 3-minute time limit. All right. Junior council report, Sam.
Evening, council and Saucon Township. My name's Sam Van Norman. I'm a junior councilman here. It is very sports heavy today, just so you know. So I'd like to give congratulations to Coach Shirk and the following Saucon Valley wrestlers who participated in the Southeastern Regional Tournament at Freedom High School. Carter Chunko, Matthew Santoro, Aiden Garog, Jackson Albert, Cole Hubert, Hector Mateo, Braden Roan, Gabe Bear, and Jared Roan. Carter Chunko and Cole Hubert earned 2nd place. Mark Santoro and Jack Albert and Jared Roan earned 3rd place medals. Aiden Garog and Hector Mateo finished in 4th place. These 7 wrestlers will be competing in the PIAA State Wrestling Championships at the Giant Center in Hershey this weekend. Good luck. Also, congratulations to the Saucon Valley boys basketball team for defeating Lehighton to 46-44 at Pleasant Valley High School. Congratulations to our PIAA state swimmer qualifiers, Julia Courts, Angelina Deckert, Katrina Prince, Kylie Johnson, Navir Gazuzian. They will be making their trip to Bucknell. Also, congratulations to George and his Babbitts partner, Braden. George and Braden took 1st place in the Greater Lehigh Valley Auto Dealer Association Automotive Technology Competition. Also, last month, several students from Saucon Valley who attend Babbitts competed in Skills USA competitions. Tess Wegner won 1st place in action skills. Me, Sam Van Norman, won 1st place in firefighting demonstration. George Lucknonville won 1st place in motorcycle service technology. Jacob Kelly won 1st place in plumbing. Christopher Hill won 3rd place in graphics communication, and Haley Heffelfinger won 3rd place in job skill demo. We will be competing in April at the state competition. Also, I'd like to remind everyone, this week is Read Across America Week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to
Sam, the basketball team made the state playoffs too, I think, right? Yeah, I think they're playing tomorrow against a charter school from Philadelphia, if I saw correctly. So, yeah, so there's a state playoff game at some neutral site. I don't know where it is, but for folks who may be interested. Yeah, in Philly, yeah, yep. So, long drive, but come out and support the team.
It would be on a digital billboard if our zoning didn't hold that off and delay that. There would be on a digital billboard
Sam.
announcing that the game and the game time and all
All right,
that. But he couldn't
so
find
we
his
have
way
no
to,
presentations or hearings tonight. We have no developer, I'm sorry, I'm skipping over public comment.
Lost.
TV show, right?
You can step up to the podium and state your name and.
Okay. Here's a campaign speech. Here's a campaign speech.
Candidate for council.
Campaign speech.
My name is Kathy Pitchell-McGovern, 4260 Lower Saucon Road. I am discussing item H, discussion and possible action on rescinding all township zoning ordinances. We're going to waste our time on this as well. That's a yes. So let me get this straight. We're going to rescind all township zoning ordinances because you don't like the zoning officer. That's the problem. So we're going to waste more time more taxpayer money, not be able to get the transcriptionist to do her thing, pay the cops overtime,
crazy.
pay to Mr. Suzuzian for nothing.
And to stand here and listen to you.
Yeah,
Correct?
me, I'm putting a basketball game.
Again, waste of time and ridiculous. It's embarrassing.
Sounds like a campaign speech.
That's my comment.
Any camels lately? Donkeys?
This is public comment, not your comment.
My name's also Tom. I thought you were talking to me. I was like, I just got here.
No, this one.
My name's Tom Neville. I am a coach and a board member for Saucon Valley Diamond Sports. I wanted to comment on agenda item B. So specifically, this is given some context by the Parks and Rec meeting that I had the pleasure of watching earlier today. And just wanted to comment on what seems to be 4 issues of concern. One being the perception of a requirement or an ask for exclusivity. That is not what we're asking for.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Seems to be an understanding or an assumption that there is an ask for exclusivity for the Hellertown group to use that field. That is not the case. There is also a concern that the field is locked and little Timmy wouldn't be able to go use the field on any given day. That is also not the case. The field is not locked. The precedent for priority is actually already set and was referenced in the Parks and Rec board meeting, using this field as an example. Wednesdays for a softball team that has been using it for 20 years or so. So priority use is not exclusivity, right? It's commonly acceptable at every field that's in existence right now in the township. Parking, there also seems to be a concern about parking. My understanding is that this issue has been litigated and talked about before. There's 34 or 36 parking spots that are there. This is significantly more than was there in prior years. And there's a lot of carpooling that happens for away teams coming. Our kids are going to get dropped off and carpool, obviously. That is not an issue at all from me as a coach or from any of us as a board. The lights also shouldn't be an issue. As was stated in that Parks and Rec meeting, they do meet the compliancy regulations of the state of Pennsylvania. And the games would be ending at a reasonable time. The way that the agreement is that you guys will be voting on soon is to end it, or to shut the lights off at 9 p.m. That is enough time. I mean, in the summer when the lights would be used, it is really, just getting dark at that time anyway. So the lighting, given that they are in compliance, really shouldn't be an issue. And then lastly, there was a discussion around safety. I would just like to say there that the pursuit of perfection at the cost of practicality is really not a sustainable way to build a community, and it's not a way to approve or disapprove use of a field. If we're gonna go down that road, then we shouldn't let kids play basketball outside right here because there are bees in the trees. I mean, it's a ridiculous assertion. There is a way to continue to go down that path, improving things as you go. Anything that is outside in the elements is going to need work over time. So I really hope that this council does not forbid use of the field based on some things that need to be put on a punch list and be continuously approved upon.
Tom, if I could just get clarification, sure. I appreciate you coming here on behalf of Saucon Valley Diamond Sports. I appreciate Saucon Valley Diamond Sports' willingness to enter into an agreement with the township to have responsibilities for the field, even though they don't have exclusive possession of the field. I think it's very commendable for you to do that, because who better to maintain a baseball field but those that are going to be using it, who know how to maintain a baseball field. And I think of the fields at Polk Valley Park that are literally like a moonscape, where kids are getting injured and getting their teeth knocked out because the fields aren't properly maintained. So thank you for doing that. One of the questions I had for you is, we received a message from a resident the first time, and I'm going to talk about this when this comes up on the agenda. But one of the concerns that was raised is the unauthorized use of a lane that's adjacent to this field. It's a private lane. Would Saucon Valley Diamond Sports be using that lane for any reason at the field?
We would only be using the authorized ways to go in and out of the field.
The walkway and the gate that's in the outfield out there, right? Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. And then there's also a complaint about excessive noise due to night games. They've been playing baseball games there for 80 years, right? That field's been there for a very long time.
The field has been there for a long time, and I would also say that if the field is not closed and is, not that we're advocating for a lock, but if the field is left completely open, then you would see what happens at Dimmock, where the field gets ruined by motorbikes and dirt bikes throughout the evening at all hours of the night. And then games need to be canceled, the community is further inconvenienced and has to play away games because our field is unusable.
And then there's also a complaint here, a concern about trespassing and littering. We got lots of parks here. I'm sure there are people that wander out of park here at Township Hall or Southeastern or wherever on private property. That's not something that Saucon Valley Diamond Sports would be promoting or encouraging people to go trespass on neighboring properties and litter on their properties or anything like that, right?
Generally, it is not in the interest of a youth sports organization to promote breaking the law.
Yeah, and in fact, you'd clean up after yourselves when you guys are done there after your games, right? You clean up the dugots.
Contract, which all the children are required to abide by, states, you know, proper dugout regulations and cleaning up after oneself.
Well, I'm going to talk about this more, but I just want to get some clarification for you since you were here to speak, and I thank you for speaking up. I hope others from baseball talk too, because I'd like to hear from them.
I just want, to thank you for
These people
coming.
don't like sports. They're not athletic.
Don't have kids.
No
Don't
support
have
of any of
kids.
this stuff.
Thank you for coming. I
So
appreciate
consider your audience.
you wanting to provide some context to what is, what would be a new arrangement between the township, as I understand it, and the youth athletics organizations that use our parks. The one thing that I did want to ask, it appears to me in the agreement that I don't have a problem with like the priority going to our youth athletic associations in Saucon Valley, and that is the policy across the board with all of our parks. That is not something I have an issue with. The thing that I wanted to clarify, and perhaps you can indicate, you know, how you feel about this, is that in the event that it's not a day that you or your organization wants to use and another organization uses it, typically the township is the one that dictates, you know, the rules and responsibilities of those people using the property, and the township withholds the rights to either grant another organization use of the field or not. And that goes with all the other parks. But on this agreement, it seemed to be that there was also the agreement of your organization to allow that other organization to use it, which would be different for your organization as opposed to others. So, like I said, I think it's appropriate that we give our priority to our organizations using the field for use of the field. But as far as reviewing a request by another organization when you're not using it, I am in favor of having that stay with the township as it is with all the other organizations. Do you have a thought on that, or is that something that you guys thought about or discussed with the township?
I was not part of any of those discussions.
Okay. Sorry, you said, if you have something to say about that, I'm happy to hear it. So I would love to hear what she has to say. Sure. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leah Casella. I serve as the president for Saucon Valley Diamond Sports and Hellertown Lower Saucon Little League, and I appreciate your time here tonight. And to directly address your question, we even already have had that situation where the yard goats on Sundays, for example, they use the field from 9 to 3. Mm-hmm. The process that happened was these applications are submitted. I was contacted by Kathy just to say, would this be okay? Yeah, that's fine. And ultimately what it says in the agreement is that the township has the ultimate decision making. So it's, I think, a kind and friendly thing if we're going to have responsibility for the fields, and we're going to know, you know, last minute changes for games and things like that. But certainly with enough planning, we want that field to be used.
Yeah, and part of the reason why those adult leagues are deferential to us is because they are adults and their schedules are easier to work around and they have their own transportation. So generally, that's why the yard goats and the adult leagues.
We've been doing this with the yard goats.
Okay.
Like I said, my question wasn't about
Show up
like,
on
you
the
getting,
minutes, sorry.
priority. It's just more about understanding who gets the rights to dictate other issues. So I appreciate it, but thank you very much. It was very.
Is your question answered?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
How you doing? Jim Makework, 2263 Springtown Hill Road. I'd like to discuss G&H. I'm just going to go through a little timeline of kind of give you a description of where I'm at. Filled out a right to know request. Your township officials got me the info right away. Thank you for that. This information that I received through the right to know provided me with information on a neighboring property that falsified a permit application. I brought that to Tyler's attention. He did nothing about it. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Let's go 6 weeks after the meeting that I had with Tyler. Called him up again. Neighbor's still doing the same thing. This time I was adamant. I wanted him to come out. He wasn't going to come out. He came out. Thank you for coming out. While he was there,
Thank him, that's his job to come out.
I realize that, but you know, Jason, it's like pulling teeth. So anyway, he did come out.
Generation
While he was
premature.
on my property, the ordinance that was in question is being broke. Brought it to his attention, handed him a copy of it, did nothing about it. At that point, I went back into my property, was done with him. I called his boss, Mr. McGlynn, told him what was going on. He took a couple hours and got back to me, called me back and said, oh, in full disclosure, I'm a zoning officer and a code enforcement officer, just so you're aware. He agreed with me 100%, said his zoning officer should have acted when he was on my property and stopped the burning when he was there. Didn't do it. You guys, I don't know what's going on. Something needs to be done here. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Now the contention between me and my neighbor is even worse because he didn't do his job. All I want is my taxpayers' money being used wisely, and it's not. Put an RFP out. Get some other people to come in. He doesn't know what he's doing. Absolutely clueless. Clueless.
Generation premature.
When we had our meeting, I specifically asked him, how will you get back to me? How am I going to know what happened with our meeting? You know what he told me? He doesn't do that. How am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to get resolution to my issue that I brought to his attention? The right way, through the township's procedure. I would like you to answer that for me, please.
They can't. They won't. They won't.
They won't. It's cowards.
They want to have a
Deer in the headlights
contract
look,
that they
that's
can
what I'm
control.
getting. So with Mr. McGlynn agreeing with I'm 100% right, he's wrong. And you guys still don't want to correct the issue at hand. I can't be the only one in the township that's going through this. But I am one of the few in the township that probably knows what's going on. You can put the card down.
Yeah, they're not going to do anything. You can speak for as long as you want.
So again,
Go ahead.
people like myself who pay a lot of taxes in this money because I'm very fortunate to live where I live, and I do things the right way, and I go for some assistance, and we get nothing.
We should get rid of the zoning laws, Mr. Pitchell, McGovern.
Well, that was my
Because
second.
we don't enforce them, because they have no meaning and no teeth behind them, that's why.
If the zoning company's not going to enforce the zoning ordinances, why do we have them?
We're ready for the next,
I know, I have a
this is not
question. I
Q&A,
have a
Tom.
clarification.
This
I have
is
a
not
clarification.
Q&A.
I have a clarification. She asked for clarification about the ball field just 3 minutes ago. You remember that, Lost? Okay. So it's a burning violation.
There's several violations.
Okay, can you list those violations?
Yes, so Tyler approved an 8-foot fence in a front yard setback. Well, there's 4 caveats, Jason, and he didn't meet any of the 4 caveats, and Tyler didn't even research it to see if he met the 4 caveats.
What are they?
Junkyard, basketball, livestock, and there's one other one.
Stock.
And that's actually the narrative that the applicant put was that he had livestock. And again, I live in a pretty nice agricultural neighborhood where there isn't any livestock, and if he would have done all he would have had to do is pull up Google Earth.
Drive out there and look at it, right?
Jason, he don't even have to leave his office. Google Earth, for Christ's sake.
Okay.
He get everything he needs.
So 8-foot fence, burning, and what was the other ones?
Livestock.
Livestock.
Lying about livestock.
I actually have a
Lying
picture,
about
if you'd like to see how he was putting the fence up that he approved.
Yes, I would.
May I?
See, we have a,
He also removed about 40 trees in the property, which Hanover Engineering is now supposed to be involved in this as well, according to Mr. McGlynn.
yeah.
So he didn't get an E&S permit. He didn't do any stormwater management. He did nothing. He removed all these trees. Now my side yard is flooding.
So.
And he doesn't want to do anything about it.
Yeah, well, that's because, listen, to give a little bit of history, we used to have zoning officers that were employees that reported directly to the township manager. Okay. And were overseen by the township manager. Now, majorities decided not to hire a zoning officer. When our zoning officer left, they want a company that they can hire and fire so that they can control the zoning process for political reasons. For political reasons.
And how they enforce it.
And how they enforce it for political reasons.
Okay,
So
these
we can
are
tell
your
people to
opinions
overlook-
and lies.
People have to remember that there's an election coming up and people should vote accordingly. But they want a corrupt zoning process where if you're favored by them, If you support them politically, you will get a pass from Boy Wonder over here. If you're on the other side,
Okay, we can stop.
if you're on the other side,
Appropriate place
you're
to
on the
be
other side,
discussing
if you're
things
on
like
the other
this.
side- Sure it is.
Agenda. It's on the agenda.
Okay, well, your time is over, and this is not, we don't do Q&A, you're not doing clarification.
This is political speech of yours
I have
to,
other questions.
They like to cover this up. They yell about it. They don't want the public to know about their
So when you call them out, they like to talk over.
it's not appropriate for you to insinuate what I do and don't do, and then to claim that our staff somehow is politically motivated
Look at the
to
last
help
council
some
meeting.
people over other people.
Selective
Let's just
enforcement
remember
where
that.
a gentleman
That
that
you
lives in
just in
Steel
the,
City
you
cut
just
down
in the
30
issue
trees.
before this,
No violation.
we're okay with our zoning officer.
That gentleman right back there, you can talk to him about it. He spoke the last meeting. He'll tell you all about it.
And
He was affected by it adversely, terribly.
I actually sought counsel over this. And if Mr. McGlynn would not have got involved, I had recourse. So, I mean,
So what did Mr. McGlynn do exactly?
so Mr. McGlynn, what he did was he ordered a cease and desist on the burning. The gentleman can no longer open burn, or you guys will be paying him a visit.
Okay, but Tyler didn't do that.
He didn't do it, no. So then he also revoked his permit and is now requiring a complete site plan with what materials being used, how it's being installed, and he revoked the 8-foot because he has none of the caveats required for that permit to be approved.
But is the 8-foot fence still there tonight?
Part of the fence is still there, yes.
So he's in violation of that.
In violation right now because there is no permit.
Tyler, have you done anything about being
When I was at the property, there was no 8-foot fence up. It's a 6-foot fence that was up. And you're also, you're not telling the truth entirely.
Really?
You're a little bit dishonest in how you're framing the way that you're speaking.
Well, I had you on my property with the ash
Yeah, by
coming
the
down
time-
in your face. I have it on video.
Okay? When I went over to speak to your neighbor, the fire was already out, and I had a discussion with him. And it's also not illegal to burn in the township. It's not illegal to burn in the township.
the pictures?
There's no
There's a
burn ban.
dispute here whether the fire was in or the fire was out. We need to get to the bottom of this, and we have picture evidence.
It's an agenda item, and we can discuss
Agenda
it.
item.
Yes, it's an agenda item, and we're in public comment. We're at public comment period right now.
You're totally.
I appreciate the professionalism.
Yes, it's getting a little out of
No,
hand
we're
here.
still looking at these pictures.
We
We're
don't,
still talking about this. You can gab all you want. You can take a break if you want. Do whatever you want. We're talking about this.
If you can't get it, you can
Yeah,
email to us.
yeah, email to all of us. All right, Laura.
They all can see this. They're not coming up.
I still have another question.
Tower here like in Priscilla's backyard. If we had that, we'd be better.
I have another question. I have another question. I have another clarification.
we do not do Q&A to the audience. There's no clarification.
Another clarification.
Done through email, through the township, there's other means.
Did you get anything in writing from him saying what he did? Did you get an email or anything?
I got an email and a text message from Mr. McGlynn on the actions he was taking, yes.
Can you forward that to council, to the township?
Thank you. Well,
Okay, so I'd like to ask him why, Boy Wonder over here couldn't handle it. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you for letting us elected officials speak. Thank you.
Hollowell, can you hear?
Steve trying to butt him.
Can you hear that?
Unfortunately, yes.
I'm going to follow. Hey, Tom.
No.
Should back the clock up to 3 minutes because she
Go
was.
ahead.
Give her 20 minutes.
Give her
You want to sit
20.
on your side. Give her
Break.
20 minutes.
All right, I'm going to follow in our president's footsteps and start my speech by reminding the ladies that you won the election by a landslide. You got more votes and from both sides of the aisle.
Against me, they never beat me.
Can you stop?
I beat them by.
Why are you so rude?
I'm trying to understand what election you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, we're having public comment. Stop talking over her.
The election's not an agenda item. Why are you letting her talk about the election? Huh? Oh, there you go.
Good, Tom. I'm glad to see some athletes here. I was a phys ed teacher before I was a librarian. When my kids were little, I was commissioner for 2 years for the Hellertown Lower Saucon Little League. I've coached my son up to majors. I was actually the first woman to coach football in town. I have totaled up 43 seasons of sports I have coached. I even have my name on 2 plaques at the high school. So I am pro athletics. But I do question taxpayer money going to an almost $4 million ball field that is limited to boys over the age of 12 or a travel team, especially when there are two 90-foot fields already in existence to play on. So I want to know how much more taxpayer money is going to the upkeep, trash removal, porta potty, and for a facility that's only used maybe 8 months of the year. And it does make me and a lot of taxpayers wonder if there was a conflict of interest when this was approved. I see Mr. Bononis' son plays baseball. Does this mean that going forward, stop.
Let me say something.
Does this mean going forward, if his wife likes wine, that he's going to be asking council to plant grape leaves on some of the taxpayers' open spaces? When I was passing out my flyers, I did have taxpayers ask me.
You will never know what hit you. I warned somebody else that went after my son. Don't you do it. Heed my warning
did not
right now.
go after your son.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Don't roll your eyes because I will roll over you like you've never seen before. Trust me.
If you want to identify as a
Trust
boy,
me that I
you can play on
will.
the field.
Do not go after a minor child. Okay, we've got junior council people that are here. You do not go after a child,
players here.
I know you're ignorant and I know you're an ass. You do not go after a child. So shut your mouth. Do not talk about my son once. I'm warning you now. That's the last warning.
When I was passing out my flyers, I did have taxpayers ask me where the new softball field for the girls were. And they were wondering how, let's see, and they wondered how something so expensive with only serves a small percentage of our tax dollars in our community ever got passed. So what the taxpayers want to know is how much more tax dollars will be going to this. Like, will this be a yearly budget?
I think we should build a dome over it when it rains. Now, listen, girls, boys, they identify as everything according to your political party, so why are you limiting it to girls?
It was upsetting to hear that from softball players.
What the?
Keep talking about my son. Keep talking about my son, ma'am. Yeah. Keep bringing it up. You and all your fools and your cronies, watch what happens. Trust me, watch what happens.
Nobody knows what you said.
Tangent. Lower Saucon Township. We did have a softball field. I wasn't sure what I was going to get up here and talk about, but we did have a softball field at Easton Road that was unusable because of the neighbor that we're catering to for the lights right now. There's people in this room that know that he sat with a shotgun on his lap and didn't let people have access because of that stupid lane for years. And then this is rumored that they knocked all the dugouts down so nobody could use the softball field. It's been in disarray since I moved here. Since I've seen that field, 12, 15 years, it's been in disarray. The whole softball field was crushed. We couldn't use it because he would sit with a shotgun on his lap and threaten everybody that came up there. And he was within his rights because he was on his property, blah, blah. And now we're catering to him for the lights. And I understand it. I've been out there with Roger. I've been out there. I was there at a rec meeting when he tried to have a civil conversation. All you guys were there, everybody but Victoria. And he flipped out and walked away from it. Everybody's done a lot to try. I've made tons of phone calls about putting a screen up on the net, everything. We've been out there to adjust the lights. We went out. We've tried. We had a game there. I don't even understand the complaint. They keep saying that the lights are on and they're late. There hasn't been any lights on. It was one night. I wasn't aware that there was problems. Well, October? So I don't understand. I mean, we've been taking care of Hellertown, all those fields at Dimmock Park in Hellertown, paying for the upkeep. They cut the grass. I don't know how long it's been. Leah could answer that. I'm not sure how long we've been there, but it's a long time, and I don't think there's many complaints. Not about baseball, not about our teams, not about the visiting teams. There's not many complaints, if any at all, that I'm aware of. If anything, it's parents, but. So I thank you for building the field. We need one. Freemansburg has lights. Bethlehem has lights on a full-size field. We don't have one. Our high school doesn't have one. Nobody has lights around here, anywhere. It's the best thing we could ever have. We're excited for it. Kids are excited for it. But if you let it sit there, I've told you before, I build fields for a living. If you let it sit there, it's going to be a mess. You're not going to be able to take care of it. And we want to take care of it. We want to pay to take care of it. I heard that in the rec meeting. I listened to it today with headphones on, running a bulldozer. we want to take care of it. I keep hearing about the cost. We're not asking for anything. I heard something about fundraising. You know, we all volunteer too. I understand all the rec committees, volunteers, they could come talk to us. But yeah, I beg you to open it. We need a place to play. So that's all I got.
Roger, can you verify this conversation with this crazy guy? Can you come to the microphone and give your version of it to back up Mr. Slangen or to back up the crazy guy?
Pronounce my name one time for everybody. Phonetically.
I would make a motion for that to be done during the actual agenda item. It's not appropriate for our public works guy to get into our agenda item. This is public comment.
Who's lost?
So I would ask that we
Then
stay
you're
with
gonna
public
shut him
comment.
out that he should have spoken during public comment.
Yeah,
But let's clarify that before we.
The public person speaking for public comment, there are other people waiting to speak on public comment. We're not at the agenda item where we can have the public works department head come and provide input.
These are the rules that you set for public comment.
Hold on, because I keep getting interrupted. As far as zoning, Tyler knows I'm not happy. Same thing I was here for last week, which I got complete crickets for. I came back from vacation 3 a.m. on Saturday. 7:30, I got woken up by people in my driveway, Mr. Sutton working, clearing that lot, grading that lot. It's well over 2,000 square feet, which is in your township code. I can measure it from my driveway and my neighbor's property. It's more like 20,000 square feet. And I was told that the permits were approved and there's no grading plan, which I was told it was gonna go to Brian first. Brian, thank you for sending Andrew out there. Andrew came out to look. Members of Upper Saucon were there. Members of Bethlehem Council were there. Told me he would immediately have gotten fined and it would have been stopped if it was anywhere else. They watch your meetings. They told me to tell you they're watching their meetings and they're doing it so they don't make the same mistakes. So I got 10 visitors.
And you know,
The day after the meeting here.
After that meeting, what was said in the hallway?
Conversation between Tyler and Russ in the hallway. You were called by Tyler, I believe, functionally challenged.
Coming from the guy that can't interpret and enforce his zoning.
And Russ actually tried to, I guess he tried to hit me. He's hit me before at my house on my property, and he's a 75-year-old little man, and I'm not going to hit him back. But your officers informed me tonight that there actually is a police report, so I'll file right to know tomorrow. And I want the report and at least the footage. They weren't sure if body cams were on.
What did Tyler say to Mr. Sutton? You got nothing to worry about.
This is again beyond the public comment.
Nothing to worry about.
I know, this is like gossip here. Let's.
No, it's not. It's not gossip.
Lent him a tractor to clean up your property?
This is not an
Yelling
agenda
at the man. Why do you get control of those
It's
two?
not an agenda item. It doesn't make any sense that we would be talking about
it?
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's about zoning. Who the hell are you, Jen Helen?
Who are you to tell him to be quiet?
Yeah, who you tell him to be quiet? And this just to clarify for the public. Just to clarify for the public.
Hey, Tom,
Just to clarify for the public.
you don't need to clarify anything for the public.
Was appointed by them to what? Parks and Rec and what other? EAC and Parks and Rec. So he's another. So
You do not have the floor, Tom. We're on public comment. Tom, be quiet.
In
Tom,
this township, when you're
stop talking. Tom, it's not your turn to talk.
Your zoning rules don't apply to you. If you're Mr. Solangen, the zoning rules would apply to him because he spoke out against them on the baseball
We're moving
field.
on to the rest, to continue with public comment.
Planning or anything else. So if you're on their side, the zoning rules don't apply.
Turn your
If they
microphone
don't,
on.
no, I'll repeat it again. If you're on their side, the zoning rules don't apply. And that's the unevenness of it. And Tyler's in the bag. Tyler's in the bag. Ty just complimented you.
He talking.
In the bag. Come on, you called him?
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then? What did you say?
So you're calling Mr. Solangen a liar?
What did you say?
You're calling him a liar.
Mr. Solangen a liar.
Correct him what he
Say to
said.
Mr. Sutton, don't worry about it, we'll take care of this. After he cuts down 30 trees in violation of the ordinances, and you don't enforce them.
Okay, let's have the petty arguments after the meeting instead of during the meeting. This is ridiculous.
I recommend Mr. Booth at the podium.
So I wanted to hear from Tyler on this.
I'll just say, before I use my 3 minutes, a lot of people are watching these meetings. You can accomplish this business in a much more professional, civil manner.
We could.
Yep.
And it's an embarrassment.
Yeah, it is.
Joe Boob on behalf of St. Luke's. it's a bit difficult to address item I on the agenda relating to township action involving open space on St. Luke's property located on Route 412, since the agenda is otherwise silent on why the item has even been listed. Certainly no one has provided St. Luke's with any notice regarding that action. My comments may be presumptuous, but because this is my only opportunity before the discussion takes place, I need to speculate regarding the intent of the township, or at least certain members of council. If there is any attempt or suggestion that the St. Luke's property should be downsized or somehow acquired by the township for open space, let me be clear, there is no legal basis to take any such action. First, an application for land development has been pending with the township since September 2024. The plan was favorably reviewed by the Planning Commission in November. In December, zoning variances were received unanimously, and there are no current zoning obstacles to the development of the property. Accordingly, the use and development proposed by St. Luke's is protected under the pending ordinance rule. Moreover, any attempt to modify the zoning would be considered spot zoning, and it would also expose the township to liability as a de facto taking of the property. If this agenda item is the handiwork of Mr. Bononis and/or Mr. Croce, is a continuation of their attempt to publicly pursue retaliatory action against St. Luke's for legitimately opposing the landfill. By the way, as a footnote, the objectors were winning the conditional use hearing. It was a legitimate opposition. These are just some examples of that conduct. In December 2023, in response to St. Luke's lawful issue advocacy in opposition to the landfill, Mr. Bononis and Mr. Croce authorized the solicitor to contact the IRS challenging St. Luke's status as a 501c3 charitable organization. Even an hour of legal research by either gentleman would have demonstrated there is no legal basis to take that position. Last November, there was an attempt by Mr. Croce to have the township oppose St. Luke's zoning applications for this project based solely on St. Luke's status as a nonprofit organization. Again, an action advocated by a licensed attorney when Pennsylvania case law explicitly provides that an applicant's nonprofit status is irrelevant to zoning. The current issue is just one more example in a long line of actions and conduct reflective of bad faith. All of these actions have two things in common. One, they are adverse to St. Luke's, and two, there is no legal basis for their position. Thus far, St. Luke's has stood down and allowed Mr. Croce and Mr. Bononis to malign and attack the hospital. That will end. We are monitoring their conduct, and St. Luke's will take whatever action it finds necessary to assure that it is treated in a fair and appropriate manner, just like any other resident of the township. I would ask council to remove this item from tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Booba, didn't you send a letter to the solicitor, Mr. Treadwell, suggesting that that determination had not been made by the IRS?
Okay.
I'm looking for the letter. I don't seem to have it right in front of me now. If I knew that you were going to be bringing up that point, I would have been more prepared to respond to it.
This is in Q&A with the audience, and they don't have to respond to
You
you.
brought up a topic that was beyond the agenda item, so that's why I'm
So they don't have to respond to you.
He's making aspersions about my character, and then I have some agenda against St. Luke's, which I do not.
And next, we have somebody here waiting for public comment.
Don't pay school taxes.
Go ahead, you're good. Just state your name and
There it is.
Hopefully this is simple and will take less.
microphone.
I'm Rebecca.
Bend it down so you can.
Okay, sorry. My name's Rebecca Hayden. I am the president of the Watershed Coalition of the Lehigh Valley. And here with me this evening is Jennifer Helton, who is a member of the WCLV board and the president of the Saucon Creek Watershed Association. And I actually have another member of my board, Alex Jackson, who tagged along. Just super quickly, we have been putting together a proposed project that we intend and are hopeful that the council will support to apply for grant funds from the Delaware and Lehigh mini grant program to rehabilitate the nature trail that is over by the Heller Homestead. There would be no costs to the township for this. The WCLV has accomplished dozens of projects like this over the last 15 years, including a grant we have right now doing a rehab along the Coopersburg buffer in the park, kind of right behind Lynx Beverage, if it's still called Lynx. We did rain gardens at the Upper Saucon Township Building and Authority, and have done numerous restoration projects across the two-county Lehigh Valley area. This proposal would take the signs that have deteriorated that are out there and replace them with modern, more graphically friendly signs, would do a little bit of resurfacing, and do some native plantings in appropriate locations out there. This pertains to, I believe it's the last item on your agenda. And it is actually no inconvenience to me if you want me to come back in 2 weeks, if the council wants to discuss it. But the only thing that we would ask from the council is that the manager, not the council itself, but the township manager, provide a letter of support for the grant proposal. So I think that is 43 seconds short of 3 minutes.
All right.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Absolutely.
I would like to respond further to Mr. Buba and direct him to his December 20,
I
2023
don't, do we
letter.
have anybody else for public comment?
Under item B, the second paragraph, the last sentence, he
Not
says the
harass the
following.
audience time.
IRS determines whether communication qualifies as allowable advocacy or prohibited
We're
campaign
done with
intervention
public
by
comment
evaluating
and
whether the statement
harassment.
contains
We
any
are on
messages
to
directly or
item
indirectly
A.
favoring or opposing a candidate. So Mr. Buba himself directed that the IRS should be the one to
Now
make
we
that
got somebody
determination.
else.
So for him to come in here and cast aspersions as to Mr. Carochi and myself under the guise of an agenda item that has nothing to do with this issue, has nothing to do with the landfill, has nothing to do with the St. Luke's nonprofit status, is really reprehensible. I await your apology, sir.
Okay. Keep waiting.
My name is Bob Kemmer. I live in Steel City. I have a question here. It says here, these are agenda items and we have to comment now. But a couple of these agenda items are not being discussed yet. I don't know what's going to be discussed, so how can I comment now?
That's their rules. That's the Democrats'
These
rules.
zoning,
They changed the rules at the beginning of the year.
both the zoning
They had the
services.
same rules
They changed the
before.
rules at the beginning of the year. I like the old rules.
I'd like to know, am I going to be able to comment about it
No.
after they're discussed?
Priscilla
There is
says no.
another comment period at the end of the meeting, after the items are discussed, and you can talk about agenda or non-agenda then.
That'll
You
be
can.
about 1 o'clock.
Well, it could be sooner if you would not interrupt.
If we just shut up
I'm
and
not
sit
allowed
down
to
and let
speak.
you
I'm not allowed
waste
to
people's
speak as
money.
an elected official.
Not interrupt.
Okay. She interrupts.
Hello, Cheyenne Ryman. Couple things, the ball field. One of the things is the ball field is already there. It's not going away. So no matter how much you try to stall it and throw this and throw that at them, it's a waste. The ball field is there. So all you're doing in the meantime is wasting more money on engineering and going back and reinventing the wheel. It's there. Roll with it, let it go. You complained about frivolous lawsuits in the past, and I would love to know what's being done with frivolous expense as far as consultants and engineering. You know, you're looking for reasons to cause a ruckus, and all it's doing is it's just wasting money. It's a waste. After watching Parks and Rec, excuse me, one of the things I noticed was the complaint was about parking. And so today I actually went and I measured the parking lot at the ball field on Easton Road, and I also measured the parking lot at the Heller Homestead, and I'll compare the two in a minute. So Easton Road ball field is 237 feet by 60 feet. Currently has 40 parking spaces that are designated with lines, and that's not including the 2 handicap spaces. Each space measures 10 by 17, excuse me, which I believe is the code for a parking space. So if you look at it, you have 40 parking spaces. You're not gonna get 75 people at a ball game. If you do the math, it doesn't really make sense. Not for Little League, and we're not hosting the Little League World Series there. It'd be cool, but it's not gonna happen. Now, when you go back in the minutes and you listen to some of the things that was brought up, including the Heller Homestead, was this money for this $42,000 study for the Heller Homestead was they wanna have events where they can host 75 people. If you take the measurements from the parking spaces and you apply that to the 105 by 40 feet that the parking lot is at the Heller Homestead, you can actually get 10 parking spaces. So to make the argument in Parks and Rec on Monday that parking is an issue, I think is just, it's crap. It's erroneous.
Well, they
And
are.
if it's an argument there, well, then it has to be an argument for Heller. And that's gonna be a problem. So why are we spending $42,000 for a dream that is just not gonna be feasible? And that doesn't make sense. And that 75 people, that came from a letter from that LR Olument that was done in May, and that was presented at the last meeting. So that is public, everybody can go back and look. The other thing is when you go back and you add up the money that was given to Heller Homestead, in addition to the $42,110 that they're actually approving for the study, they ended up giving them $72,068. And that comes from the 25 that was given out of ARPA, the $42,110 for the study. They spent $1,164 on winterization of the, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but it is a pile of rocks, which is what the old barn was. When you go down there and look, it's unfortunately absolutely a pile of rocks. And the gentleman that did the study came out and said, there's nothing you can do right now. At some point, put EPDM, like the rubber membrane over it. Well, that should have been done years ago if you're gonna do it at all, while there was a barn. And then they also waived the utilities, which was $38,1297. So that's $72,000. And my issue with this is, it was brought up with the Heller barn to do, they paid $1,014 for the gentleman to come out and do the study. That was for his site time. That wasn't for the actual report. There was another $150 that I found out through a right to know that was paid to him. Why wasn't the whole expense shared with the public? And you want to argue, I know somebody's gonna say it's only $150, but these little things add up. And this is the point that I'm making. So before you spend $42,000 on a study, and then you're gonna shoot yourself in the foot by trying to say we shouldn't have a baseball field that's already erected. And the ball field, let's round up and say it was $4 million. That $4 million, it's a capital expense because you're renovating the entire thing. When Polk Valley Park went in 2000, which is 25 years ago now, that was $7 million, and $4 million of that was financed. Easton Road, I believe, was done with money that was in the fund. I don't believe any of that was financed. Correct me if I'm wrong.
An American Relief Fund as well as state gaming grant money.
No bonds.
But it was money that we had. It wasn't money, we didn't finance that.
That's right.
But we financed more than half to get Polk Valley done, and you didn't have any outcry then, Priscilla. You were on council, and I went back and I did read all the minutes. I read a pile of minutes, but there was no outcry then. So I don't understand why this is a big outcry now. You know, I don't understand the catalyst, what makes this happen. And when you go back to—
Thank you, old lady without kids.
When you go back to the Heller barn, you know, and today I really actually took a good look. I was down there 2 weekends ago. I took my kids down and we walked the little trail that's there, and it kind of was flat, so we just left. But when you look at that, we're spending money on seeing what else we can do there. But if you actually walk around that building, it's neglected. It's absolutely neglected. If you look at every single window that's there, it all needs to be scraped and painted. And I know it was done not that long ago, but guess what? It was a crap job, and it needs to be done again. So before we throw more money, why don't you take care of what you already have? And if the Conservancy can't do it, then forego the lease. You're supposed to pay, I have a copy of the lease that I also obtained through a right to know. $10 a year is what the Conservancy is supposed to pay Lower Saucon Township. And I believe the last payment that Lower Saucon received, I could be wrong, was 2020. And that was all done through a right to know. You can't afford $10 a year? And then the utilities get waived as well? And it's not that anybody hates history, but maybe we have the wrong organization in there. Lutz Franklin, if you go out there, so 2 weeks ago when I went to Heller Barn, or to Heller Homestead, I then went out to Lutz Franklin. Place looks great. It's maintained. I mean, in this time of year, everything looks crappy, but it still looks nice. There's not sticks laying in the yard. It's done. It's nice. It's maintained. They stay on top of it. Their events actually have people, and they have events. Maybe it needs to be looked at to say the Conservancy, I don't know if they're defunct or what. When you go on their website, you can't find any information for who's on the board. Do they have a board? I don't know. Nothing's listed. Lower Saucon Historical Society is, but Conservancy, you can't find any information on them. But if you walk around that property, it's crap right now. It's a dump. Thank you. You look at the windows need to be painted. There's some repointing that needs to be done. They're not. When you first pull in, there's a porch on the side of the widow's house. You can clearly see Helen Keller would look at it and say, you need to paint this. So what's the plan? To not take care of it and let that rot as well? And then at some point later on saying, hey, you got to rebuild us a whole porch? I mean, these are simple things. You don't have to have a background, but you want to spend $42,000 to see how we can rebuild a pile of rocks, but you're not maintaining what you're doing. You're being derelict.
Okay,
Now, I have one more point to make.
We kind of said the same thing 3 times.
I am shocked as hell that nobody brought up the council raises that are on the agenda for tonight. And what a slap in the damn face of the people. Yep. You guys sat up there and took the remainder of the ARPA money to give to nonprofits that could have went to staff, could have went to the police, the public works, give everybody a bonus, the people that are actually doing the work. and instead you give it to nonprofits, and then you turn around and give yourselves a 70% raise. 70%. I hope everybody hears this.
We already heard this several times.
Percent raise. You're going from, I think, $3,250 to the maximum that you're allowed to have based on the number of residents, which is $5,450. You didn't have to escalate that all the way to the maximum, but you did. You did, and that's wrong. You're gonna look at all these people and say, we can't give you a bonus, and when you did raise their salaries 3%, and you made the argument, Laura, 3% is a normal increase. Well, you know what? 3% is not a normal increase when you're running on a skeleton crew because you guys can't keep your damn staff together. The only thing you've done outside of putting the library back in place is dismantle the staff.
Your time is up.
I don't care. It's a point that needs to be made, and the public should hear it. And you can't tell people to be quiet because you don't like what they have to say. 70% is ridiculous when you're just pissing on the face of everybody that's actually doing the work. Get yourselves together.
Okay.
And thank you for bringing up the point about...
All the staff are being paid a bonus rate,
70%.
by the way.
And thank you for bringing up the
On
transparency.
top of their raise, they did get a bonus increase that they've been paid since. Okay.
They didn't get it. Oh, that's a lie. They got a
Well,
raise.
you can pay it.
All the staff didn't, the police didn't. The other thing is, thank you for bringing up the lack of transparency.
Talking back with the audience. This is not Q&A to the audience.
With the majority of council here, and I hope that is something voters remember in May and in November. The lack of transparency for these people about what they're spending money on and what things cost.
Okay, we have somebody else to speak.
I live at 3632 Old Philadelphia Pike. Normally, I sit at home and lurk and watch these online and drink some pretty decent red wine because it's a whole lot more fun than sitting here.
Yeah.
So I've got to the point where I'm concerned as a resident on things that I'm seeing and not seeing. I'm seeing money fly out the door. I mean, it's hard to follow Cheyenne for sure, but everything requires an outside committee because you can't get off your butts and actually put an ad in the paper and get somebody to fill a position. You can't get the positions filled. You don't attract good quality people or they leave. But, we say, you say as a party, well, who will pick our fruit? Who will clean our hotel rooms? Who will do our lawns? Well, you've got Kathy, right? That's basically how you treat her. And that's really not right. Okay, so let's talk about wonderful spending. This thing coming up called the Heller Barn. I would point out that there is a lot of money, this community is flush with cash because this last council, which you are really fond of blaming for absolutely everything. I mean, what the hell? I mean, there's a lawsuit that comes up with a cell tower and somehow it's Jason's fault. The fact is you got a lot of cash in the bank because these people were fiscally irresponsible and accrued it. So what are you guys doing? You're trying to basically destroy one of the major sources of income, the landfill. Now you want to restore the Heller Barn. The Heller Barn could have been restored, what, 98? Instead it was knocked down. You were on council, I believe. So why is it so important to rebuild it now? Let's talk about it here. In addition to the $1 million walking out of the lawsuit and Hal being grossly expensive. Now, $40,000 proposed to study the barn to see if we could be rebuilt. Folks, it's a pile of rocks. That's all it is. So maybe it'll cost up to $10 million. We could, bring in limestone and slate and so forth from France and bring it up to periods of period authenticity. And maybe you could do the same job that they did with the building down at the mill and put in aluminum storm windows when it's done to keep it authentic, right? All right, so you want to put this kind of money into a building which is in a floodplain. There are flood problems. You might have trouble going home tonight with Black River Road. I wouldn't be surprised if it's flooded. My yard on Philadelphia Pike is flooding. So is Larry Reege's. Just look on the way up. So instead of taking care of things that you need to take care of, you think that having a barn for yoga is a winner? None of the things that you listed as possible activities that could take place there are reasonable. They're not winners. I was in the entertainment business for a long time. It's done. It's over. Okay. Now you have a parking issue. Well, I have an idea. Why don't we do there what you suggested we do with the apartment building that's going to go up across the street? We should put in an underground parking garage. That would be terrific. And it would take care of a lot of stuff. And then finally, and this isn't my idea, but it is true. This is not Lower Saucon history. This is Heller Homestead for Hellertown. Why are we going to the trouble? Fix the damn building as it is, clean the rubble up, maybe keep the retaining wall, make a patio there, have poker night out in the summer evenings, and move on to fixing roads, or maybe taking care of the historic building across the street. I love what you had to say about that building. Oh, we had a historian come out, and he wasn't able to determine. I think he determined that it wasn't part of the Underground Railroad. But at the same time, we should be very careful to honor its historical significance. What? We appreciate the way you talk because it tells us so much. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent.
All right, we are on to Township Business Item A, discussion and possible action on property 2024-03. So this was a property that EAC had gone out and scored some time ago, and they made recommendation to pursue putting conservation easements on that property. We discussed this in executive session. So I believe I'll make a motion, I guess, to move forward with conservation easement on property 2024-03 with the inclusion of using our open space consultant from Heritage Conservancy to help us in working on the easement agreements so that we can have a third party on this and have them monitor the property. So it's a long motion.
I will second that.
All right. Jason, do you want to start discussion?
No comments.
Okay, Tom?
And this was the parcel with the taxes, or no? If it becomes a conservation easement? What are the taxes that the township and school district will
That doesn't look like that would be the right thing that you have.
Kathy?
Something different.
Kathy, what would the reduction in school and
I would have to check the assessment.
Township taxes?
I would have to check the assessment on that and get back to you.
So we don't know?
No.
Well,
I didn't ask you, I'm asking her.
Well, I'm going to explain here. It's open land, so usually when your assessments are based on the value of your home and your buildings, so the vacant land itself doesn't get that highly taxed.
No, but every little bit counts, especially when you tell
Anything that we've ever questioned on any open space that we've looked at.
That's because you're closed-minded. I'm open-minded, and I can question these types of things. Because it's tax dollars that will not be no longer received, not just by us, the township, but also by the county and more importantly, the school district, which has the highest taxes. So, you know, there's also a bridge, a private bridge that leads to this property, and I'm still not convinced that we won't have some responsibility for that if that bridge, something were to happen to it. And the homeowners refuse to repair it for whatever reason. I think there's two access points. I know we have a letter, but these things always seem to end up costing the township money. And the scoring wasn't that great from the EAC, only 15 out of 23.
It's pretty good.
But 4 of those points were, it was really 11 out of 23, 4 were development. And it's interesting how the old Philadelphia Pike people, they want to conserve that property. And the highest rating was 4 out of 5 points for you know, buildable lots. So they don't want people to build over there where there's not as many traffic problems and there's lights. But they want you to build right here, where the lights at Black River and the lights up here by Yanni's and Sidersville are terrible. So anybody that lives in those neighborhoods, they didn't do the same thing for you when they had the opportunity to. But they're gonna do it over there. How much again is this gonna cost us, Kathy? Out of the open space fund?
But we're supposed to discuss that?
Not be talking about.
Okay. All right, see, they don't even want to give you the number.
Executive information that we're not to disclose at this time?
Anything to hide information from you.
You're a terrible negotiator.
We're
You're supposed to be
following
a
the
lawyer.
legal
Anything to hide
requirements.
information from you.
Okay, Zelensky.
Yeah, went well for you last night.
Okay, Priscilla, do you have comment?
I'm supportive of this, so we have to include the language from Terry Clemens's letter. And do we need to amend our motion to let him do the agreement?
I don't think that's necessary at this point. I mean, I think the motion was, it's up to you guys, but the motion was to move forward with the process at this point.
Okay, so I'll support that. No other questions.
Victoria?
Thank you. I support this. I want to remind everyone that our township, by voter referendum, approved 3 5-year periods in which township residents prioritized placing money in an open space fund to preserve the open space parcels in our township. And so this is part of that process, and this would be an appropriate use of our open space funds, which are, I think at this point right now, like close to 12 million or something like that. And with them under that voter referendum, that money is specifically earmarked for open space preservation and open space uses. So it can't be used.
12 million for Old Philadelphia Pike. They wouldn't use any of that 12 million for Old Philadelphia Pike. So remember that.
And then I'll get back to a second point to argue that this, so we have this situation in which a landowner came to the township and asked for their land to be conserved, which is the normal process by which the township would then take action to preserve or look into whether it could be preserved under the open space project. So that's what happened in this scenario. Old Philadelphia Pike is not this scenario. Old Philadelphia Pike was purchased by a developer who then put money into plans to potentially develop the property, and which proposed to us that they wanted to have it developed. We went back and forth and pursued and investigated the potential of potentially buying the property from the developer.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Proposal to us.
Stop lying to the public.
The developer made a proposal to us, which was nowhere near the amount of money that our appraisal was. And I said that during that meeting. So to suggest that we had the same choices for Old Philadelphia Pike, and now we have people interrupting because they don't like to hear the truth.
I have to correct the record.
This situation is a situation in which we have the ability to preserve the case, preserve the property under our open space land, because the landowner came to us and said they wanted to preserve it. Old Philadelphia Pike, the landowner did not come to us and ask for it to be preserved. They sold it to a developer, and then we tried to see whether it was even possible for us to obtain it. And then we received a figure from the developer that was nowhere in line with what our own appraisal said we could buy it for. So they're not the same, and I just want to clarify that for the public. That's it.
All right, I'd like to speak now.
And there's also a place near the
Okay,
ball field they wouldn't
you
give us.
skipped before, but we'll go to you.
I'm not necessarily opposed to this conservation easement, but what I am opposed to is anything within the conservation easement, proposed conservation easement, that could be construed as giving the township some responsibility to own, maintain, reconstruct, or have any responsibilities for any infrastructure such as bridges, lanes, roads, paving, maintaining, any of that stuff, because that's not what is part of this. So as long as any negotiations to acquire this piece of property clearly reflect that that is not part of what is being sought here, I would be in support of this, but I think it has to be abundantly clear, and any motion that would be made on this, I think should be amended to reflect that very clearly, that we are not taking any responsibilities for any infrastructure on or adjacent to the property that we would be getting the conservation easement. It's far too expensive for us to incur and have to have any responsibility to maintain that stuff.
Okay, would it be easier if I did a second motion to keep it clean?
Also, next to the ballpark on that lane.
To amend your motion, Laura? To include
We did get a letter from our open space legal counsel who confirmed to us that we would not be taking any responsibility for any bridges, but I'm happy to amend my motion if Laura, or my second if Laura wants to amend.
Okay, I'll amend the motion to also add in, we'll make sure when we get to the part where we ever do an agreement, which is sometime down the road, Mr. Clemens recommended that we include language stating the following: nothing contained herein shall be construed as giving rise to an obligation on the part of the grantee to maintain, repair, or replace the private lanes within the property or any other amenities of the property.
It's a bridge.
It was clear to me.
It's a bridge.
That was our legal.
Here's what I'm saying.
It's a bridge.
Your
opinion that we all had.
No, it's not. What I'm saying is this. We're talking about providing an offer. I want in the offer that is communicated very clearly that we are not taking any responsibility for the lanes and or the bridge. He's saying to put it in when the easement is being prepared. In other words, after negotiations are done, we're going to slip this in. And I want it to be perfectly clear to the property owners so they're not surprised by this, so that the negotiations that take place aren't wasted, so that they know up front this is something that we are not going to be taking responsibility for. Not after the fact. I understand what he's saying here. I can read. I have two eyes, okay? Priscilla, I have two eyes. I can read this. What I'm saying is communicated very clearly up front so there's no confusion, so that if they are interested in the number that we're offering, there's a meeting of the minds and a clear understanding that that is not part of the deal. Not that it's going to be negotiated and we're going to slip that in and it's going to blow it up and waste everybody's time. Let's deal with it up front.
Okay, well, I just amended the motion.
Not along the lines of what I said.
What is to include
Include the verbiage that Attorney Clemens had provided.
In the negotiations.
In the negotiations.
Also clarify that any easements we've ever given, it is not includes, you do not put an easement on a person's house or any of the developed items on their property. It's on the open space.
On a property that has a bridge or multiple bridges and lanes on it. Tell me.
What other
How
ones
many?
in town?
Tell me what other bridges.
All right, have you
Can you
amended your
identify
motion?
it?
You
amended your motion.
I did amend my motion and Victoria seconded. Can we have a roll call?
$200,000 taxpayer money for her conservation easement.
Ms.
Ray did.
Zaptov Cordero?
Yes.
But there's no bridges on it.
Mr. Caroci? Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No, the motion doesn't reflect my concerns.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, next item is 5B, discussion and approval of Eastern Road Ball Field Use and Maintenance Agreement with Hellertown Lower Saucon Little League / Saucon Valley Diamond Sports. So we received a draft agreement, which was included with the information for the packet. I guess we'll let, you want to start with comments on this?
Priscilla's thing. Priscilla brought this up at Parks and Rec. She did a whole dog and pony show. Put it on the agenda, not me. So she did the dog and pony show. So let's have her give that dog and pony show to the public. The same nonsense that she put out at Parks and Rec the other night. So go ahead, Priscilla.
The agreement wasn't placed on by Priscilla.
It's on the agenda.
You brought up at Parks and Rec. You're an expert on this. You talk about it. Have at it. Tell the public what you want and what your concerns are.
This is the maintenance agreement, and what we discussed at Parks and Rec are in addition or separate than the maintenance agreement?
Owning your comments?
Why don't you talk about it?
Maybe the public should go look at your comments at the Parks and Rec meeting to see how much of an advocate you were against this, against kids playing baseball, kids exercising.
Okay.
Okay, so they like to turn words around and they like to get in my head and think they.
I don't want to be in your head. Trust me, I don't want to be in there.
Stay out of it.
It's dark and it's empty and it's scary.
It's too small. Your head is too small for anybody to be in.
You're out of line.
So first of all, I always think kids should stay busy, and I've always supported sports, wherever.
Raise so many kids.
And I don't have children. I think that's bad, but I love children. I have great nieces and nephews and great nieces and nephews, and they're doing all kinds of sport things. Unfortunately, they live far away. I can't get to see them a lot, but anyway, so when they built this ball field, there were things I didn't like about it, and I would be that one no vote as before the majority of council got on.
What? You just didn't like it in general.
You let me talk.
Talk about what it is. Tell the public what you didn't like. Not a single time did you identify any aspect.
Interrupting.
Just didn't like the fact that it was being built. Go back and read the minutes.
No, because
Just have a discussion one at a time. One at a time. Can we just do that?
No. Now you want to do that. When you shoot your mouth off all the time, you want to have that.
She's trying to talk and you're
It doesn't work that
interrupting
way.
her.
It doesn't work that way.
Trying to talk over her.
It doesn't work that way. You started a long time ago.
Okay, it's Priscilla's
This circus is
turn. Let
created by
her
you, ma'am.
continue.
Prior ball field was pathetic. It needed help. It was very difficult for the kids to play ball on that field. And over the years, we were going to fix it. Sometimes it takes a long time. Government works slow. I don't like that, but I'm one person, okay? And
Unemployed.
Right. On disability, whatever.
So we built this big, gigantic ball field. I know nothing about baseball. I tried tryouts for baseball. I never got picked. So I was like, okay, athletic stuff's not my ball. So anyway, this is fun. I did not like that the residents weren't involved from the get-go, and did not like the pictures that were sent to me showing the lights. That one time they put the lights on, how the lights went to the neighbors, the three neighbors' houses, and you could actually see the light going in the window, through the house, and out of the house, and lit up their whole backyard. I'm sorry, I wouldn't want to live next to that. I just think that was wrong. And the lights need to be fixed. And we went through this with elderly lady on Easton Road who lived across from the apartments that Bethlehem City put in on, what is that road? Cherry Lane and Easton Road. She came to our council meetings and she goes, please, you gotta help me. Well, we ended up talking to the city of Bethlehem, and they came in and those, I don't know what they're called, shields that come off the lamps were angled wrong. So they had to change the angle of all the lights there. And once they did that, the lights stayed in their boundary, and the people along Easton Road were happy because the light didn't go off the site. That's all I want, is the light not to go off the site. And I'm not getting that. So the day that you guys tell me you fix the lights, I want to go out there at night, I want those lights on, and I want to see where they go. I don't know what else to say. So now we have before us this agreement, and there's things in the agreement. See what some of my other notes are. So I'm really not in favor of really passing anything until the lights are fixed. And the hours that you're suggesting that the lights stay on, I don't know. If the lights aren't fixed and they're shining in people's houses, extending it to 9 and 10 o'clock, I don't think is right. So some of my questions were answered by the gentleman that stood up here and was talking. And, before your organization at those two baseball fields, we had no problems.
You still don't have any problems.
You guys, the kids played, if you had a problem, maybe you went to the staff and they fixed it. I don't know, but it never rose to a council level.
Because you brought it to the council level.
You put it on the agenda.
Put it on.
You
You're
put
the
it
one
on
that-
tonight's
You're
agenda.
the one that stoked this fire and fired people up about it, because you hate kids playing baseball is what it comes down to. Be honest to the public.
But be honest, it never came to the agenda letter. You have to have two people to put something on the agenda. She
that
wanted
was
this
when
on the
you-
agenda. She wanted this on the agenda.
When you had,
Wait, who put this on the agenda?
You did.
No, it's a staff decision to put it on the
Oh,
agenda.
now, there we go, there we go.
What is,
There
the where
you
you
go,
go?
Susie. That's not a staff decision.
there is an agreement, a draft agreement, that is why this is on the agenda. I didn't draft the agreement, so that's why it's on. So, I also want to know how much it's going to cost to light up that field. Has anybody done a study on how much it's going to cost, and where's the payment going to come from?
From the cell phone tower next to your property.
And
Over, we could, yeah.
and then maintenance.
If we can put a roof over it, we can really control the
Hey,
heat.
Tom, stop the banter.
AstroTurf
There's
on
no
it, too.
public comment at this, just so you know, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
So going back to the cost, I'd like to have a figure of what the light's gonna cost and what the maintenance fees are gonna be. Because I know Roger's here, our Director of Public Works, that you're gonna maintain the perimeter. They're gonna take care of the inside.
As they did before, it was a township
As we
field.
did before.
Now.
No, it's actually less that the township's maintaining because baseball has agreed to maintain inside the fence line. So it's actually a lot less, Priscilla. I'm sorry you don't
Okay,
understand
I
like
didn't know
space,
that
other
because
than the
I-
space between your ears.
Okay, the rude comments are not necessary.
Rude man.
Not,
Yes, they are.
and they're
He's
out of,
so upset about something in his
Out of order.
personal life that he has to
But I have
react
to
like
sit next to
this.
you twice a month is what upsets me.
You were like this when I was sitting further down.
Well, now you're close to me, it's worse.
I'll just move over a little bit more.
Wish I could run away.
So, go, there's two doors. Maybe the police will escort you out.
I don't need the police escort, thank you.
Right, like you've never used it before?
Clowns come chasing me.
all right,
and
let's
threaten me.
stay on topic. Can we stay on topic?
Not my
Who
son.
wants to make the next comments? Are we still?
I'm finished. Thank you for the opportunity.
I was promised that Roger could speak about the light conversation.
We
That was
didn't,
mentioned earlier at this time in the agenda. Okay, well, but I want Roger to talk to it too. Okay, go ahead. All right.
All
It's your turn.
right, so, in any conversation, consider the source. So Priscilla is on the board of directors of the Chronic Fatigue and Immune Dysfunction Syndrome of America.
okay, this is not related to this agenda
Pennsylvania Sport
items. Point of order.
Farm
Get on
Foundation.
to the agenda item.
I think if they're gonna comment, they need to stick to not insulting other people.
Spending millions of dollars to build a barn in violation of
Okay, we're
open
talking
space
about a ball
law.
field.
Doesn't want to have kids playing baseball on a field that's been built
Ball fields.
and designed by the engineer, has been fully paid for, and these fine
ever shut
folks
up?
want to operate a baseball field on behalf of the township and maintain it for us at no cost to the township, out of the goodness of their hearts, so that kids that are involved in baseball can play baseball instead of dealing drugs or robbing stores or making fun of Priscilla or whatever they're gonna do.
I'm gonna bring a
Don't interrupt
cloth
me.
to the next meeting, and I'm gonna ring it.
We have a childless
He lies.
person who's playing politics, childless person playing politics with a baseball field. And what does she do in her usual fashion, like she's done time after time after time in this township, whether it's the Meadows Road Bridge or whatever it is, she finds some fringe person to concoct a complaint, and then she uses that person to create this political football to the detriment of the overall community here. We have one complainer, we have 12,000 residents. One complainer, 12,000 residents equals 0.0000083% of the population, or 0.0083% of the population. And she's gonna hitch her star to this complainer and create a shit show for the baseball people so that kids can't turn on the lights and play baseball at night instead of wandering the streets and getting in trouble, okay? Keep that in mind here. It's non-existent, it's a non-existent political football here. And what does she do? She gets somebody to send us an email, and this is what this person says. Resident. These are the topics.
Hi.
Stop interrupting me. Unresolved issue with ball field lighting. What's unresolved about it? They used it one time in the fall to try it out, to try to work out the kinks Brian said he thought it would be a good idea to work out the kinks and see how everything works and the lights and everything else. They've consulted with the lighting experts to try to adjust the lights and try to minimize any overflow. These are LED lights that were specifically designed to eliminate and limit the bleed over of the lights from the property. And what do you have? You got one person who's complaining about it, the same person who sat there with a shotgun and threatened kids who were trying to use the ball field. And we're gonna bend over backwards for this person who was threatening kids who were trying to use a baseball field. You're gonna bend over backwards and prevent for the other 99.9917% of the population is gonna suffer because of this one jackass that's gonna complain about this stuff. And the same person, and Roger can talk to this, you were out there and you met with the person and you tried to find a way to make amends and to correct this person's problem. And you said, you know what we can do? We have a fund that developers put money into and they provide trees to us and we can put up trees on the property and create a green screen. And what does the person do? Nope, you can't come up my lane to put the trees in on the property. The guy wants to complain about it, but he won't allow the township to try to alleviate the condition. But Priscilla doesn't tell you about that. She wants to bend over backwards, not because she cares about this citizen, because she wants to screw baseball players, and she wants to screw the families and the public, all right? So let's be very clear about that. The next person that the complaint is, unauthorized use of private lane. What's unauthorized? We're not using the private lane. I asked the gentleman that. Are you gonna try to use this private lane that's not the public lane? No, we're not. We don't need to. There's a walkway, a paved walkway that goes up to the back. There's a fence that has an opening in the back with a gate that they can bring machinery and whatever they need through the fence line, okay? So, and Roger, you can probably attest to this. When this whole project started years ago, Link Treadwell, township manager, may have been Leslie at the time, and or Mark, you, I believe had conversations with the property owners and said, hey, what do you think about the township acquiring your private lane? We'll own it, we'll maintain it, we'll pave it, because right now it's dirt and it's pothole filled. How about if we do that and you won't have to maintain it? And they wanted no part of that, okay? And now they want to complain about unauthorized use. Nobody's using the lane. It's your private lane. If somebody trespasses on it, well then call the police because it's a trespass. Then you got excessive noise due to night games. Well, I've been there, folks, and games out there have gone on in the middle of summer, at the height when the sun's the brightest in June. Games have gone on to at least 9:15, 9:20, maybe even 9:30 until everybody gets out of there, okay? So what do you talk about excessive noise? There were games already being played there. They play games there all the time. It's a heavily used field because there's a need for it, especially in the fall when Dimmock Park's large baseball field is unavailable because youth football is using it. You need a big baseball field. We have none other. You're not permitted to use the high school field because it's the high school field. There's no excessive noise, none. Trespassing and littering. You're gonna have trespassing and littering everywhere in the township, and that's what the police are here to enforce. I know they got better things to do and they don't want to be enforcing that, but they're complaining. Spectators and players may frequently trespass on our property during the games, leaving behind garbage and causing disruption. They're already out there using the baseball field. Drainage and water runoff issues. Brian checked the engineering on it, engineered it. There were some issues, they've been addressed. There's no runoff issues. The grass is taken, vegetation is taken, improvements have been made. There's no water runoff issues. Potential water and well contamination. Here's a good one. There's a damn cemetery next door. What about, no disrespect to the dead, but there are bodies that are in that cemetery that are decomposing. And if you're gonna say that this baseball field is leaching more into the earth than the cemetery, give me a break. And you got heavy industry across the street, thanks to Priscilla, who never did anything to represent the residents of the township that live on Easton Road to protect them from the truck traffic and all the industry that went in Bethlehem, okay? Then you talk about traffic and parking concerns. Again, back to Priscilla. The traffic on Easton Road is her fault. She's the one that never prevented trucks from coming out onto Easton Road, which is a state road. Parking concerns, Ms. Ryman brought up a valid point. There are 42 parking spaces there. The engineer designed this field with adequate parking. And on top of that, it's my understanding, maybe the baseball people can attest to this, there is a church across the street that has a parking lot. And now they're gonna say, oh my God, people may park there and walk across Easton Road. The travesty. Well, I bet you people walk across Easton Road when they come out of church. I bet you they walk across Easton Road when they go to the old schoolhouse. I bet you they walk across Easton Road when they go to the pavilion on the north side of the street, I'm sorry, the south side of the street. I bet you they walk across Easton Road when they visit the cemetery. So to suggest that walking across Easton Road is some ultra-hazardous proposition is absolutely absurd. It's absurd. I'm not done. This person who comes forward now with this email, after the ball field has been built, not before, not while it's being designed, not while it's being engineered, not while it's being discussed, they're coming forward now. As the ball field's done, and these folks want to have baseball games taking place on that ball field starting in March when their season starts, when they need lights so that their kids can get out there and start practicing and improve their skills. Let me read to you something. October 26, 2011. January 3, 2012, October 24, 2012, November 7, 2012, October 23, 2013, March 5, 2014, June 18, 2014, September 2, 2020, October 21, 2020, November 17, 2021, January 19, 2022, March 16, 2022, September 21, 2022, October 5, 2022, October 19, 2022, November 16, 2022, January 18, 2023, February 7, 2024, February 21, 2024, March 20, 2024, April 3, 2024, April 14, 2024, and the 19th, April 19th, 2023, May 15, 2024, May 17, 2023, June 19, 2024, July 24, 2024, August 16, 2023, August 21, 2024, September 4, 2024, September 20, 2023, October 4, 2023, October 18, 2023, and November 15, 2023. Anybody want to guess what those are?
Council meetings.
Council meetings. And you know what? Who didn't come to any one of those council meetings? Who didn't send an email in about any of those council meetings? Who didn't contact any of their councilmen or councilwomen about anything on the agenda for those council meetings? The damn people that are trying to complain about this now. So what is it, folks? Is it really a complaint? Were they asleep at the wheel for all of those, 30, 40 meetings? I don't know how many there were that I read. Or is this something that, is this all ginned up by Priscilla? Is this all ginned up by Priscilla to try to prevent you folks from using the baseball field? And to say that there's not support for the baseball field is absurd. Here's a letter that I received on December 21st, 2023, and I've read this previously and I'll read it again. This is from the postmaster of the Hellertown Post Office on United States Postal Service letterhead. To the members of the Lower Saucon Council, my family and I are very excited about the new baseball field underway on Easton Road. Our boys, Joey and Frankie, and many of their friends have played baseball on that field for many years. I've driven by the field several times lately to see the progress being made, and I'm looking forward to the day the field is finally open to all. It's exciting to finally have a full-size baseball field in Lower Saucon for year-round use available for these kids, young and old, to play baseball and softball on. This is a field of dreams for our community to enjoy for many generations to come, and thank you all on council for the foresight on this project. Lisa and I were pleasantly surprised at the council's decision. It goes on and on about that. Thank you for recognizing. Looking forward to the day when this field opens to all. Sincerely, Joseph C. DeRusso, postmaster of the Hellertown Post Office. I mean, how much clearer could it be that people want this? And how much clearer can it be that certain elements of this township are oppositional to anything good that can possibly happen here? That's what they're doing here. I mean, it's ridiculous that there would be such animosity, such garbage towards this. This is a good thing. If you can't agree that a baseball field is a good thing, then you got your head up your ass. Truly you do. I'd like to say one other thing. With regard to the agreement itself, there are two parts of it that I have some issues with, and maybe the people from baseball can address this for me. I don't know if you remember the agreement, on page 1, under building usage, it says Saucon Valley Diamond Sports, HLSLL, Hellertown Lower Saucon Little League. will have access to a garage bay to store field maintenance equipment. Lower Saucon Public Works will have access to a garage bay to store public works equipment. Bay usage will be coordinated with the Director of Public Works. There is a second story to that building. My understanding is that that second story was going to be used as a press box for keeping score, for operating the scoreboard and things like that. And this agreement does not mention that. And I think it should, because my understanding would, or my expectation would be that you would want to have access to that second floor so that you can operate a scoreboard and monitor the game and make sure that things are operating smoothly to a better vantage point. So I would suggest that the agreement, to the extent that it's going to be approved tonight, be amended with regard to that paragraph to include the press box or the second floor area.
It also mentions somewhere about the scoreboard controller being kept somewhere, so I think it was kind of just forgotten. I've talked to Roger and Kath, when we used it in October, we talked, I think it was just left out on accident.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure, because these people will try to screw you out of using that space and say, well, you shouldn't be up there, you're in violation, we're going to kick you out.
We'd like to use the full amenities at the field office, absolutely.
Thank you.
That's why we built it.
Second thing I
We're trying
have
to
here.
prevent it. Voters remember who's trying to prevent it, Democrats.
Baseball field lights will be out at 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. Kathy, what is the nuisance ordinance in the township in terms of quiet time and nuisances? 10 o'clock to what, 7 a.m.?
I believe it's 10 to 7,
So, and the basketball court that we have out here,
10 p.m.
10 p.m. So why are we being more restrictive than the nuisance ordinance? Why are we being more restrictive than the basketball court, which is also, I would argue, is in a more residential area than the baseball field is? How did this 9 p.m. term come into this contract? Who put that in there? Whose idea was it?
I did.
You did.
I was communicating with them as well.
What was the earlier one?
They wanted 8 p.m.
8 p.m.
No,
Whose idea was the 8 p.m.?
I just put that in there as a draft and sent it over to them. It had nothing to do with nobody. Nobody.
Priscilla didn't tell you to put it in there?
Cover up.
No.
Cover up.
In transparency, when she and Roger sent it, they said, this is a draft, like, look over it.
Put in your suggestions, put in whatever you want, whatever.
Are there any things that you wanted
Really sold out.
that are not as part of this agreement, other than what I just talked about, in terms of the additional space on the second floor and the time to be consistent with the nuisance ordinance?
I think the only thing was the agreement at one point state, or it does state, 10 days notice.
I saw that.
Which, I mean.
Determination.
You're in the middle of a season, which is a lot longer than 10 days.
Yeah.
So if there's a decision made within 10 days, we lose use to a field that we absolutely need. There's 2 fields that we can use. There's 2 teams, and then you get into the season where juniors and County Mac overlaps, so County Mac will get used of the field as well. You could have upwards of 4 teams trying to play 2 fields. Weather becomes a factor. You're pushing games up against each other. I mean, there's 100% a need for a second field.
Well, I would argue then that 180 days would probably be more appropriate, half a year. And I say that because if you were to get a 30-day notice and the township dropped it on your lap on March 15th, it would kind of screw up your season, because now you're stuck without a field from like April 15th until May 15th, which is probably the heart of the season, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to make a motion to approve the proposed agreement with 3 amendments. In the 3rd paragraph, this agreement shall remain in effect until terminated by either party with 180 days written notice. In building usage, Saucon Valley Diamond Sports HLS LL will have access to a garage and the second floor press box area. Or the garage bay to store field maintenance and the press box area usage. And also to amend the last sentence on page 2, baseball field lights to be out by 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 10 p.m. 7 days a week.
No railing. I don't want a railing, and I'll second it. That railing.
And I'll amend
I'm
it,
gonna
no
talk to
railing.
Brian about that.
I'm going to make a motion to include no railing as well.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Tom.
Railing.
Railing.
They didn't want to put this railing
Priscilla's
in.
clamored for a railing. to go
She's
up.
old, she needs something to hold on to, I don't know. It's insanity.
I'll amend it a couple ways. I'm going to amend my motion to also include no railing along the walkway, and the purpose of not having a railing on the walkway is so that if there is a need to drive a vehicle up the walkway that is wider than the width of that walkway, that it allows the wheels of the vehicle to be off the walkway and on the grass part to get up there for some reason. If there was a railing, it would prevent that means of access to the back of the property. Also, with regard to the wall that Priscilla talked about at the Parks and Rec, that is behind there, it's my understanding that there is no fence atop the wall because the fence would be a greater attractive nuisance for kids to climb up. It would create a greater height for kids to fall and hit their heads. So in light of that, no fence on the wall, but to put a sign on the wall saying, stay off the wall.
Somebody who had kids would know that, but somebody who never did.
Priscilla's clearly not climbing on that wall. She's probably climbing up other walls, but not that wall.
I would also say that the railing being down doesn't it also prevent the temptation for anybody to take a vehicle up the private lane?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the big concern of theirs, is they're gonna use the private lane. Big concern of Priscilla's and Victoria's and Lost is they're gonna use the private lane.
My correct name.
And they're gonna use the private lane, but then they want a railing to almost force the usage of the private lane. That's the games they're playing, you know, they don't want the field used. Is it my turn? Are you done? I second that motion. I second that motion.
Yeah, and the other thing would be to direct Roger to proceed with doing plantings as were proposed, finding an alternate means to gain access to the area that needs plantings, if possible, when he and Public Works get to it. And it's not, this agreement to use the baseball field shall not be contingent upon those plantings being in place. They'll get in place when they get in place, because the gentleman who's complaining about it won't even allow us to use the driveway to get up there. And I guess before I yield my time, I would like to hear from Roger about any discussions that took place out there, because there may be some details of that I want to include in my motion.
At the microphone, because I have and I want to clarify and Roger, you can confirm this for me. The planting, the green shields you suggested was going to be on township property, not on this complaining gentleman's property. You just needed access to his property to plant the green shield, the trees, I think they're arborvitaes, if I remember correctly, on township property.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, can you talk about the conversation you had with Priscilla's Looney Tune friend here? Go ahead. And that the gentleman in the Philly shirt, I forget your name, referenced earlier. Tom referenced earlier about that conversation with the lights and what happened.
When we turned the lights on and there was bleed over that was complained on, we first contacted Hanover Engineering, who did the design and the build of and the inspection of the entire project to make sure that they were put in correctly. We also contacted the contractor to see what extra could be done to try to alleviate some of that. They re-aimed the lights some. We discussed putting up some shields. We determined that probably wasn't a route that would work to any degree. We tried to determine which lights were, if there was one or two out of all of the standards, to determine if there was one or two that could be possibly shaded, turned, replaced, or just moved, and found that it's not one or two. There's across the entire field. So it's aimed about as well as it could be aimed with as far as we could go. Anything further than that, it would have to go back through, some sort of degree of engineering. I think the last thing that we did was we looked at the possibility of putting up the arborvitae to do that, which we can do. There will be an additional cost to do it if we stay completely on township property to do it, because we can't get a machine in there, so everything's going to have to be hand carted, hand dug, hand planted, as opposed to a tree spade to put them in.
That you could take up the private lane and plant the arborvitaes on township property.
Correct.
he just won't give you access to the private lane for that 1 day or two that it could possibly take. How long would that take?
We had a contractor that was gonna do it, and he indicated that it would be a less than a 1-day process.
Less than a 1-day project. He's complaining about the lighting. We're offering to pay for a green shield. And this is Priscilla ginning this up. This is all Priscilla. It's not this guy. And the Democrats. And people should remember that when they go to vote this year. Now listen.
Stop talking for us and making up false statements.
Now listen. So less than a half a day use of this private lane to put up a green shield that would prevent what he's complaining about, the lights coming towards his house.
I don't know that it would prevent it. I believe it would help it. Eventually, you know, as they grow, it would help more and more, but.
Right. But it would also give him some privacy and give the field some privacy.
It would certainly help.
It would certainly help.
It would hurt.
Right. Now, what did you feel about the lighting personally? Did you think it was,
We had a gentleman there from the lighting company who had a light meter. He took measurements of it, and according to him, everything was within the allowable standards.
Wow. Everything was everything was in the allowable standards.
That's the indication that I got.
The way the lights are currently configured now.
That is correct.
That is correct.
We're going to shut this down for one guy.
Yeah. Just because Priscilla and the Democrats here are upset that we built a baseball field. We actually accomplished something for this township that she couldn't do for 37 years, 4 years, whatever she's been on. Well, thank you very much. That was very helpful, and I appreciate that. Now, Brian, I'd like you to discuss the railing and the fencing and why.
Any other issues?
And any other issues you feel are pertinent that we've missed, as far as safety, for example, or whatever. Floor is yours.
The issues that I'm aware of, which include the railing, and you were correct in that the reason there's no railing there is because that's our paved access up through there. So if the league wants to run a golf cart up there
or the township, if the township wants to run a golf cart.
the township's equipment, it would severely restrict it.
And what would be the alternative if there's a railing there? Would they have to use the private lane?
Well, there are gates that go in through the outfield, but to keep any kind of machinery off, and regular vehicle, if they end up using a golf cart or a gator to take supplies up on a regular basis, or water bottles or anything like that, you're better off to use that paved access.
Now, what about this fence that Priscilla, who's never had children, thinks is a danger to children?
What we tried to do was keep the fencing to prevent kids from getting up. Well, you're never going to prevent a kid from doing anything, but to at least minimize the chance of the kids getting up on top of the wall from the side. So we put the fence on the sides, knowing that the danger to putting a fence on top of a wall is, number one, access to something that's going on either side of the wall. And then otherwise, if you fall, you're falling double the height.
Right. And Brian, you have children?
Yes.
And what do children like to do when they see fences? Climb them. Oh, there we go.
We're not in court here.
There we go. There we go. Priscilla, breaking news. Breaking news, Priscilla. Kids like to climb fences.
Issues.
Breaking news to Priscilla.
Been brought to my attention over the last few months. If Park and Rec puts a list together, I'll look at that list. So.
Would it be your recommendation for no railing to allow machinery or other vehicles to get up there, and it'd be your opinion that the fencing is appropriate the way it is?
I'm just explaining to council the thought process that went into both of those items the way they are today. If council doesn't like that, you can change it, but at least there was a thought process that went into it.
Disappointed.
You designed the. I mean, you were engineer for the field.
The pathway itself has ADA slopes to it and landings.
So it meets all the ADA requirements.
It's not incorrect that it could benefit to have a rail for ADA reasons, but for access reasons, it's not there.
But the current condition of the path the trail meets ADA requirements in all aspects.
In slope aspects, yes. Certainly more than some of the other parks.
You'd think someone with a disability would know that, but I guess not. All right. All right. Well, I made my seconded with those. Oh no, I did. I'm sorry. I forgot something. I forgot.
Last term of my motion is that Kathy will execute the agreement tomorrow so that you guys can get after it.
Yeah, I'll second that too. But I have a Kathy. There was somebody said that there are 4 houses on that street, right? What's it called? Church?
Three. There's 3 homes.
3 property owners, right?
Mm-hmm.
And correct me if I'm wrong, they were all sent, they were all approached about, possibly the township buying their land with open space and expanding the park that way. You talked to them?
We did talk to them. 2 of them were somewhat receptive. I'm not, the third, I didn't hear from.
Right, but the 2, and here's another way they're trying to sabotage. So 2 out of the 3 property owners were willing to have the township pay for an appraisal and have an offer for the land. We have $12 million in the open space fund, 12 million. And that's what I wanted to see happen. I wanted them to get an appraisal. What happened? It went before Mrs. Ray's EAC. And EAC determined that they didn't want to do that. And they recommended the council not get appraisals for these people. These people could have gotten out of their homes and out of their properties, and the EAC refused to even recommend that this council give them an appraisal. We have $12 million in the bank for stuff like this, and it can only be used for stuff like this. And they refused to do this. This is how they are against this. 2 out of the 3 would have been gone. The problem guy might have even seen what they've gotten and said, give me an appraisal too. All 3 of them could have been gone. You could have. They didn't have that option because the Democrats on EAC would not provide them with an appraisal. They would not recommend.
Don't understand how open space funding works.
Would not open space. So they wouldn't recommend to council to get an appraisal, and therefore this council decided not to order an appraisal. Jason and I wanted an appraisal. It was a 3-2 vote to not to get an appraisal. And again, they have $12 million. Those $12 million is your tax dollars, okay? There was a open space fund, 0.25%. It was on there for 15 years, and I supported that. And it's great that we have this $12 million. And here's a perfect chance to use it to make everybody happy, to have the park expanded for whatever, to have these people's, only really one of them, 1 out of 3 is complaining. But they could have got not just if they didn't want to live next to a park any longer, although they've lived next to a park forever. The park's been there for like 80 years. But what hasn't been there for 80 years is the warehousing and across the street and the truck traffic up and down their Eastern Road. These people asked for an out. They filled out the paperwork. Am I correct, Kathy? They filled out the paperwork to be considered, right? They filled out the paperwork to be considered by EAC. And EAC shot it down, and the Democrats on this council shot it down. So they could have got away from the truck traffic. They could have got away from the warehouses. The park could have been expanded. We wouldn't have to worry about it. We could have taken that road, made it a township road, paved it, and we wouldn't have any of these access concerns whatsoever. But they refused to do it.
We'll discuss this.
So that's where you're at. They don't want a ball field because, you know why? The Republican majority, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
I'm done with you.
Good. Because it's something we accomplished. Yeah, leave. If you're so tired, if you can't handle it.
That we limit our discussion on this
that's
for
it.
3 minutes.
And
5 minutes per council person.
Yeah, maybe.
On this item, because they're just, right now, it's
You
filibuster version.
talk about the landfill for 40 minutes and say nothing.
So I would like to just.
Talk about the landfill for 40 minutes and say nothing.
Stop yelling in my ear.
I would like to get through the rest of the council members to discuss the motion. We haven't even been able to discuss the
Remember she read the letters for 45 minutes? Remember that, Anne Marie? Oh, my God. 45 minutes. Now she wants to put, now because we're talking
Yelling
about
in
a
my
baseball
ear.
field, which she's against, a baseball field that she's against, she wants to limit me to 3 minutes.
I would
Right,
like to,
right.
on this agenda item, move forward with the motion that they've talked about
Make a
now.
motion. We seconded a motion.
I know, and you haven't let anybody else talk.
You'll get your chance. You'll get your
I'm
chance.
waiting. That's what my point is.
It's only 10 after 9. What are you turning to? A pumpkin at 9:15?
Moving over to Victoria for comment on this
You
item.
don't turn into a pumpkin. I'm sure you turn into something
I think there's,
worse, much worse. Right? You got to give me something much worse than a pumpkin. I can't think right now.
Stop talking.
She's laughing. She gets it.
I appreciate the want and desire to move forward and playing on the field, and I want them to be able to play on the field. I want to make that clear that I want the field to be used. I also appreciate that we are now moving in the direction of allowing our youth athletics organizations to help in maintaining those fields. I think that's a very good step forward, and I appreciate that you want to do that and that you're offering to do that. And I think it's a great idea. So that those parts of the agreement and our policies in our township that give you precedent to reserve the field, all of that is wonderful. All of that is wonderful. I don't know that the agreement is clear in that the township would maintain the control, as I explained to you before, when you came up during public comment. When another organization comes in to use the field, they would have to approach the township. And I understand the way this is written. It allows the input of the Diamond Sports organization in the yes or no of that organization to use the infield. And I think that is different than any other field in our township. No other field do we give, while it might be, and I don't have a problem with Kathy making a phone call and saying, hey, is this okay in the terms of, is it gonna conflict with your schedule? So my understanding from what the township does is when they call to ask if it's okay for the other organizations to use the field, it isn't to say, yes, we think that organization's a good organization, they're gonna treat the land correctly. It's about scheduling question. So I want the agreement to be clear about scheduling and making sure that we maintain our policy, but that we also don't open the door to allow any youth organization to have a say as far as whether the organization is good or bad, or the other internal analysis that happens to approve another group to use the field. As it relates to the proposed amendments to the agreement, I think Mr. Benonis said, if the agreement shall remain in effect until terminated by either party within 10 days of written notice. I can't remember what the amount of days was. It was 180? I think that's a little bit excessive.
What do you propose? What do you propose? Because you don't play baseball.
Our staff has relayed to us that, we have a wonderful organization that's very robust right now and has very, very knowledgeable people to maintain the field, which I think is wonderful. But we don't know what we don't know in the future, and I would not want to have this agreement for a future organization in place. So, I mean, I'm in favor of tabling so we can address this. The other issue that I want to address,
You're going to stall so they can't use the baseball field during the month of March. That's exactly what you're doing.
This agreement is about maintenance of the ball field. It's not.
It's usage.
So the other thing I want to address, and it's because it did come up during this discussion, is the pathway. And I can appreciate the need for wanting to go up with a gator to unload materials, unload stuff. Great. But I don't think that this agreement is clear that if we're going to have a lot of traffic that's like from motor vehicles, gators, whatever, going up the pathway and then potentially tearing up the grass that's right next to the pathway, who's responsible for that and how it would be responsible. So if the township uses the pathway to put in the arborvitaes, which I am in favor of, because I feel that we do need to put those trees up and it's appropriate, and on that part of it I'm 100% in favor of. But what I would not want to have happen is that we have a precedent where we're continuously using gators and stuff to go on the pathway that's only partially paved for the width of a gator or whatever. So
Who do you think wants this field to be so beautiful? We do. If we
I'm just providing my comment about, I'm not saying I don't agree with this. I want to have these addressed. That's all I'm saying in agreement. I think that's where I'm at. So.
There's no snack stand.
All right, we generally don't do back and forth, sorry. Yeah, we already had the public comment, though. We have another period for public comment.
Let's have somebody who knows what they're talking about. Roger. Let's have Roger clarify this.
Again, the question that I had was, clearly before, there was a discussion of wanting gators and other vehicles to go up to the path, use the path to unload things and to plant the arborvitaes. I'm happy with the planting of the arborvitaes, and I'm happy with using the pathway with a gator. I am just concerned with the portion where those vehicles would be on the grass and we would have maintenance ongoing to maintain the grass part next to the pathway. Does that make sense to you, Roger?
Doesn't make any sense.
Go ahead.
I think let Roger speak for
talk. That's
himself.
right.
Let him speak for himself. Don't answer for the man. Well, you just did. I had two people answer for him before he could even open his mouth.
Put this out of here. This doesn't go in front of me. Put it in front of you. Put it in front of you.
I just want to point out that the need to get a utility vehicle up there goes far beyond stocking a snack stand. Trash.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to carry bags of trash up and down or that hill, and that's something that's going to have to be done weekly, if not bi-weekly, or more often than that. So while I don't oppose a railing,
I'm not even talking about a railing. I'm just talking about the width of the pavement.
Finish answering the question.
if a railing was put up, it would have to do so that it's either hinged or removable, that we could stay on the blacktop to get the utility vehicles, the gators, or
Why are we talking about a railing? The engineer said there's no need for a railing. I don't understand why we're back to this
My
again.
question was the tearing
we
up
can't
of
get
the
up
turf.
there with the railing with the gator, and we have to be able to get up there with the gator. You can't drive across that field 3 times a week.
To be clear, at the old Easton Road ball field, there were trash cans, and Public Works would pick up the trash at that field, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, but also,
Yes.
she's misrepresenting the planning of the arbs. You need the private lane for the arbs, or you have to walk them up there one by one.
We could do it. We could do it. It's going to increase the cost.
Increase the cost, because you have to walk them up there instead of taking them up there with a truck and something to dig the holes with.
No, I wouldn't have a problem with us using our equipment on our park property to plant them. I don't have a problem with that.
She's unbelievable. She doesn't understand. Would you explain again that it's not our property you would need?
No, I'm talking about the paved pathway.
We can't get up there with the piece of equipment.
And if you can't get up there, that's okay. I'm okay with us spending extra time to put the arborvitae there. I think it's better for the players because it doesn't provide the opportunity for them to go on an area where you have somebody with a shotgun ready and, ready, hot and loaded and might be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't want that happening. So I want the arborvitaes there to protect everybody, protect the players and protect everybody. My comment, and I go back to this, and Roger, I'm not talking about a hinge, I'm not talking about a railing. I'm talking about the width of the pavement and whether or not the gator wheels or other wheels of other utility vehicles that would be transporting trash bags or whatever else back and forth on a regular basis, can those wheels fit on the paved portion of that walkway? And if they cannot fit on the paved portion of the walkway, I would like the agreement to just specify that we have something in place so that we're not constantly trying to re-grass or whatever, so we don't have all this mud and crap from tires who tore up the grass next to the pavement. That's my concern, not railings.
Answer it. I believe that we can get a utility gator, a utility ATV up and down on the paved surface without doing damage to the grass, as long as there's no railings.
Okay.
If there's railings, it won't work,
Okay.
unless they're removable.
So I would like the agreement to be clear about the concern that we maintain that side portion of the pathway. That's my concern, because I could easily see we have all kinds of different people, you know, unloading and loading stuff there, and that area can get, you know, destroyed quickly. And right now, the infield is maintained by the Little League group, and the outfield is maintained by the township, so I could foresee that happening on a regular basis. And I can appreciate that we unloaded trash before, but this is a different field and it's gonna be highly used, and I'm happy that it's gonna be highly used comparatively. While I don't agree with the cost and the whole nonsense, we could have been able to rehab that area for much less than 3.6 million. That's the argument for a different day. Now the ball field is here. I didn't authorize the ball field, but I think it should be used. I think we need to table this to address these specific issues. I don't think we should prevent the use of the field pending.
What are the issues?
I just went through it and I'm not wasting any more time on it.
Stay on the path.
I'm not wasting any more time. I explained it to you. If you had your ears open, you could have heard.
Said the gator would stay on the path. So what's the issue that you have?
They can't use the field.
I just explained it to you 3 times. I said the agreement needs to spell out how we're going to keep the maintenance of the grass next to the pavement in a decent condition, so it's not muddy and it's not torn up. That's number 1 on the agreement. Number 2 on the agreement has to be clear that we're not going to give decision-making over the use of the field to a youth organization that's separate and apart from any other policy we have in the township. I don't have any problems with those things, and I don't have a problem with the use of the field pending the outcome of these issues. But that's where I stand on it, and that's why I cannot support your motion.
We'll be able to use it. Our next meeting is not for another 2 weeks.
Let me ask the folks in baseball. If I amended my motion to say that baseball would agree to maintain the area adjacent to, the grass area adjacent to the paved walkway that's on the third base side of the field, would you agree to that?
I think it's just a non-issue.
I know it is, but to shut up Big Mouth over here, okay? To shut up Big Mouth and to take this issue off the table, to have this part of the agreement so that she's not stalling and wasting everybody's time, would you agree to do that?
I mean, she wants to table it so you don't play. She should probably find another reason to table it, or she.
I don't have a problem with the use of the field pending the resolution of the tweaking the agreement. That's it. So stop saying I want to stall them from using the field. That's not the purpose.
Stop interrupting my question.
So I'm gonna, every time you misstate what I say, I'm gonna interrupt you, because it's my words out of my mouth, not yours.
Well, I think if I understand all that blather, I think what she's talking about is the grass area that is to the edge of the paved walkway that leads up the third base side alongside the wall. She's concerned that somebody might run a gator and the wheels may drop off of the asphalt, it may touch on the grass and somehow do something there.
We would never be running that gator.
Yeah, the township would.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Right, but she wants them to maintain it.
The agreement has to be clear then that if you don't need the walkway area to load it. I'm talking about, like, you know, you're going to be selling water and snacks and whatever else. Maybe you guys are going to have like your baseball equipment, like the
food in the bathrooms.
You know, they have like bags with bats and your stuff. Like, do you want to carry that up the field to get it closer to the batting field? Right. So my assumption is that instead of having all the boys lug their bags one by one up the pathway.
Oh my God.
Sorry, you don't know baseball.
Yeah. You ever been to a youth baseball game?
They're young men.
So if you don't have it stored there, that's my question. It's on their back. It's on their back. My point is that the agreement needs to be clear on that. But I am not trying to prevent you from using the field right now. Let's just be clear.
It is clear.
Be clear.
That's the essence of how we get to play a game.
We can't legislate that a child.
No, but that there should not be that no organizations can use vehicles to go up the paved path. I mean, that's pretty clear.
I mean, too much
That's where I'm at with it.
here with the audience, and we're not getting anywhere.
I think I made it clear. I can't make it any more clear. I'm not arguing with people.
Realities of monitoring a baseball.
Right. They know nothing about it.
Questions answered.
They are micromanagers.
She doesn't know what baseball is. You put a volleyball in front of her, she thinks of baseball.
not your turn to talk either, so.
Issue has come up here that is not addressed.
Just so it's clear on the record, as I understand it, Saucon Valley Diamond Sports and Hellertown Lower Saucon Little League would not be running any gator on that walkway.
And it should be in the agreement that way. It should be in the agreement that way, so that we don't have any organization running their.
Hellertown Lower Saucon Little League.
Have any organization
You would not
running
have
their
any, you would not
trucks
have
or
any
whatever
need,
up
nor
those
would
walkways.
be running any machinery on that lane.
It should be in the agreement, that's it. It's amending the agreement. They can use the field
I will
with
amend my
those
motion
issues.
that that's Saucon Valley Diamond
No,
Sports.
any organization, not them, any organization.
They're the ones that are bound by the agreement. They're not going to be enforcing the agreement. It's the township to enforce others that may be using it. They're not going. It's not their job to enforce this. They're limiting it to what their usages of it. So I'm going to amend my motion to reflect that Saucon Valley, an additional term shall be added to the agreement that Saucon Valley Diamond Sports and Hellertown Lower Saucon Little League agrees that no machinery shall be operated adjacent to the paved walkway on the third base side of the baseball field.
The fact that that's necessary is unbelievable.
So with that amendment, do you second?
Yes.
Tom seconds, thank you.
You're right. That's how,
Right, so that-
it's insanity.
The other
Listen,
things I had an issue with was.
here we go. See, she doesn't want.
There's more.
Remember I said the 180 day limit that your amendment changing 10 to 180
What do
days.
you want? How many days?
The 180 days that you just changed, that's number one.
How many days you want?
And number two,
Tell me how many days,
I said
maybe I'll
that
amend
we
it.
have to change the agreement to make sure it's clear that we're not giving authority to the organization
How
to.
many days?
You're not listening. I can't help you. I can't help you.
You
If
said
you're
you
not
want
going to listen, I
180
can't
days, so
help
tell me, what do you want, 90?
I am trying to tell you and you're interrupting.
Number. How hard is it to say 2 digits?
You're interrupting. I am trying to explain to you the other things that I said about 5 times before. I said, I don't agree with the motion that the amendments to the motion that you made to change that date. Okay, that's number one. Number two, where it's at. It's at where it's at. Okay? It says right there.
How many days do you want?
How many days do you want? Answer the damn question. There. It says it. It's your amendment that you changed it. So I'm asking you to rescind your request for that amendment. Yes.
No. I'm amending them.
For what purpose?
Okay, we're, okay. I think we're gonna have a recess now. I'm gonna call for a recess because we're out of control and we're not getting anywhere. We're gonna have a recess right now. The time is 9:24. We're gonna have a recess.
You are the biggest ass I've ever met.
Wasting all this money is a really interesting re-election strategy.
Yeah, yep. Don't forget, voters, November. May and November.
Victoria ran to the bathroom. Oh,
Did we get any,
she ran to the bathroom.
Yeah, there's a few.
Yeah.
You're on.
Okay, we're gonna reconvene here. So the time is 9:39. We're gonna reconvene our meeting.
Extra innings.
I don't.
Overtime.
I don't need any fun, but I spoke with representatives of the youth organization.
Finally let them speak, huh?
No, I spoke with them
Yeah.
when we were in recess. What I said to them, and I think what their biggest concern is that they have a league that needs to be starting to practice this coming Sunday, because they've held it up because they wanted to get this agreement in place. What I said to them is, I'm happy to open the field for their use today or tomorrow, because it's nighttime now, but tomorrow.
You made a motion to table it.
No, I didn't make the motion. He had a motion on the table. What I said was I would be happy for them to start playing tomorrow, or to use it as of tomorrow. And we use the next 2 weeks to tweak these small items, which I think they're in agreement with the things that at least I raised concerns about.
What are the tweaks?
And the tweaks are to clarify about the use of the grass or use of vehicles on the walkway to and from, okay?
That they're not gonna go off the walkway. What else is there to tweak?
Can I finish what I'm saying?
I'm gonna answer each item. I wanna know.
I'm not asking for you to answer. I'm saying I would be comfortable with
Delaying them.
no.
Holding it over their
Making
head.
a motion to allow them to start using the field tomorrow. And then the next 3 weeks, we can address these issues.
In 2 weeks, we have a meeting.
Well, fine. I don't care. I'll give them even more time. I've spoken with them.
They'd like an agreement so they can just move forward and have some peace of mind instead of this stupidity.
They get to use the field tomorrow. There is no delay.
And if you sign the agreement, they get to use the agreement tomorrow.
But there's issues with this.
What are the issues?
I have told you.
What, the amount of
I have
time
told
for the
you.
termination clause?
Okay,
No,
we're
that's where I'm
just
at.
arguing.
That is the motion that I am comfortable with. Your motion is something different. We have to
Foolishness.
vote on that
It's
motion.
foolishness.
So if you want to go through.
You ram through all sorts of
If
garbage
you
all the
wanna go
time, and you're
through-
dragging it out to torment these people.
If you want to go through with your motion the way it was.
I'm going to.
Okay.
Vote
then I
it
will
down.
vote no to that, and I will make my motion.
Laura has the balls to do it too, and if Priscilla does.
That's
Let's
right,
see.
absolutely.
That's it.
Let's see if they
Absolutely,
do.
we're gonna have a vote on this. They want to create a campaign issue that we build a $3.5 million
Okay,
baseball
Tom,
field.
you
that
already
they'll say
spoke,
can't be
and
used.
we've already
They'll say
gone
can't be
around the
used, but
circle,
they
so
wanna
if you
prevent
can
it.
listen.
They want to prevent it from using it. They won't let you.
Had a
Roll call on this, on their
Something else.
motion.
No, I have not gotten to spoke
Go ahead.
anything on this topic at all. Okay,
English is
and
a
you can
second
grow
one.
up.
She is an IT person.
Some of the things that were mentioned in these multiple amendments on the motion don't seem like they belong in this agreement to me, from what I heard. You were talking about the railing and the walkway. Well, that's not anything has to do with their use of the thing.
Anything to shut me up. She wants to tell me what to talk.
You also had about the fence on the back wall. That has nothing to do with their field use agreement. So you were making these amendments that have nothing to do with this agreement, so.
If I withdraw those elements, those terms, that Nothing to do with the railing and nothing to do with the wall.
At this point, we had such a mix-up on.
My motion to withdraw
I think
those
we
terms.
should
Tom,
just
will you
get rid of
second
that motion and start again, is what I'm saying.
We're amending. We're not.
Okay, well,
We made the motion. We'll amend the motion. We're not. We'll rescind it.
we don't even know what the motion is anymore
Go
at
ahead.
this
Well, he'll
point.
repeat it then. He'll repeat it.
I would be agreeable to moving forward with letting them use the field, and then we come back in 2 weeks with this in writing the proper way.
I will amend my motion so that it's perfectly clear to the densest people on earth that I'm sitting here with, that with regard to the proposed draft Easton Road Ball Field Use Agreement, first section under Easton Road Ball Field Agreement, sentence 3, to change the term 10 days written notice to 180 days written notice. To also change the term under building usage on page 1, the first sentence to read, Saucon Valley Diamond Sports HLSLL will have access to a garage bay to store field maintenance equipment and the press box area. And to also amend the last sentence of the agreement on page 2 to reflect that the baseball lights to be out by 10 p.m. daily in accordance with the Lower Saucon Township nuisance ordinance, and that Saucon Valley Diamond Sports and Hellertown Lower Saucon Little League shall not operate any equipment off the paved walkway adjacent to the third base sideline of the field.
Yeah, I'll second that amended motion.
Very clear. I think it was very clear. Was it clear to the baseball folks? Let me ask you that. Was that clear? Is that acceptable?
Is that acceptable?
Thank you.
So
there's my clear motion.
They're going to vote against the baseball people. You know, when the fire people come in and ask for something, they ask for what they want, then they get up and walk out. It's very effective because these three ladies give them whatever they want when they do.
Talking about that right now, so
that might be a strategy you want to use.
Why we're not getting anywhere. So.
And if there are other terms that anybody else would like to recommend to me, I may consider adding that to my motion or amending my motion again. So I welcome comments from the other members of council if they have any specific concerns with my proposed motion or the agreement, to tell me. And I may be willing to amend that motion that's been seconded by Tom.
Do we want to go around in a circle again on this one? I mean, like I said, we had discussed that we would be agreeable for them to start using the field because we don't get behind in their schedule, so that we can work out these.
I also want to clarify something. I asked Kathy, who put 9 o'clock in the agreement, and she said that she did. You say you did in consultation
with Roger and the president of Little League.
Okay, and it was originally suggested 8 o'clock by whom? Which member of council?
Ms. DeLeon did
8 o'clock.
say
She wanted
8 o'clock. I did not put that in.
Right, and so you changed it to 9 or 8 o'clock for a field we put lights on. For a field, right. That's what Priscilla wanted. Right. So and then why did you not go with 10 o'clock, which is the rule for parks, and what the basketball court across the parking lot here is open till 10 o'clock and the lights are on until 10 o'clock. Why didn't you do 10 o'clock?
I thought that this would be up for public discussion since the lighting is an issue.
But why didn't we start at 10 o'clock?
I added that based on conversations with the Little League and Mr. Rossage.
And you knew Priscilla was at 8 o'clock. She said, you said 8 o'clock.
You verbally said to me, but that was never.
Wanted 7.
That was never.
We have another. She wanted 7 o'clock.
Can we get 6 o'clock?
So the lights never come on.
5
that was never.
Now we're just shouting.
Here we go. You see this, guys?
Stop shouting.
She wanted 7 o'clock.
I think that it's not productive if we're trying to help the Little League organization.
It's not productive. When we call her out at 7 o'clock, it's not productive.
Stop yelling.
Members of this council, in an attempt that we're trying to at least do something for the Little League organization and maybe have some agreement among the floor. Maybe we could have an agreement amongst all of us But when you insult people and start criticizing discussions,
That's the truth.
when
Miss
you
Gorman
started
just confirmed it.
insulting people
Gorman just confirmed
and
it. I think
criticizing
confirmed it too.
discussions that people have, you then harbor and hinder the ability for us to work together as a council. Okay? It's not productive.
Everything I just said was truthful. Miss Gorman admitted it, the baseball people admitted it.
Okay, so I think when we were talking during the break, it was said, or even maybe when we talked, when you came to do your comment before, that you're done by 9 o'clock anyway. Like, that's normal, no?
Generally, unless there's extra innings, maybe, right?
Clean up 30 minutes and we're out.
You just gotta clean up in the dark.
So would 9 o'clock be okay during Sunday to Thursday and 10 on Friday to Saturday, like it's in the agreement right now, how it's written?
Right. So 9:30 would be preferable.
So let me ask another question then here, because I'm not sure. Are those big lights the only lights there? Aren't there, like, is the pathway lit? Like, how is this working?
They're dugout lights, probably, like incandescent bulbs that illuminate the inside of the dugout.
That's really a question.
So when they turn out the lights, I don't know where the lights go on and off, up
Turn out the
at
lights, the
the
party's
top
over.
end? So are there pathway lights?
There are pathway lights and there are parking lot lights.
Okay.
But no
all right.
lights on the field or in the dugouts once those lights go out.
All of the dugout lights, currently the batting cage lights and the ball field lights all go out on one switch.
So if it's 9, that's it. You're cleaning up in the dark, or kids are walking in the dark, trying to gather their bats and balls in the dark. They call it right at 9. Obviously, 9:30 or 10 would be better. But you see what you're getting here, because of Wanda resident and Priscilla and the Democrats.
Again, I would caution you to stop criticizing people on this council when we're trying to come to an agreement together. If you want to work together, you can't sit up here and say it's because of so-and-so and they're bad people and you're wrong and you're bad Democrats, all that stuff. What is the necessary for it?
Well, you are.
Like, let's help them.
You are. I mean, what's the problem with the proposed agreement and the amendments that I made to it?
Yeah, 10 o'clock is the town
Ordinance. Now you're gonna create this pockmarked ordinance enforcement that we already can't get ordinances enforced to begin with, and now you're gonna try to get an ordinance, a rule here that's different than the ordinance. We have our own athletic facilities right here. The basketball court next door to us is 10 o'clock at night. You never did anything with that.
The difference with next door, though, is you have the water authority on one side and township building on the other side.
Right across the street. You're building townhouses right across the street.
Okay, and we're not taking screaming from you in the back.
What's the worst ramifications? we upset one gentleman, or we have a kid drag a field, which is logistically how we clean up afterwards, in the dark, trips, breaks his wrist, or something like that. I mean, that is plausible.
Yes.
We are dealing with kids. It's
Right.
not like we intend to start a game with the intention of going right up to that 10 p.m. line. The reality of the situation is that would be an extra innings game. That would be a situation where all the kids have left the field probably 9:30, 9:35, and the coaches are just there cleaning up.
Right. Kids have school, they have other stuff.
Right.
Camps, even in the summertime, they have camps.
Just for these non-baseball ladies.
Okay.
You tell them generally
You don't
what time
have
do
to
games start on the
explain.
field.
It's a 2-hour limit. They start
Generally, yeah, but depending on the level, right? 6 or 7 o'clock they would start.
during weekdays, generally 6.
Right.
But Friday, Saturday, maybe 7.
Generally, games go about 2 hours. You could have extra innings that could go a little bit longer, maybe 2.5 hours. Rarely do they ever go through.
After 2 hours.
After 2 hours.
Right.
You can't start an inning, right. You can finish an inning, so that might get you to 9:15. I don't know why we can't do 9:30 or 10 o'clock. I mean, I'd like to do 10 o'clock because of to be consistent with our ordinance.
What about fireworks?
I don't know.
Hello?
Okay,
Fireworks here.
we're not talking.
Get fireworks up here.
Yeah, we do fireworks up at 9:59. You can keep a light on for a kid at a baseball game.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it is pathetic. It is.
Just so the public
After you're
hears,
finished,
a woman
don't I
in
have
the
to
audience
go?
said, how pathetic, you can launch fireworks at 9:59, but you can't keep lights on for kids to play baseball.
No, he amended it to 10
It's
o'clock.
like it is, I
We
mean, I,
spoke once on this.
10 o'clock,
You amended it to 10 o'clock.
that's my motion.
His motion is 10 o'clock.
well, I would consider that, yes, the hours. And I don't know what Victoria or Priscilla would say. Well, maybe I do.
Yeah.
Can I say something, Laura?
Okay.
I want your kids to play ball, and if the lights are there, I want them to be used. I don't like the fact that they're shining across the private drive into those houses.
Roger just said that they're in compliance with the rules.
No, it's me that doesn't like it. I listen to people and I make my own conclusion.
Well, I listen to Roger and the experts, and they say that it meets the,
Comes in the front window of his house at certain points, right? If he doesn't want the light, maybe he can close a curtain.
Right.
I will give you up to $300 to this resident to get a custom blackout shade that he could put up and install, because we won't be allowed on his property, and then he doesn't have to worry about it.
Amazon.
And then all this is over.
But he's not the only one complaining about the lights, the three
Yes, he
houses.
is.
Maybe in writing, but in conversations, the three homes.
The same two people the same two people she wouldn't entertain buying their property. Right? No, I'll help you with the blind costs.
Can we just do it? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Are you done, Priscilla?
No, I keep getting interrupted. You know, they do that on purpose to lose your brain, but
You've already lost it. You lost it a long time ago.
No, trust me, you have a long way to go to catch up to me.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It's a long way away.
I could go with starting tomorrow, have the kids play ball,
Well, the fields aren't even open.
Well, when is it gonna open?
I don't know.
You give them
Well, they
permission.
said Sunday, didn't have a game,
There was something Sunday
There was some
deadline.
game.
You had a deadline for your leagues to be finalized or something.
There was some game.
That's your deadline.
No, there was some game. There was some game somebody was talking.
Chris is saying, he's saying they have their drafts and evaluations this Saturday.
But you want to do the evaluations on the field, if the weather permitting.
We'd love to do it at Easton Road Field.
Yeah, weather permitting.
Yeah, but because of this, we're not even contemplating that way.
Right, but you could if we pass this tonight and say you can.
We have to spend money to rent indoor
But
space.
anyway, I have the floor, but yet everybody else is rude and interrupting. So again,
10 o'clock.
the problem is,
Can we let
Okay.
speak? I mean, what the heck?
Shouting from the audience,
so
please.
I can't support the motion that's on the floor because I want the railings on one side, just put a railing.
You're not an engineer, and the engineer said it's not necessary. You're not an
The railing's
engineer.
not part of his motion.
Why are we sitting up here making the rules?
The railing's not part of the motion, and you said it was not part of the motion.
Engineers up here.
Because it doesn't belong.
They said they don't want a railing.
I
Roger said you can't have a railing, but you're gonna oversee, you're gonna supersede the engineer, the public works director, and the baseball people with your ignorance.
You got it, and it's not
It is ignorance. You have no qualifications. These people are eminently qualified.
Tell her that, because she'll listen to me. She will listen to me. She's not gonna listen to me.
Oh my
What is
God.
wrong with you? Seriously, something wrong with you.
Jabbering?
Your arrogance
Hold on,
and your ignorance.
I think Laura's gonna explain something to her. Maybe not. What you explained to me, that the railing and the fence has nothing to
When
do with
I
this?
said there were too many things being added to this agreement that didn't belong in the agreement because they don't have anything to do with their use of the agreement, which would be any of the safety things that were talked about.
But she just said she can't vote for the motion because they're not in it.
I just heard Laura say that there's two parts to this, right?
No.
No, you said.
The agreement doesn't have, you can't really put in the agreement that they have to put up a fence, because that wouldn't be for them to do.
That's why I can't support this motion. I think that should be separate.
It's not the agenda item. If you want to make a separate motion that the township should consider putting up a rail or whatever, then do that. But this is
After our
agreement.
motion.
This is my motion is based upon this agreement with those minor amendments to that agreement to allow them to have an agreement in front of them to sign. Kathy signs, and their usage of the baseball field is theirs to use pursuant to that agreement. That's all this
And
is.
you would think they'd really be nice because they need one vote. You know, how stupid is that?
How stupid are you to vote against it? How ignorant are you to vote against it? Vote against it. Prove yourself to be a total ass.
You are not allowed to speak.
She's a public. She's a
What are you
right
gonna do?
to speak.
What are you gonna do about it?
What are you gonna do? She's got a First Amendment right.
Okay, stop yelling.
What are you gonna do about it?
You can sit down because it is not public comment,
Anne-Marie
and you
Slavic,
can
Lower
go
Saucon
down.
Township. Really quick, if somebody wanted to go and put fireworks off at
You're not
9:59,
even-
could, by law, by ordinance, right?
Not even really
Fireworks.
quick.
The police officer to take the microphone.
Not even there.
Make you do the dirty work, Sam.
I'm thinking we need to address any of the other safety and other issues totally separate than this agreement. It's different, and we don't have preparation really.
So what needs to
That
be
tonight, that would be a
stricken?
separate agenda item, I
There's no
believe.
public notice of those things.
Right, well, so I said, we need that as a separate agenda item at another meeting where we can talk about what can we do about all the other laundry list of things that came up.
On the Parks and Rec Board, they had a list.
Rec and anybody else that wrote in or whatever's happened here.
So the motion that's on the floor right now is Mr. Bonos' motion with the various amendments.
Which is, just to be clear.
Just to be clear, what my amendments are, yet again, my amendments are the following. In the third sentence of the first page, changing 10 days written notice to 180 days written notice. Under the building usage section on the first page, to read as follows: Saucon Valley Diamond Sports / Hellertown Lower HLS LL will have access to a garage bay to store field maintenance equipment and the press box area, and reading as it's continuing to be written there. And in the last sentence of the second page, baseball field lights to be out by 10 o'clock p.m. daily in accordance with Lower Saucon Township nuisance ordinance, and Saucon Valley Diamond Sports and Hellertown Lower Saucon Little League shall not operate any equipment or machinery outside the playing field area and off the paved walkway adjacent to the third base line of the field.
So that's the motion that's before you that has a second.
And I
Hold on, wait. At this point, if you so choose.
I second.
We've got that.
Just want to remind.
At this point, you can do a roll call on that if you want. If you choose to, you can grant that motion. If you choose not to grant that motion, you can then have a new motion that, along the lines of what Victoria suggested, or for that matter, anybody else, saying that they're allowed to use the property for a period of time until they come back. And you can do that if you want. You can also, at a later agenda, put on the safety issues. So those are, the safety issues are separate apart from this issue.
Yep.
So these are the things that are before you. I think we've talked about it for an extended period of time. At some point, you're gonna have to make a decision which way you guys are going tonight. And then if it means denying the motion and then granting Victoria's motion, at least allowing them to get started, that's something you can consider, but that's up to you guys.
Proposing stuff to them, we understand what the motion is.
Victoria, what was your motion?
You're not elected, Steve. And you're wrong, we have to have a vote on this motion. There's a motion and a second.
You do.
That's what I said, you could have a vote. We have to have a roll call.
Let's have a roll call.
Let's have a roll
Let's see where they stand on
Stop
this.
yelling.
Let's see where they stand.
Let's have a roll call.
So the alternative was to just let them start
alternative
using the
motion. My
field
motion speaks for
and
itself.
come back with a different
Motion
agreement, and they
speaks for
don't
itself.
necessarily even have to
No
come here.
alternative on the floor right now. My motion speaks for itself. Let's vote on it.
Hear a word Victoria, Laura
roll call.
said,
Doesn't matter.
because you were blabbering.
Doesn't
Not a
matter.
roll
My
call.
motion is my motion. Let's have a roll call. Unless there's further comment on it, let's call a roll. And let's see where these people stand. Let's see.
Let Laura talk. She was trying to say something.
Priscilla was trying to talk down there.
I wanted to hear what Victoria had a motion on the, well, not a motion on the floor, because there's already a motion, but you were talking about wording it differently.
We need to vote on this motion then. if
The
you want.
other alternative that I suggested was that we let them use the field right now, and then we tweak the agreement to be what it says it's supposed to be, and then we come back and they don't even have to come here again.
Oh, they don't want you to come here again. That's what you mean to
Because they
saying
want-
about that.
do whatever they want. They want to put in whatever.
We'd be changing.
Very easy.
At this point, you know, we've been through this over and over again.
Yeah, I don't know what we would be changing. I think all the revisions.
Roll call?
No, you don't do the roll call.
Roll call?
And
Roll call.
we'll go back and talk about open space because there was a whole pile of misinformation spoken about with property. Has nothing to do with this agreement, but it's recovering this.
People go home, they work and they're volunteers. Why are you torturing them?
Because we were tortured with all the stories about how EAC refused to look at these properties for open space and buy them for open space, put that away. And here's how open space funding works. The properties over there are about an acre, maybe less than an acre. I think one was 3/4 of an acre. When you do the appraisals for open space, it's based on the open space. It's not to buy a house, it's not to buy a garage, it's not to buy a driveway. It's to buy the open space. So when they do the appraisal, they take the value of the property minus your building envelope, and that's what you come up with as the value. There would be like zero appraisal value for open space money. So you can't, open space money isn't to buy houses. And they know that. And then we wouldn't need these houses or want these houses, so I don't know what we would do with houses either,
Could
so.
knock them down and have more open space.
Okay, and it costs money to knock down houses, and that's not something you can do with open space funds,
It's an
so.
improvement to the property. You can knock them down, but you can't
Understand
build.
what open space is for.
We actually.
It would have praised for zero, Tom, and now let's have a roll call.
We made an offer for open space in the corner of Black River Road. We made an offer.
Can we just do the roll call?
Ask for a roll call.
Multiple buildings.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
I'll say yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
You knew you had to.
Ms.
You lost the
Mr.
vote.
Banonis.
That's why you lost the vote.
She wanted 7 o'clock. She wanted 7
I
o'clock.
don't need any votes.
She wanted 7 o'clock.
Vote
You
anyway.
knew you were going to lose.
We get
I could tell
You knew what I was
10.
voting, so you don't want to be on the outside looking like a damn fool.
She wanted 7
You already
o'clock.
do. Don't worry.
Mr. Banonis?
Absolutely yes.
She wanted 7 o'clock.
Congratulations on your baseball field usage.
What a
Motion
cave.
passes 5-0.
Use it in good health, and hopefully the children and the players and everybody else.
Yeah. What a cave. Michelle wanted 7. Yeah. Good job.
Before we move on, the folks from baseball to do this for the community. Thank you for all a lot of you, and I appreciate your hard work. I hope that.
Okay. Oh, we're going to make another.
Say that the safety issues that we'll get on another. That.
Second. I'll second.
Making, I'm asking Kat.
As I indicated, Diamond Sports, I am always open to discuss all this, all.
Yeah. Went from 10 to 180 days.
10 to 180 days went from 7 o'clock till 10 o'clock.
We're on 5C. To advertise the bid for the equipment and labor to do in-place surface treatment, tar and.
Traditionally, we rented a vehicle and the driver and the operator of that vehicle to lay down the tar, and we would provide the chip, and we road, and we're hoping that, and it's a very expensive piece of apparatus that would only be used. We'll have some of their crew members working alongside of.
Discussion, Jason?
No, I mean, obviously, Public Works needs quality equipment to do their jobs. We've supported over the years buying them equipment, and I mean, there's no reason not to continue them. So, I mean, why not send this out for a contract? if they don't have the work, the equipment that they need to get this done. So, yeah, I'm fine with this.
Is this what you want, Roger, or do you want the equipment? Okay, all right, just checking with you. You know what?
Bid on equipment and labor to do the in-place surface treatment projects on township roads.
I will second that. Yeah, Priscilla, we can get away.
Okay. Do you have? Yeah.
No.
Okay, I just had a couple questions since Roger happens to be here then. Is this for what we have? Well, I don't have it, but.
You're on a meeting, put it on the transcript.
I was just curious, so is this for like what we have on shipping? Yeah, okay. And this covers like all that you're doing for this season? Or just one road, or what is this?
This is for the surface treatment. First application on the road we're going to be doing the actual paving on, and it's the last. When we do this, we have our 1986 chipping machine, pretty.
Project is, because, you know, is this project is just what's in the lineup already for this year, tar and chip?
It's the annual road project.
For the flagger, it's in the bid. Do we have anybody that does the flagger training, or we don't do that?
The one, because the bid that says proposed here, it covers pretty much everything. That's not to say that we're going to have to use all of that. We may be able to use some of our guys like. One of the things that the companies that do this indicated is they like to do a full service. They have their own people. They know how they work together. They want to come in there. They want to do the job and get out. They don't really want anybody else in the way, which I fully support, because when we do a job, we don't want somebody else in there as well. It creates confusion, and confusion could compromise safety.
Right, that safety would be my concern, because they want their flaggers, because if something goes wrong and the guy's flagged wrong and there's an accident, it's on them.
I'm just asking a simple question, Tom. I'm not here to have a big argument. I just wanted to know, because I didn't know if we had everybody trained or nobody trained. That's all.
I just told
Sure you knew.
Yeah, I did.
All right, can we have a roll call? Sorry, Kathy. Get back here.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Bononis,
Yes.
Ms. Uphoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
That's 2 5-0s in a row. We're on a streak.
Okay.
Well, how long is it gonna last?
Take the under.
Are you under? I'll set the line, 3.5.
Okay, next item is 5D, discussion of Public Works fire log.
Yep, this is it right here. All right. Roger, here's
I would make a motion to remove this item from the agenda, as I think it's inappropriate to be micromanaging personnel matters that our Public Works and manager already deal with, and which is in our second-class township code. So I'm making a motion to remove this from the.
How do you know micromanaging?
That's my motion.
Second it.
Look at this, preventing us from having an agenda item that was put on by 2, and preventing us from having a discussion about it. We're not talking about individual employees. We're talking about time and instances.
And the next agenda item is pretty much the same whole topic.
Are you gonna take that off the agenda too?
Two totally different things. One's a fire log, the other's a policy.
Don't need
Are you taking that off the agenda too?
We have to handle one agenda item at a time.
Mm-hmm.
What's before us right now is 5D in the motion.
Mm-hmm.
And a second.
Discussion is just discussing stuff.
Yes, and nobody was provided with these. Nobody in the public was provided with these anyway.
I just don't think it's appropriate. Our home rule charter plan specifically authorizes our manager to be in charge of personnel matters. Both resolutions that were attached for these agenda items specifically identify that our Public Works head and our manager have exclusive authority to decide when and how people respond to fire calls in the Public Works Department. It's thirdly, it should never be an item. So for all of those reasons, it's inappropriate to get here and micromanage departments operate, have the exclusive control over their employees, our home rule second class plan, and in our resolutions, it dictates that Mr. Rossage and our manager / acting manager have the authority to do that. So that is the basis.
We don't have a manager.
I would second that.
So,
I think Priscilla already seconded it, but that's my comment on it, and I would remind everybody that we have personnel, and it's extremely inflammatory, hostile, and ridiculous that you would even bring this up, and you're disrespecting the decisions of our manager and our public works director in what they do.
They're trying to hide it. I got a good behavior. I didn't disrespect anybody ever. All right. Yeah, good point. Good point.
Okay.
That's right.
It's not your turn to speak.
So I'm not going to mention. Any employee by name. I just wanted the public to be aware. From the look of this log, it looks like there's, maybe you can confirm this for me, there's 4 Public Works employees, not their names, just that there's 4 that also participate as volunteer firefighters. The public to be aware of. The public doesn't know this.
I want implications discussing privacy when it comes to their personnel matters.
We should not be discussing personnel matters. I think it's everyone who's ever served on council would know that.
Mr. Croce knows that. He already said it 7 times.
Yeah, I'm not talking about anyone.
Then it is very concerned, and I warn members of council that if there's personnel matters that they elicit, they are putting the township at risk. They are putting potentially themselves at risk, especially after knowing that they shouldn't be doing it and being told they shouldn't be doing it.
I'm not going to mention anybody's name.
I don't think that Mr. Rossage should be up here answering any personnel questions at a public meeting. That's what I asked. So I asked Mr. Rossage to sit down.
So you have, you currently have 3. You currently have 3 in 2024, but that number's been as high as 5 in 14.
Mr. Ross, hold on, before you answer, before you answer, if you feel uncomfortable with answering these statements, especially because they're personnel matters, because it's hard for me.
Not personnel matters.
Pardon me. It is hard for me as the solicitor, because we've had no advance notice as to what this is about, what the questions are going to be. That's exactly, it's only an agenda item. There's no documentation. There's nothing else that indicates what it is. I am concerned that this is going to elicit information that.
Produced to everybody on council. What do you mean there's no documentation?
Once this bell is rung, and I don't want to put Mr. Rossage in that position.
Let me be clear. I have absolutely nothing to hide, nor would I balk at answering any question. What I don't want to do is I don't want to answer something I'm appropriately. I don't know what that is. I don't know.
I'm not going to ask you anything that relates to that. All I want to know, I want basically an explanation for the public to understand that you run the Public Works Department, and you have for, what, 30 years, close to? And how long during that time have employees who are also...
I'm not sure on a date. It goes back at least to 2004. Firefighters with one of the township's volunteer groups to respond to specific calls for the township and very specific surrounding areas.
Right. So, for example, if they volunteered at a fire company outside the township, they would not be allowed to leave work to go to those calls. Right. So that's policy.
Yes.
We're talking about employees. Okay. And so over the years, there's been that have met these qualifications and wanted to do this.
Yes.
Okay. And I guess, how often would you say it happens? I know it probably varies, but
answer it.
have to answer these
Don't
questions.
have to answer.
Today or not get one for a week.
But looking on, in February, there was one, now, so the township residents are clear, they're still being compensated when they leave.
During normal working hours, PM in the summertime, it's 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
6 to 4 because of.
It's a
4-day work week.
4-day week.
That's. Okay, so they're still being compensated, they are allowed to for certain, yes, for certain, right? It's a normal, whatever, like an alarm going on. Services guys would show up at a meeting to answer these questions, but they won't. We do have some, and it varies. Looks like sometimes there's 5, sometimes there's 4, sometimes there's 3. I guess I don't think I've seen 6 over the past 10 years. Be aware of this, because I don't think a lot of the public is aware of this. That we do by for Public Works, while compensated by the township at their wage to volunteer, and so we do. While we don't have a paid fire service, we have a compensated in the idea they leave work still being compensated to do volunteer call. Is that correct?
That's what policy allows, yeah.
To your for years. Goes back. Perhaps longer.
At least 2014.
Which township manager?
Had to.
You know.
I didn't ask you, Priscilla, but I'm sure they did.
Through policy that I'm aware of.
All right.
Works employees that are called out on a Lower Saucon fire rescue call, the compensation that they get, is it the same full rate that they would get as a public works employee, and otherwise they're not getting paid half?
It's just as if
the time that in Lower Saucon fire rescue call, what happens to the being done in the township? Does it depend upon the job? Like, could you give me, like, I'm thinking in my mind, like, if there's a paving.
that they are not permitted to leave for. Paving is one, snow removal is another. And we try to adhere to that, to the letter, if at all possible.
What kind of things, what is the effect of them getting called off? In other words, like, if they're called out, then put off for another day, so they don't even, so you just put it off a day, or does it have to get put back at the end of the schedule because you already have stuff scheduled the next day? Okay. Unique that Lower Saucon
municipalities around, I don't
you know which one?
Top of my head, I believe Hellertown, and I believe
Hanover Township.
I don't know if that's Hanover, Lehigh, or Northampton.
Northampton.
Williams or Upper Saucon or Freemansburg or any others do that?
Williams Township does.
City of Bethlehem, I guess.
He's asking Roger about Freeman.
I'm telling you, Williams Township does.
Do you work for the fire department?
This policy is written and at home that don't have the agenda.
No, I
I
understand.
Yeah, go ahead.
The next agenda item.
It was updated,
Okay.
What was
pardon me?
What was changed to update? You said it was updated, so what was the issue that wasn't working or that needed to be addressed, if you remember?
Honestly, I do not remember. Really check.
Let us know. I'm just curious. I think the public may be curious. We can share it in our council comments at another meeting.
I certainly feel
You can
that
read
I'm
your
not
two
done
resolutions and
I'm
see
not done
them.
yet. I certainly feel that this is a a worthwhile discussion about this policy. We didn't talk about any individual employees or anything having to do with people. It's a policy that our taxpayers should be aware of and the residents should be aware of. And we talked about it. We put it on the agenda and talked about it. I guess she still has a motion on the floor to remove it from the agenda because she doesn't want anybody talking about township policies. I guess all on that.
Or withdraw the motion because now it may be moot.
Well, I don't know.
Well, 'cause you sat here and talked about it the
Well,
whole
we're allowed
time.
to talk about
There's
motions.
no-
We're allowed. She made a motion.
It was a dumb motion.
You're saying we're not allowed to talk about motions? And we're not allowed to talk about, so
Pointless
she wants
waste of
elected
time.
officials not to be able to talk about motions and not to be able to talk about township
Okay.
policies, written township policies.
Well,
That's how they want to muzzle.
we have the next
taxpayer
agenda item, which covers a
No,
lot of
it's-
what you just
No,
were
it
talking
doesn't.
about. Yes, it does.
say that.
It covers the policy.
No, it doesn't.
Public Works.
No, it doesn't. The next agenda item, I have something completely different to say.
No firehouse policy, it says. That
Well,
doesn't say.
that's not the policy.
It says no
All
firehouse
right, let's
policy.
take a roll call.
This is to remove it from the agenda. That's the
Or
motion on the
remove the
floor.
motion, it's too late anyway. Let's go to the next agenda item.
There's a motion on
There's a
the
motion, you have
floor.
to
You have
vote
to
on
call roll.
No.
Yeah, let's vote on it.
Yeah, you,
I'll remove my, that's not the right word. Are we gonna vote on it or not? I'll
Let me help
take-
you.
well, right now, there's a
Withdraw.
motion on the floor and a
Thank
second.
you.
In 38 years.
So
it's called
then, if
withdraw.
you want to
The whole
vote on
thing.
it, you call, everybody stop talking.
I thought you were on this meeting.
Officer, I was just threatened to be stabbed with a pen by Priscilla.
There's a motion and a second. You got two options. Either you vote on it via roll call, or if somebody wants to withdraw the motion, you withdraw it, and then there's nothing to be voted on.
Right.
I just think that
Who are you talking to?
the motion, the agenda item is discussion of Public Works fire log, which certainly implicates our personnel. And I think it's it's not about our policy. There's no policy in that agenda item. I think it's appropriate to be removed.
Okay, so you have a motion and a second then.
I would say there's a township record in this. There is an actual log, and I have it, and Mr. Bananas has a record.
Everybody in council
and
does.
every council. So there's.
Mr. Gattusi to say, no, we don't know what it's about.
Right.
We know what it's about.
And also,
because there was a document.
we're not talking about, we're talking about an actual township record, a log that is kept, that you've kept, or they've kept, or somebody in the township has kept
The
for 10
motion
years.
is the motion.
For 10
That's where
years.
it was. There was
And
a
she's saying it's
second.
about
We went
personnel.
through it. I think
It's about
you
an
just do
actual
roll call.
township record,
Done.
a log.
Terrific. So are we doing
The roll call.
roll call on this?
Ms. DeLeon,
It's just to remove it.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Bananas,
No. What are you talking
Ms.
about?
Altop Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
Throw it, it's a curveball, I don't know that. Abstain. They won't know how to handle it.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
motion passes
Okay.
3-1.
One abstention. One abstention.
No, I don't think you can abstain
Somebody
for no
always has to be
reason.
difficult.
You have to have it written, the reason why in the
It
minutes.
doesn't have to have a written reason.
If you're following the law,
It doesn't
but
have to have a written reason.
Are you opening up the next agenda
All right, the
item?
next agenda item 5E is discussion of Public Works no firehouse policy. And if you looked at the agenda, the policies that allow.
okay, I'd like to make a motion to table this indefinitely.
I'll second that. I, again, think it's a misleading item. The policies relate to responding to fire calls, nothing about a firehouse. So I think it's inappropriate, and again, it's another waste, and, yeah.
Because we're tabling it, there's discussions.
No, there is. This is who makes that roll? I'm talking, I'm gonna, you can take another break if you want, I'm talking about it. All right, take another break if you want, I don't care. A resident came to me that doesn't work for the township, that doesn't work, or is not with the fire department either, and told me about a no firehouse policy for the public. And I'm a little unclear as to what that is, so I wanted Roger to explain it to me and explain it to the public, if there is a no firehouse policy.
I would
at this point, if there's a-
renew this issue.
That's my
because
question.
It's an
No,
acting,
everybody stop. If there's a motion, what you have before you at this point is a motion to table. So if you want to have discussion, should be tabled or not tabled, fine. It's not appropriate to be asking anybody any questions on a motion.
It is. I want.
Please stop talking.
He's gonna help me form my opinion.
Nope.
He's gonna talk, he'll help me form my opinion.
As the solicitor, I'm not gonna permit it. Mr. Rasmussen, you don't have to, you can sit.
Well, you can really, you know.
So, right
Anyway,
now you've got the motion tabled.
I have the floor, so be
No,
quiet.
wait a
Yes, I
second.
do.
You have the motion
can do
to
it.
table, so you can talk
I am
still.
talking
not
about it.
ask
But that's
for
as
the
far as it
floor.
goes.
We shouldn't table this.
Cover up.
Because
Cover up.
the public and our residents have a right to know if we even have a no firehouse policy. And if we do have a no firehouse policy, what is that no firehouse policy? I gotta be honest with you, I'm a little in the dark about this. I was told this by a resident. It sounded, you know, that the person knew what they were talking about. And I don't know for sure, because I was hoping that this council would allow Roger to answer questions about, one, whether the policy even exists, two, if it does exist, what is the policy exactly, and three, why? What is the need for the policy? Why? What is the reason for the policy? All questions that residents and taxpayers have the right to know, those answers, all of them. And you're seeing a cover up here by this motion to table it. And
we could do a right to know request, but they'd complain about that too.
It's discretionary, you're right. Well, the other thing is this policy written or is it just verbal? If it exists, all right? We don't know anything about that, and they don't want you to know anything about that. That's the point. That's why there's a motion to table. They don't want you to know anything. Roger was more than willing to go to that microphone and explain it. Our solicitor stopped him, and the Democrats on this council stopped him. He was walking to the microphone to explain it, and I'm sure he could just as thoroughly as he explained the call logs in the previous agenda item. He could have explained it just as easily, and he did a wonderful job with the call logs. We didn't talk about any employees. We talked about policies that were written and how long they'd been in place. Same questions I have regarding this policy. Is it written? How long has it been in place? And what is the reason for the policy if the policy does exist? All reasonable questions that township residents and council members have the right to know. And these three know. They know. When they saw this on the agenda, they went to Kathy and they talked to Kathy. They may have even talked to Roger. I don't know. I don't know. They may have even talked, but they don't want you to know. They don't want, and that's what you should know. You should know. There's an election coming up, but they don't want you to know. There's an issue coming up. They've put further on the agenda items about starting a fire committee with the end goal of having a paid fire force instead of volunteers, having a paid fire chief and a paid fire force.
Not the end goal. It's a false statement, again, a lie.
I can't have it.
They won't answer these questions.
They
won't allow these questions to be answered. They won't let these questions be answered by Roger, who's here tonight, who's waited till 10:30, 10:35, and I thank you for being here. I know you have work tomorrow morning. Again, township residents should ask, what are they hiding and why? And it was seconded, and then our solicitor tried to cut it off right away. Because he doesn't want you to know either. He's in their pocket, they're in their pockets, and they're in the fire department's pockets.
Kathy, did you attach these procedures? It says Resolution 53-2013 procedures, and then the other one is 58-20.
These were the resolutions for the fire calls.
I know, but Tom did not know they existed.
Right, not in.
So Kathy attached them, which was nice.
How did you not know these existed if you were the fire liaison?
The no firehouse policy. These aren't.
There is no firehouse policy.
Let's ask Roger about that. I think there is.
These policies pertain to responding to fire calls, not going to firehouses.
Kathy, you know exactly what these apply to and what I asked about.
I do, but those resolutions should have been on the agenda.
Right, so they were on the wrong agenda. There are written policies attached to this agenda item.
No.
And that's why I asked for Roger to confirm whether there is a policy and whether that policy is written or verbal. And again, this is what they're trying to hide from you. They don't want that. They're trying to hide it. They're trying to hide it because they want a paid fire force and they want a paid fire
I
chief.
guess, I guess you could have asked Roger during the day, any day of the week.
The public needs to know. He was walking to the microphone to answer the question. You three Democrats and Steve stopped him. He was walking to answer about the question.
And our political party has nothing to do
Yes,
with
it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I'll point that out.
Yeah,
Let me know when I have an opportunity.
Yeah, you're next. You're next. You get to speak. So, Roger, I mean, would you like to come to the mic?
No, this is a motion to table. It is not and that's what's before you.
See? It's hot. And I wanted the public to understand why, but I wanted to hear it from the most knowledge about it, and that's you. And these three Democrats and our solicitors are going to prevent that from happening. Like, they don't want the taxpayers and residents to know about this policy. I know. I said 100 times, if you've been paying attention, that a resident who's not a township employee, that is not, to my knowledge, affiliated with the fire services, told me about this. I wanted to get clarification from Roger tonight about the details of it. And even if it exists, and even they don't want you to find this something. Go ahead.
So, reading this agenda item, and since we're not allowed to get information from the Public Works Director, the public is kept in the dark about this. But when I read the agenda item, it's a Public Works no firehouse policy. So it suggests to me, if this policy exists, I don't know if it exists, but it suggests to me that if it does exist, that there's a policy that tells the Public Works employees that they're not permitted to go into firehouses. Now, we've already established in the earlier agenda item that they're Public Works employees that they're, using some intuition here. I would think that it says it probably has something to do with Public Works. If they're on Public Works time, they shouldn't be doing fire stuff. They should be doing their Public Works job, which is what they're hired for. I guess they could be in there maybe, I don't know, playing cards, reading a book, taking a nap. I don't know if there's beds in the firehouses, or taking a shower, going to the bathroom. I guess there's lots of things that they could be doing. But it suggests to me that if this policy exists, then something wrong happened in a firehouse to require a policy to tell people not to go into the firehouse. And what were they doing in wrong that was in violation of their responsibilities as a Public Works employee? I mean, if they're collecting pay from the township and they're not working for the township and they're doing something else and screwing off, then that, I think, would be a violation to me. And what's interesting here is this is just like all this Doge stuff that's going on, right? We got and has identified this issue, and the same Democrats, and they don't like being called Democrats, but they shriek and they're shrill and they're screaming because Social Security is paying out.
Okay, point of order, not Social Security or the government.
You don't
Just make see that you don't have in writing.
Right, you want to allow this kind of stuff to happen. So that's exactly what it is.
Well, if you know about it, where is it? You find it.
You want to pay for Public Works employees that may be in a firehouse that are screwing off and doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing. The fact that they will not allow the Public Works Director, their solicitor instructed him to not speak about this.
A policy,
right?
If it exists.
Okay, so, all right. Welcome to the right to know request world again, folks. Like, we've gone round and round, and I know, Priscilla, you don't like it because you get caught not turning stuff over, but hopefully Kathy turns over everything. I do have an appeal on one because Steve told Kathy to pull stuff out that she's going to produce, but, that records will deal with that one. And we'll run this one down through the pipeline, too. Like, what do you have to do here? It's your tax money. It's your tax money, and all we want is a straight answer from the Public Works Director who's here at, what time is it?
11:15.
Quarter 11. Instead of allowing him to answer the question, Tom has to talk about it. Time, just answer the damn question. Right. What's the policy and how did it come to be and what does it mean? So we know what's going on. If there's waste, but no, let's cover it up. Let's give ourselves a 70% rate. We'll talk about
it. I had like 5 questions. That was it. And I will point out the police are allowed to go to use the probably a year or two ago. I don't know if that's still the case, but
and the other thing is, where are the people from Lower Saucon Fire Rescue? Johnson? Where's Scott Creasha? Where's Brian Evans? Where's everybody?
Well, no, it was a pretty, they might have had some emergency calls to go to.
Confronted with tough questions. Why is that? Is that to cover up?
Glad you think it's an excuse.
I want to pay fines.
It's a cover-up, not an excuse.
And it's an inconvenient that people have emergencies during work hours.
Not one of them?
Shame on the public for crashing your car a long time.
One of them is here. They all have emergencies at the same time? Yet they want like millions of dollars from the township for machinery and everything else? Come on.
We just
Like,
have
give us a little more
questions.
respect than that.
Seems like a lot of gossip here. There's a policy that's not, that doesn't, somebody that doesn't work in the fire department. This sounds like a.
Well, it wouldn't be gossip hour. You could answer the question. You told us to stand down.
That was my first question. Is this policy in writing or is it verbal? And if it is, what is it?
I think that this public, we have two people intent on obstructing and harassing and causing a hostile environment for every volunteer.
I'm happy to be the minority on that one.
Every employee that we have in the township. We've had to call our public works person to show her that they could somehow be available to answer these questions in which Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bononis had every opportunity.
2.5.
And everybody understands the correct protocol. Not to be discussing matters with our works departments or any other department or any employee of the department.
Really?
There is a clear line for that. If there is a clear line that council is not to be getting involved in the day-to-day operations of our township. It is explained very clearly.
Then why did Priscilla tell Kathy
when
to
we
set
have
the time
council
to 7
members
o'clock?
who have questions about personnel and policies that our own staff has either or doesn't have, because I don't know, that's for them. And if I have that question answered, we live in, that we put on our agenda for every public meeting questions about every doing this and micromanaging, and it's reaching what we're allowed to do. Overarching concern here is, again, the hostile comments, the hostile innuendos, the gossiping, because he heard this person who doesn't live here, who doesn't work here, that there may be a policy. He didn't go to Kathy.
I did.
If you did, then you would know.
I did. No, I did. I went to Kathy, and you know what she said? Roger put that policy immediately. You told me that.
If you did, then you would know that it's a personnel matter that Kathy, as acting manager, has the authority to deal with her department heads. It's not for council to put on the agenda and create all of these rumors and innuendos and mistrust in the public. It's inappropriate.
Kathy confirmed it.
It's inappropriate. It should be indefinitely tabled, and I support it.
Kathy confirmed it, and micromanaging is telling the baseball field to put up a railing. That's micromanaging. Not asking about a policy that affects taxpayers. And again, while I did find a source, I called Kathy, and Kathy said, Roger put that policy into effect immediately.
And it's all matters that should not be here in a public meeting for you to either criticize or
it's
may or may not happen. What are they doing? They could be doing this, that, and the other. Oh my goodness. All it is fear mongering.
Why was there a need?
Leave our employees alone. Leave our staff alone. Leave our director of public works alone. Leave our acting manager alone. Leave all of the staff alone.
Why was there a need for a policy? Why was there a need for a policy?
All right, so this is personnel matter. We have a motion and a.
It's a policy matter. No, you're wrong.
No.
Yeah, let's.
This is the motion to table.
Yes.
Definitely.
Put on the next agenda.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Laptop Cordero? Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, next item is 5F, Fire Chief Truck Update.
And no fire chief. No fire chief.
People don't come here to be grilled.
And provided
The
no
agenda, there's
information.
no documentation that you provided and no description or anything about.
I thought Kathy had some documentation.
I make a motion.
Kathy had some documentation.
It wasn't provided to the public and neither was.
Why wasn't it provided to the public, Kathy?
There's no.
Kathy,
I provided it to council.
Why isn't it in the packet?
Part of the
I need a
document
motion.
was a check, which I didn't think was appropriate. Put in a.
Talking about the check, what's wrong with an invoice?
What's your motion?
To remove it from.
Don't you agree? In the time. All right. For when you're
On
paying.
occasion, on occasion, sure.
Sure, on occasion, about almost every time we're paying something.
I have a motion on the table. There is a second.
To not be so
No, it's
insensitive.
interrogation.
I know it hurts. I know his words hurt.
I asked for this to be invoices in our packet, when, especially, we vote to pay some bill, itemized, it's itemized. She said she didn't want to put why she didn't want to put the invoice in.
Your complaints are not appropriate for a public council meeting. To our acting manager, leave her alone.
I disagree.
Leave her alone.
Request information from her.
Request information.
Why can't he request information from the manager?
She just told me on the last agenda item, she told me I should have gone to Kathy and asked for the information. Now she's saying, don't ask her for the information. Just the last agenda.
It matters for you to have a discussion over the phone or in person in the office.
Right now, there's a motion to take it off the, is that what it is?
Yes.
About that agenda, and I'm saying that the public should be allowed to hear and see documentation of this agenda. Willfully withheld by the town should have been in there. It was provided to me. I don't know if it was. I was hoping the fire chief would also be responsible for money spent in the township, have a right to know and have these questions. And again, you're seeing a cover-up. They know about something they want to know. We'll make you aware of it. We'll make you aware of it. Perhaps at a later meeting when we'll on the agenda again. If we don't get it on the agenda, we'll talk about it when I invoice and right. There's an invoice for the fire. Bought 2 transmissions being bought in within a couple of years. I mean, usually takes even my wife. I mean, 2 within a couple of years. I mean, even my wife doesn't get through one in 10 years. I mean, she's a good driver, but why 2 years? Whatever.
Are we going to continue?
Now we're going into making implications that people aren't driving a truck
it's a fact.
right
There were 2
or
transmissions. That's a fact. There were 2 transmissions.
Did you ever hear of lemon law? People have problems repeatedly.
These are questions we should get answers, right? If that's the answer, we should get that.
Answer.
Why the money was spent? Why the money was spent?
Drive a truck with transmission, okay?
Right. That's right. That's right. You can't. And so what's the question? So is it like you say? You're speculating. Lemon law, this, that. We
act like it's so ridiculous that they break 2 times.
Yeah, the warranty. They're right. There's all questions. The fire chief to show up and answer.
This is micromanaging. Can we have a roll?
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
Yes.
You can speak. It's a motion. There's a motion on the floor. You get to speak. Speak. Just speak.
Warranties that apply to the fire chief's truck, whether servicing was done under the warranty, and if not, why the warranty expenses were incurred. Why are we spending money on something that is covered? It's the same thing like insurance.
You have all the received all the
insurance, but instead
information,
of
and now
his
you're
theft
just wasting
of
everybody's
property.
time, and again, conspiracy trust amongst the, about
Question. Be responsible
you have
tax-
the information,
Stop
you
interrupting
have it
me.
in your email inbox, you've had it for a long time. It's ridiculous to sit here and publicly portray that there's something happening that's
I don't
not,
know if there
that's
is, and I'd like
untoward.
answers to it. What's the answer? What's the answer to it? What's, I'd like to know what's the answer. Tell me. I do read my emails. Even when my email wasn't working, I waited, got it.
The answers in front of you.
Public what the answers are.
I'm not going to, because it's inappropriate to sit here and berate volunteers, because again, this is cut down anybody that you want to make them out to be some kind of criminals, some terrible people, so you can destroy the township's operations. That's
Of
it.
our township
You're
taxpayer
only-
dollars is
you're
appropriate.
only not to help anybody destroy the operations of our town. And it's
You hope that Social Security, and they lost. They failed.
And they lost. Cave.
Strikeout looking.
Us talking, we're gonna have a roll call.
Strike out looking. Good one.
Priscilla. Yes.
Mr. Croce. Ray.
Discussion and possible action on township zoning services.
Thank you for putting this on the agenda, Kathy. So I brought up at the last meeting some concerns that were brought by some residents regarding inconsistent and lack of enforcement of zoning regulations and ordinances. It was brought to our attention again by Mr. McCourt, issues that came up here. Mr. McCourt is obviously a highly credible person because he practices in this field. This is his job. So just to go over some of the examples I think of off the top of my head, we had a new resident who was moving in the Washergas area. He CO, certificate of occupancy for a new home that was built. There was an issue with whale at the end of the property and had the plans. They weren't aware that there was he requested a temporary CO so that he could address that issue with regard to the gas line. And there's a threat of litigation or lawyering up, and ultimately that temporary CO was granted. Then we had at the last meeting, Saucon Valley School District was here. We had a gentleman who was here on behalf of the sign company. We had the superintendent, members of the school board. And we talked about this previously, about this taxpayer dollars between the tent. You can only put up one sign on the property. And it was looked at very strictly. The school district property is 100 acres. It has 5,000 square feet of property. It just seems like a complete and utter to our school district. I mean, I know, Priscilla, you don't have children in the school district. I don't know if Laura, if you ever did, or Victoria, but I think that's just really reprehensible to do that to our school district. And I'll point out why I think it's so reprehensible, because at times you'll bend over backwards to accommodate Russ Sutton, whose picture of the cut down 30 trees that I put up that was given to me by, but yet there's no enforcement of those ordinances until a township resident has to scream and kick and yell about it. And then when it's pointed out, consoles Mr. Sutton out in the was me. And then second of all, Mr. Sutton, don't worry about it. And of course, what happened? He got his permit after the fact, after the damage has been done, folks. So the more is, I guess, ask not permission if you're in the political persuasion. Seems to be. Then you got
Am I allowed to respond to any of these claims
got a
at all?
builder. No, I'm not talking to you.
When he's done.
We got a builder. No, we shouldn't have anybody talking, according to the solicitor, right? Mr. Racich, we got a builder, stop talking,
Because there was
sir.
a motion to table, and the
builder,
builder,
we got a builder who could not,
was a motion to
we
table.
got a builder who, can I finish, please?
And to remove it from the, that's why I was asking. So,
Yes,
no,
I have the floor.
I know you don't like it, that's what it is. So that's why it's different.
With a swimming pool, and he was not, because the swimming pool in it, I can't put the water in it because there's nobody living in the home to attend to the pool filter system to be able to take care of the pool. And we got the Russ Sutton thing chopping down all the trees. You've got the solicitor spot zoning by writing. I'm going to send a letter.
Indefinitely, because it's
use
now
the
the third
property
time
in
we're
violation
getting
of how
into
it's
ridiculous
zoned.
accusations. So that's my motion.
Any of the ordinances for
second that,
rezoning the
Priscilla?
property.
Okay, thank you.
And he doesn't speak up about it to say, hey, that's not the right process here. You should solicitor, but you. I mean, then you got Mr. McCoy stands up here who talks about the neighbor putting up an 8-foot high fence and uses an excuse on the application for livestock, and he doesn't even go out issue. He doesn't go out to look at Russ Sutton's issue, at least not immediately. It's about Russ Sutton. And Mr. McCord said that our zoning officer is incompetent.
Harassment, interrogation.
It's a citizen who raised an
No,
a
you
concern.
continuously
So,
putting this
so,
on
so
the
that it doesn't.
agenda,
So I'm sorry that it
making
dings one of your boys.
That are untrue.
One of your
It's
people.
not.
But
It's-
this is a
it's
citizen who pays
disrespectful.
taxes, who has complaints, and you're giving him the middle finger, saying
It's
we don't
disrespectful.
hear about it.
It's
I'm gonna
disrespectful.
speak about it. It's
And
not disrespectful
at
because
one
it's our
end of your
job to make
mouth-
sure that the services
At one end of your mouth, you
services
cry
we're
and
providing on
complain
behalf of the
that this should be
taxpayers
a manager's decision.
really meet their
That
needs
the manager
and are
should be able
enforced
to pick our
consistently,
zoning officer.
accurately,
That the manager should be
competently,
able
and
to
not
oversee
politically.
the zoning officer.
And I have serious concerns
And
about this.
now
So
you
that's
don't
why I
want the
put this on the
manager
agenda,
to
because I think we
oversee
should have a
this.
discussion and come to terms with this and recognize that there are problems here. This isn't a one-off. I gave you 6 different examples that are here.
Complaints that you make
What
that are
happens when you don't have a
misleading.
full-time township manager for a year?
Misleading.
This is what happens when you don't have a full-time zoning officer that
and
works
misleading.
and lives and has some level of competency and consistency here. I asked him about Mr. Sutton, and I said, what's the procedure here? And the procedure was not followed. Like, the procedure as to what should have been done was not followed. So I should not be paying taxes for somebody to be learning on the fly how to do this job, who has been called out repeatedly at that podium. I'm not the one calling it out. It's all these people that are calling him out. It's the individuals that have stood at this podium and repeatedly complained about this. I wish we had a competent
My motion is my motion.
officer to deal with these
Ridiculous.
things. But the pattern tells me that we don't. And that's why I put the next agenda item on here, which is, I recognize that it's a bit extreme, but if we're not going to be consistently interpreting.
All right, so
applying,
should we
and
take a
investigating
roll
these
call
things,
and move to the next agenda item? Well, he's
not here.
about the next agenda item.
As a,
Yes,
as a
he
weapon.
is.
Zoning is here for people to be protected in the rights of their property so that their neighbors and others are not doing things that are harmful. And I've given you multiple examples of how people have been harmed by not having zoning enforced properly.
You're misrepresenting.
And I'm not misrepresenting, sir. I'm not misrepresenting. I'm saying exactly what, I'm not misrepresenting because this is what people have said to me. So
You don't want to hear the other side.
the other side is what? How can you
First case you
justify this
brought up.
inconsistency, sir? How,
Brought up, I already discussed at another meeting. The issues with the gentleman that you're talking about that moved here in the fall or whatever, I don't remember the address.
It was right before Christmas, as I said, and it was out in Wassergas. I can tell you who the builder was.
The
You want me to
reason
tell you
that
who
the
builder
temporary
was?
CO wasn't released is because there were grading issues, and that was something that I explained at the meeting to you. And when Brian gave me the okay, your engineer has to give me the okay to release the temp CO if there's grading concerns. If he wants me to add something to the escrow to ensure that they're complete, or if he wants them to be completed before the temp CO is released. I got the okay from him, and then I released the temp CO.
Mm-hmm.
What about the other ones? I gave you 5 other ones. Let's talk about them.
Property.
Let's just not cherry pick. Let's go through all of them. I mean, you're telling me that all these people that have contacted me to complain are
There's not all these people.
Liars.
Renfrew, 5 people.
Examples I gave you.
Township of 11,000 people.
3, 4, 5, 6.
See, I don't think the school district was a complaint either, and
That was a made-up one.
One person, and we've got 6 people who have legitimate complaints about the zoning.
district,
It's not just isolated, it's all over the township.
I know, the school district did not have a complaint.
Did they? At the last meeting, I heard.
Your
That's a
complaint about the school
complaint.
district is because you fundamentally don't understand the ordinance. That's your
Have an
issue.
ordinance, and
Section of the ordinance.
zoning
It says a
officer
maximum of
can't
1 per
grant a
property.
variance.
100-acre property with
Doesn't matter.
500,000 square feet of
Doesn't matter.
buildings on it.
It's
And you're telling me
one
it's
per
one
property. That's the ordinance.
Tyler doesn't have the authority to just
But I'm the zoning officer,
arbitrarily
so I understand.
choose when he's going to apply the ordinance and when he's not. If you don't like the ordinance, you can change it. But that's not his fault. He has to interpret the ordinance. He doesn't get to be, the Lord God Almighty and tell everybody when they can and can't have things. He has to follow our zoning ordinances. You know that. So if you don't like the zoning ordinance, then you
actually
change
goes out
it.
and looks at what's going on in the field. How about instead of telling Russ Sutton, hey, everything will be okay, don't worry about it because you're on EAC probably. That's what
Yeah,
that's my read. Maybe
None
you
of
didn't
that
say
occurred.
that. Maybe you didn't say that, but maybe that's the message that I get from that. Is this
Everything
guy
you
came
say
in
is
here to
not
carry the
true. That's the
water
problem.
for these ladies on council, put up all of his signs all over the place. The Lorax put up all the signs, and what's he doing? The Lorax is cutting down the trees, and he's telling people he's going to put up a solar farm on his property. And what do? I put up the picture of the stack of lumber, trees piled up, and folks are screaming about it and have been screaming to you over and over again. You're telling me that Mr. Solangen is a liar?
I didn't
Is that what
say
you're
that.
saying?
No, I didn't say that. But you have
Is a liar?
your part of the ordinance that addresses the trees says you can only chop down a maximum of 3 major trees per year without a permit.
Did he get a permit?
He has a permit now.
Did he get a permit?
He did get a permit.
That's a fact. After he was
The
called out, and
township's ultimate
after you
goal
were
is
told
not
1,000 times.
punitively punish people with
Really?
a fine. The township's goal is to bring people into
So, hey,
compliance. If it's
here's the message.
retroactively issuing a
Clear cut
permit,
your
then that's
lots,
fine.
do whatever the hell you want, and then the township will give you permission for it after the fact. I mean, what the hell does that mean? These ordinances,
Everything that I say
these
out of
people have been
context, and
harmed.
then you say
Steel
stuff
City
like
have
that.
been harmed as a result of this. You can't
bring it
recreate
back into
trees that have been cut
compliance.
down. Your job is to
So
stop that from happening.
unproductive.
This is the one who contacts the conservation district because she
A
wants
lot
to
of
punish her
lies.
neighbor for cutting down trees.
Reason why I made the motion to
phone
table
tower,
it indefinitely,
right?
or to remove it indefinitely, because it's harassing.
You're not gonna do your
Into it at
job.
all.
So,
It's
Not about the
filled with
trees.
lots of misinformation and distortions.
Not
Tell me
because
you
of the
didn't.
tower.
It's clear that you did.
It was this forestry.
now I can understand the school district, that goes,
I assume it was.
one property,
I don't
people
know.
could,
Well, whatever.
some people have said like, okay, I'll work with you since you're the school district and all that, but you went by the letter of the zoning law there. So I don't necessarily fault, there's a justification for that. There's a justification for that. Like you said, the zoning doesn't specify the size of a property, and I guess technically, although I think a lot of people consider 3 different buildings, I guess technically they're all connected, you call it one building. Or whatever. So, that's reasonable people could differ on that, right? But there, you're by the book. And this is, my problem is just the inconsistency. There, you're by the book. Me and you had a conversation a few minutes ago about the compost center and how you feel that that is not in compliance with zoning because Hellertown operates it, and it's in Lower Saucon Township, it's not the same municipality. So when I have a piece of property and I'm gonna invite Bethlehem or Allentown or Easton to come and do the composting on this property, this field, I'm just gonna invite them. Because what stops me from letting another municipality compost on that property when we're not preventing Hellertown? All Hellertown has to do is go before the zoning, get the zoning variance, and it's fine. But there you won't hold. In fact, you gave a letter of justification to Susie on that. And you admitted you did that. You told me you did it. So explain that. Explain why you're by the book with the school district, by the book with the school district, but when it comes to the compost center, you look the other way, you say, it's not a gray area. It's not a gray area. Go ahead, no, go ahead, he wants to answer. He wants to answer, let him answer.
First of all, council approved that
No, we
that
didn't.
use.
Absolutely.
I just want to say.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
Council approved
Agreement.
that use.
We approved the settlement agreement, not the rezoning of it. Two different things.
Council's prerogative to do that. It's not him, it's council.
No, I want him to speak.
No, because he was directed to do so because there was an agreement in a court case that authorized and directed him to do so in a settlement that was passed by council. So he was presented with the correct me if I'm wrong, presented with the documentation saying this is what council agreed to, this is what you are to do, and he did that.
Rubber stamp
Explain to me, say what you told me earlier, and how you're uncomfortable with it.
Well, so, from a zoning standpoint, yes, the use is not permitted in that zoning district. But there are, hold on.
That forever. Oh, wow.
There are caveats to this. While there's no permit for the use in the property file, there are 2 or 3 permits that have been issued subsequently for, I believe there's a pole barn and some electrical work then done after it, where it expressly says in conjunction with the compost center. The issue with that is that while there's no use permit, if we filed a violation notice against them, they're going to claim a vested right and they're going to get it. Because the township recognized that the use was going on and didn't do anything to prevent it when it started. That's the problem.
The difference. The compost center was shut down and restarted up again. So that whatever happened before is different, okay? It's different.
And besides the fact,
Hold on. Hey, I still have the floor.
Council directed him to do something. It's not the same as him interpreting something differently.
Direct him to do that because it hasn't been rezoned.
Council directed him to do that pursuant to a settlement agreement, which is
in my hypothetical
illegal.
About having a field, how would you defend that? What would you say to that individual that wants to open a compost center for a municipality in Lower Saucon Township?
They would be denied.
Right.
All right, so the compost center has been operating for decades, and we participated in using
Letter of the
it.
law with the school district, one sign.
Can we move forward on the motion?
Yeah.
The center, you got co-opted. You didn't stand by your guns. You didn't give your thought. They put something in front of you, told you to sign it,
Have a roll
and you
call
signed it.
Unfortunately, it's a more complicated matter.
It is, but that's what happened. They put something in front of you and you signed it.
Mr. Carucci.
If you.
We're taking a roll call.
That's what happened. That's what happened.
Unfortunately, there's all these other factors
They put something in front of you and you signed it. But you didn't put those caveats in there. You could have said, I want to write this where I have these caveats in there, my concerns.
We're having a roll call. Are you present? Are you
Yeah, and that's my problem. You got to be consistent.
responsive?
You got to be consistent. If you're going to go by the letter, go by the letter. If you're not, then don't. But be the same to everybody and be consistent with everybody.
Mr. Carucci.
I don't think you're necessarily doing a bad job. I just think because but I want an employee because I don't like how council has the right. Like, for example, if you were not doing what they wanted, they could fire you next year. They could say we're not rehiring the firm.
Let's get real.
You can do that every year. Whereas
now 4 times to
the
complain.
zoning officer, only the township manager can fire that zoning.
Mr. Carucci.
That's who they report to. So that's the problem. That's the problem. And I hope you'll take this as constructive criticism. And I hope going forward, we can find a little more consistency with a little more consistency with that.
Ms. DeLeon.
All right, I respect you too. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm going to vote.
Ms. DeLeon. Yes.
How about my vote? No one asked me
Mr.
for my vote.
Bononis.
100 times.
Mr. Bononis.
Motion?
Motion is to table it indefinitely.
All right, if we have to, we'll put it on the agenda again. If we keep getting complaints, we'll address it again.
Indefinitely.
You're saying indefinite to prevent us from putting it on the agenda.
Indefinitely, because it's harassing and a
This
waste of
on
our
3
time.
times at least.
You can't prevent me from putting something on the agenda. No, you could never do that.
We just motioned for it to happen.
Anyway, I don't know what we talk about everything we want to talk about.
Motion to shut you up indefinitely. How's that?
Is that a no?
No.
We just talk about what we
Ms.
want to.
Optop Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci.
Oh, thank you. No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Next item was mine. I'm going to make a motion to rescind all township zoning ordinances since we don't consistently apply them.
Second.
Thank you, Tom.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. So, Mr. Gutsuzian, what is the practical effect of what I'm proposing here? And is it legal?
The practical effect is, I think what you're suggesting is to rescind all the zoning ordinances of the township, which would be, I believe, at least in my estimation, unprecedented, number one.
I think so too.
Number two, disastrous.
Right, okay.
And would essentially take away all the zoning laws all at once.
Why would it be disastrous, Mr. Gutsuzian?
I love all
It's
of this.
embarrassing you're asking that question.
No, I want the public to know. I want it spelled out, and I know why it would be disastrous, but I want you to explain it
He
from
knows
your
why it would be
legal
disastrous
standpoint.
when he puts it on the agenda for you to
The
hear.
answer to your question as to why your motion would be disastrous would be, it would take away all the zoning laws. So then, in theory, anybody could build anything, anywhere, whenever they wanted, however they wanted, and so on.
All right, how is that different from what we just talked about in the last agenda item, where anybody can do whatever they want, for example, cutting down 30 trees? Or, for example, rezoning a parcel that's not zoned for a compost center?
That is
or
a
other things
question
like
that is so silly that it does not require
I'm
an
going to
answer.
ask the question because you're the solicitor, and to have this inconsistent application, I think, points out the absurdity of taking this to that extreme. So go ahead, tell us.
I'm not even gonna bother.
Okay, all right. You're not going to bother about it. Well, before I withdraw my motion, I'd welcome other comments on it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's utterly ridiculous that we have zoning ordinances. Again, the zoning ordinances exist for multiple reasons, so that people who come into the township know that their value of their property that they're acquiring has intrinsic value that is not going to be affected by neighboring property owners. And if we do not consistently apply those zoning ordinances so that we provide clear direction to the residents and protections to the residents, both those that want to do things with their property and others that don't want things to happen on property that is not permitted, that is adjacent to their properties, that is a significant problem to me. And the fact that we are not doing that, and I gave the examples, stop talking, would you let me finish?
No, because you're stating
We're not doing that.
misinformation
We're not doing
and you're
that.
misinforming
We're not
the
doing
public.
that. I'm informing the public because we haven't. I've given you the examples of it.
That's
So would
ever
you
been
shut
presented
up?
that our
I
zoning
make-
officer is
I
misapplying
make a motion to have
cherry
Victoria stop
picking
talking
when he
and-
is and
I
is not
second,
going
I
to
second.
apply
Thank you.
zoning ordinances. It's ridiculous.
so-
So no, you
so-
can't just continue to spread
Keep going.
misinformation
my
and lies
concern
about
is
the
that we are
people
not-
that work here.
Keep going.
So let me ask the solicitor another question. You obviously know about the Equal Protection Clause, right?
What's
Mr.
your question?
Gutsuzian? Yeah, you're familiar with the Equal Protection Clause, right? So all citizens are afforded equal protection under the law. So if we as a township are not affording equal protection to citizens under the law, are we as a township subjected to potential litigation for violation of that because we're not protecting
Only from
people
you.
equally, right?
You're the only one that threatens litigation at every meeting
I know
and
you're not
tries to
strong in
sue
federal
us
court,
all
Steve.
the
You already
time.
told us that. You're not strong in federal court. The
were
1983 cases you don't like to do, but tell us about that. I
You
mean,
were asking-
can we be sued because we're cherry picking and not equally applying our ordinances?
You were asking absurd questions, and I think
Yeah.
you know you're asking absurd
I
questions.
know, Mr. Booba. I know you. This is what you do. This is your ballywick. We're not gonna burn you. It's late. Just relax. Even the next agenda item you can relax on too.
I know,
Just
we'll
take
get
it
you back
easy.
to the home in time.
All right. All right, well, with that discussion, I'm gonna withdraw my motion.
Because he knows it's ridiculous.
Well, I know you're ridiculous, but I think it's ridiculous that we're not
And he doesn't wanna be on the
consistently
record for
enforcing
it
our
either.
zoning laws. I think it's inappropriate. I think it's unfair to the residents. I think it's terrible precedent that we're setting, and I think that we're not doing a good job. And that's typical for you three, but I would prefer to have
Oh, it's
better.
difficult for you to spread misinformation.
I'm not spreading
to spread
misinformation.
lies and to somehow paint our council as believing that we're misapplying our own zoning regulations.
You hired him.
It's ridiculous.
You hired him.
No, it was
Yes, you
chosen
did.
by Kathy. Kathy put it on the agenda.
Take a
We
breath.
authorized the group to
Calm
come
down.
here.
It's late.
And
It's
if
late.
we
Take it-
followed all of
relax.
your circles of complaints, we would know that if Kathy
withdrew
was
the
the one
motion.
overseeing this, Kathy would bring it to our attention, not you.
Motion is withdrawn.
I withdrew. I want to comment on the withdrawal.
No, it's withdrawn
The
now.
motion, but I can still comment on the
A
motion.
chance to talk.
Well, Tom's up. Tom's up, not
It's
you.
usually go alphabetical order. We go me, Jason, and then me.
What I'd like to say is,
He's still C.
Oh, I'm good. Go ahead then. You go ahead. Then go ahead, Priscilla, but I'm going after you. If she gets to go, I'll
I've been
go.
here since 1988. We've had many zoning officers, many different councils, and many residents were never happy with the zoning officer. And no matter what that person did, they had complaints, and that's just how it is. So you have to see that and listen to that comment and
you know, try to understand it. But I'm telling you that nobody likes the, sorry, Tyler, nobody likes the zoning officer and will complain. And sometimes the complaints aren't valid. So I'll be quiet now.
All right, my turn?
What's that?
My turn, you done?
Sure.
Okay. All right, I mean, I think Jason has some legitimate questions. Apparently, Susie seems a little bent tonight, maybe just sat in the wrong chair or something, but you know, I mean, I think he should have at least given the courtesy of trying to answer the questions. You know, he's being paid $180 an hour, and I thought the questions were legitimate. Not that, you know, I don't think you needed to, you know, try and denigrate Jason's questions. A lot of times we do ask questions that we do know the answers to, but the public, we feel like the public needs to know the answers to that, and people listening and watching need to know the answers to that. And I think, you know, it was uncivil. You should really behave yourself better in public, Mr. D'Souza, and maybe get an award like me for good conduct. It's hard to get, and you're way behind the 8 ball with your behavior there. But you know, you have something to shoot for. But I think you owe Mr. Bananas an apology.
Okay,
I mean,
let's move on.
It's Ash Wednesday, for God's sakes, and
You want to call the next agenda item?
You're just, you know, have some decency and some civility. There's one thing I stand for, it's decency and
You
civility.
withdrew the motion.
Thank you.
Because the second can't come without the first.
I thought we were voting.
I withdrew the motion.
It was withdrawn.
He doesn't want it on his record, even though he put it on the agenda.
Okay, 5I, discussion and possible action on open space interest in St. Luke's property, formerly Keck property, on Lightsville Road, Route 412.
Yeah, I asked to.
I'd make a motion to remove
put
this
on the
also as
agenda.
inappropriate.
And the reason why I put this on the agenda is, you know, we had conversations about how much money we have in open space. What is it, $12 million now, Kathy? $12 million in open space, and we're always looking to acquire properties. I know that there was an initiative a few years ago where we targeted specific properties that were identified in the township as being potential, having potential for open space preservation. And I mean, this property that is on Route 412 is largely open space. It was a buffalo farm when it was the Keck property. There's been nothing that's been constructed on it. I know that St. Luke's owns the property, and you know, Mr. Buba came in and he disparaged me. And I'm not trying to do spot zoning here. I'm not doing anything to be critical of St. Luke's Health Network in any way. So I regret his comments. Maybe in hindsight, he'll regret his comments, maybe not. But my idea is, since this space is still open space, and it's in an area that is going to be a commercial corridor, it may be nice to have some preserved open space in and around that area. St. Luke's came into us and advocated very strongly, and in fact was involved in litigation to try to stop the landfill expansion, to reduce the township host fees that we would get that are currently about $2.5 million a year to $4.5 million a year under the new host agreement when that goes into effect. St. Luke's is an entity that you know, makes $100 and some million of profit. At least that's what I had seen. So a billion. Well, I'm just talking profit. Revenue. You know, they're very interested in preserving open space around their property. They want to put up like sunflowers and things like that.
I welcome anybody to
I mean, they
second it
seem to have a
Second to Victoria's
green
motion
bent to them. So why not approach them and see if they're interested in having a conversation with us about either acquiring the property as open space outright, or doing a conservation easement on that property to preserve it as open space. I mean, Lower Saucon Fire Rescue goes over to Fountain Hill to service often. We pay for Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. St. Luke's, as far as I know, doesn't pay anything to Lower Saucon Fire Rescue.
Talking about an open
That's the
space
reason why I put
issue,
this
and
on
you're
the
talking
agenda.
about.
I mean, I'm sorry, like, I know, like, look, I know that
Which
they
is
were
ridiculous.
donors to your campaign. I don't know what
Excuse
that
for
means.
you to have an open
No, it's
mic to
not.
disparage
It's not.
everybody and anyone
It's a discussion
who
and
comes
possible
before
action.
you
I'm
who doesn't
explaining
agree with
why
you.
years ago.
And I'm advocating
I'm gonna
that, I'm
speak.
advocating to St. Luke's and their
just
attorney who's
destroy
here.
the township. That's
Their
it.
attorney who's here, who's been here for so long, even though he said bad things, or not nice things, maybe he,
We're
maybe he
removing this
can
from the
communicate this
agenda?
to his principals to
motion.
see if perhaps St. Luke's would be interested in something like that.
They're not.
I'm not.
They've already said they weren't. They came up at the public comment and said to remove it. That was their request.
No, he said, are you talking about spot zoning it, or what are you talking about?
No, he said that it should be removed because he's not interested.
No, he said that they talked about putting some plans together, is what he said. And I'm just saying, we target properties. Here's a property. Why not send a letter to them saying, would you be interested in selling the property for open space or granting a conservation easement? So I'll make a motion to.
There is already a motion to remove this from the agenda.
So now you're anti-open space. Okay.
Open space doesn't work how you say.
That can be decided, sir. Whoever, you could have the Wildlands Conservancy. I don't know.
Sure.
Look, I'm not allowed to even make the offer to you, sir. Like, they're not even, like, I mean, not even the offer, but, like, I'm just, like, look, sir, I mean, Mr. Booba,
Who is the beneficiary?
Okay.
Mr. Booba, you're putting the
We're
cart
getting
ahead
out
of the
of order.
horse. You're getting the cart ahead of the horse. I'm saying, is there any interest in it? And you could come back and say, well, maybe. Like, let's talk about it. And maybe there is. Like, you're like, I think you're getting way down the path. These ladies won't even allow the township to send you a letter about this. So there it is. I'm sorry. I extend my regrets to Mr. Anderson and Mr. Naraki. Extend my regrets to them because I know that they're conservationists at heart. At least they indicate that they are, and they're not even allowed to consider this. So my regrets to St. Luke's. You're going to do with the property what you do.
Answer his question. Who would be a beneficiary? If he asked the question, why don't you answer? You always want to chime in on open space. Here's your opportunity.
All right.
Oh, that's right. It's not question
Yeah. Well, they're not gonna.
And you know, Mr. Bononis redid the zoning in that area just in 2023 for the,
Just
you
me. I
know,
did it all
put
by
in
myself.
businesses.
I waved my magic wand. And
Well,
I
you
it
did
all.
that with your crew
We did it.
because you want the business district, and now we have a business putting offices in there, and
nothing
now
there.
all
They
of a
haven't- they haven't
sudden
broken
you want
ground.
open
They
space.
haven't broken ground.
No.
Isn't the building one of the criteria? So good. There you go.
Well.
Oh my God.
You don't force open space on people.
This is a tough
That's
conversation.
misleading, and it's my turn to talk anyway.
They come to you.
Jason. I go after Jason. It's my turn to talk. Okay.
Like the conservancy, sit there and do nothing until
right.
now you have a project for you. Now you
My-
it's like me sitting here broke and then decide to go to work. I don't wait till I have money in the bank and then decide to go to work.
They're not continuing to comment.
I didn't get the comment yet. That's a motion.
No, you're just.
And I'm going to comment about open space, about the agenda on open space. Mine is about open space. My theory is, well, if we're not going to get any tax dollars from it, because St. Luke's is going to make it exempt. If they own the property, they can go for an exemption. They can. They don't have to, but they can go for an exemption with the county to make it exempt from school taxes, to make it exempt from township taxes, and to make it exempt from county taxes. And that's their right under the Pennsylvania Constitution. What I'm saying is, if we're not going to generate any tax revenue from the property, which is one of the reasons why I voted for the rezoning of it to begin with, let's just make it open space. We still won't get any tax revenue from it, but at least it'll be conserved as open space. A little less traffic on 412, and if that's something that St. Luke's would be interested in, if it's not something they'd be interested in, that's fine. They have the right to say no. But we also have the right to try and bring it up and see if we can make an offer, see if there's interest. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. And, listen, sooner or later, and it's not just St. Luke's. Listen, I go to St. Luke's. I'm a patient there. My family go. The people that work there are great. The doctors that work there are great. And it's great. We also have Lehigh Valley because it's good to have competition. But the same thing. Listen, if the spark plug factory where Lehigh Valley Hospital is building a hospital down there, that's in Hellertown. That's not in Lower Saucon, so that's kind of their problem. I would be saying the same thing. Listen, if we're not going to generate tax revenue from the property because it's not going to be a business, where it's going to be a business that can go for an exemption on property taxes, then, you know, I would be saying the same thing about Lehigh Valley. You know, it's just, it's a lot of property in both places, the Lehigh Valley property and the St. Luke's property. And that will not be generating any, really, it's the school districts that are really hurt the most about it. But I care about the school districts. It's all one community. And, you know, it's, to me, it's just, you know, there has to be some limits to what properties can be taken off of the tax rules. And I would like to see a little bit better behavior from both Lehigh Valley and St. Luke's as to supporting the community and supporting our schools. 17 out of 23, I believe it was, school districts in the Lehigh Valley had to raise taxes last year. And that's fine. Let's, you know, it's and that's not because of St. Luke's or because of Lehigh Valley necessarily, but every little bit counts. And there have been times where they have shown great community involvement. I sat on the Northampton County Revenue Appeals Board when the Easton Hospital was purchased by St. Luke's. And they did work with the school district to pay property taxes for a while, for I believe 5 years, if I remember correctly, to not just cut it off immediately and go for the, I think they went for the exemption immediately, but they had agreed to structure some things and kind of be a good, what I considered a good corporate citizen to these school districts. And like I said, it's their constitutional right to do this, but they don't have to do it. They don't have to exercise it. Nobody has to take a tax deduction. If you know, if you're entitled to it, you can take it. But there should be some considerations. I mean, to me, you know, St. Luke's employs a lot of people. And our school districts educate those people's children, a lot of them. And, you know, where's the investment in their employees' children? You know, these are valid questions. And it's a valid offer or not offer, but a valid expression of interest to say, are they interested in this? Because again, I go back to the fact that if we're not going to get any tax revenue from the property, why not keep it as open space? We still won't get any tax revenue to it, but there'll be less traffic. They'll you know, and maybe you never know what your park needs are going to be in the future, or your public needs are going to be in the future for property. Listen, it's all about property, right? The whole thing. They're fighting the landfill. It's about property development. Well, you know, they're gonna expand all the way down to the Lehigh River. When we met with Mr. Naraki, he showed us plans to go all the way down to the river. I'm fine with development, but where I get a little concerned is how much development is going to be tax exempt because the school districts suffer, the township suffers, and the county suffers, and also, okay, if development's good for some, it's good for all. You know, picking and choosing and playing sides, I'm not so certain that it becomes too political at a certain point. So that's my concern, and I don't think there's anything wrong with this agenda item. It is simply to see if there's any interest in doing this. If there's not, there's not. But you know, it's a shame for the school district and for the township and for the county to lose tax revenue. If this was taxed the same way the Giant is, Cheyenne, what does a Giant pay again in taxes right across the street?
We just need to continue moving on.
$250,000 a year or something like that. I forget what it was.
I think it's over 200,000.
So you know, it's a big chunk of money if that's was developed another way. And I understand it's not going to be developed another way. It's either going to be the St. Luke's tax exempt property, or it's going to, or the open space if they're interested. But you know, it's at a certain point, you know, there's a breaking point with how much of this property should really be tax exempt, especially from school taxes. That's all.
All right, who was next? Priscilla, did you go?
I have nothing to,
Okay. Victoria?
I don't know what to say.
sorry to the public and everybody for the waste of this time for all of these ridiculous agenda items.
Trying to preserve open space. Yep, you should apologize for trying to preserve open space.
Okay, well,
You gotta always turn it around, Jason.
this is way past the point where that action would have been proposed.
Really? Why?
Can we have a roll call?
They didn't break ground yet.
Ms. DeLeon?
It's never too late.
But what are we voting on?
This is the
We're
motion.
removing it from the agenda, even though we already had to go through it all.
Yes,
There was a motion to remove from the agenda.
yes, Kathy, if you didn't hear me. Still late.
No, I think this is appropriate. I mean,
It's your opinion.
I know it is.
Right, and this
I
is
think
a
it's
vote.
appropriate, and I'm
Right.
speaking. Right,
Right,
right.
nobody said anything
And I
about
don't-
you.
No, I was
We're-
speaking
we're
because they called my
finishing
name.
the
They didn't
roll
call your name,
call.
they called my name. So
Ms.
stop
Uptoff
interrupting me.
Cordero?
Yes.
I think it's
Mr.
appropriate
Caroci?
to explore.
No, I think it's a legitimate agenda item. Agenda
Ms.
item.
Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
5J is review draft ordinance for advertisement and necessary steps to move forward with possible enactment of ordinance 2025-01 for council compensation.
Who asked for this on the agenda?
I did, and I make a,
Oh, there you go. Cha-ching. Workers' comp, workers' comp.
Motion, I make a motion
I
to remove
make-
this from the agenda. I think it's
Second,
inappropriate.
I second,
Thank you. Let's
I
have a
second.
discussion.
Motion, no, you didn't. You didn't say a motion.
I had a
You didn't
motion
say
and
a motion.
I made a
You said,
motion,
you said,
you
you
seconded it.
she said, who put this on the agenda? And you said you did. You didn't make a
yelling.
motion. He made a motion to remove it and I
Certainly did.
seconded.
Yelling.
I didn't get a chance to get it all
Let's
out.
take a roll call on that motion then.
Motion
all
on
the
the
time.
floor.
Mr. Bononis?
Motion on the floor.
Your motion?
My motion is to remove this item from
And
the
I seconded
agenda.
it. You didn't
Yes.
go
I
first.
seconded
You
it.
didn't go first.
I said, who put this on the agenda? Priscilla said, I did, and I
She
said,
didn't
I
make a
made a
motion. He made a motion to remove it. I
Ms.
seconded
Ray,
it.
Ms.
And I
Ray,
seconded it.
You're
I
slow to
have
the
that
game.
down. Ms. Ray asked for a roll call.
Roll call.
Okay, let's talk about it. Roll call. We get to talk.
Conversation about it.
Yep. All right, go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is utterly ridiculous. If what my understanding is that they're, is that, no, it's
There's a
conversation.
motion, and the motion gets, council members get to talk about motions. Pay attention. We've been
So-
doing it all night.
So currently,
cut me
township
off
council gets paid,
midstream.
I believe, Kathy, what was $3,250?
Get one of these.
$37.50, I believe.
$37.50. So $37.50, and the statute, 53 PS 65606, talks about, this is Pennsylvania law, it talks about the compensation for township supervisors, and it's based upon population. So if you're in a community that has not more than 4999 residents, your compensation could be $3,145. If you're in a municipality that has between 5,000 and 9,999, your compensation would be could be 4,190. Between 10,000 and 14,999, that's where Lower Saucon is, because we have about 12,000 residents. The compensation could be 5,450. So, and it goes on and on up to over 35,000. If you're in a big township with over 35,000, you could make a whopping $8,385. So, presumably, Priscilla put this on the agenda because she wants to give herself a pay raise, a gigantic pay raise. So think about this, folks. The pay raise that she is proposing here is whopping. I mean, absolutely whopping. I calculated at 70%, but that was based upon a different number. So it's a huge number that she's talking about giving themselves a raise, 40% or more, whatever it is.
70.
Well, it's not 70 because I thought it was 3,250, so it's off. But I'll calculate that and we'll get back to that number because I'm talking and I don't want to yield the floor. So think about this. They screamed and had a hissy fit when talking about giving compensation to Kathy as the interim manager who's doing yeoman's work in multiple jobs as interim manager, assistant manager, and finance director. They screamed about giving compensation to Carol and Stacy, who are picking up the slack in the most earnest of ways to keep this township running. They're hemorrhaging people. They can't hire a township manager because nobody wants to come and work for
You. Nobody wants to come work for you.
the disaster that we have and the nonsense and the corruption that's going on. So the police, we talked about giving bonuses to staff, not even out of the township funds, but out of the American Relief Fund money that was given to the township by the federal government as part of the COVID process. And they refuse to give bonuses to township staff who are killing themselves, the police officers who literally put their lives on the line every time they go out into the street. Priscilla hangs out with the Black Lives Matter anti-police group in Hellertown, votes against the police stuff, everything all the time, votes against compensating these people who are truly working. And these hacks can't get anything done, tripping over themselves, getting the township sued left and right. And what do? They advertise, and here it is, folks, towards the end of the agenda, 11:41. I don't know who else is tuning in out there in the virtual world, but now they're talking about giving themselves a raise that would jack up their salary from $3,000, our salary, because I get paid now, because I consider it as hazard pay to deal with these fools.
Mr. Bononis, it is $32.50.
It is $32.50. Thank you. So it is $32.50. So it is 70%. So it's a 70%. It's a 70% raise that they're giving themselves from $3,250 up to $5,000 that they could up to $5,450. Okay. So think about that. You don't pay the people that are working. You're utterly incompetent. You waste money. You waste time. And you're going to give yourself, who got a 70% raise last year? Anybody? Who got a 5% raise last year? Anybody? Nobody. Nobody did. This is the Democrat, remember this. Remember this in the primary. Remember this in the general election. Remember this going forward. Never forget what goes on. They're trying to shut down kids from playing baseball, okay? Because they want to play politics with a baseball field. They want to rebuild a barn in violation of the open space laws and waste thousands and thousands of dollars on that. They will give away over $1 million to a library that nobody uses and that wasn't transparent and was not cooperative with us. And now they're going to give themselves a 70% raise.
Just a bunch of.
And they want to strangle the landfill and get rid of the landfill that pays us $2.5 million, soon to be $4.5 million. So, and they want to have a paid fire department and a paid fire chief. They're not in the real world because they don't have jobs that are in the real world where they actually have to make ends meet without being on the government dole, right? That's really what it comes down to. If you were angry about the baseball field, I'm apoplectic about this on the agenda. 70% written. They don't deserve any raise. They should not take any pay. They should quit. Quit. Please quit. Save the township the aggravation.
Okay, Tom,
and
get
quit.
your comments in here. We've heard.
I mean, I find it ridiculous and humorous that someone like. Exactly. It's to the world. To the township, to the township residents and the taxpayers, and certainly the staff. Certainly the staff, right. That Priscilla, after sitting here for 40 years doing nothing and collecting a paycheck, thinks she deserves a raise for anything is unbelievable. But you know, this is a person who, she takes what she can get. She was on, what was it, disability or workers' comp for what, 30, 40 years? How long was it, Priscilla? I mean, what was it? Workers' comp, disability? I don't know what it was.
It has nothing to do with this item, and we're so tired of hearing those stupid comments.
Having her hand out.
Ridiculous.
And wanting to get paid for very little accomplishments or no accomplishments, quite frankly. And it's disgraceful. And the other two literally have only been on council for 1 year, so it is a 1 year raise of 70%. You know, now Kathy, maybe you could explain though, when legally can this go into effect? I mean, I know if there's a change in it says in the code.
Yeah, it's for the next elected people.
Any change in salary compensation or
it goes into effect. It goes into effect if it was passed immediately, but it would not be effective, meaning the pay raise.
Right. Any of us
would not be until somebody is reelected into their position or whoever is reelected in their position. Right. So, for argument's sake,
so they're trying to get it for
your term ends in December. Right. Whoever starts in January would be available to you for the higher pay rate.
Right.
But we would not be.
Correct.
We would not be receiving a pay raise. I would not get a pay raise. Laura would not get a pay raise. Priscilla would not get a pay raise.
Now, so you're not running ever again? Have you done that? Is that what you just said? I'm never running again?
So this was This is the point. It's why it's at the end of the agenda. They were hoping everybody would leave, and a lot of people have left.
Not pick the order of the things on the agenda.
People will forget that they voted for a 70% pay raise by the time they run for reelection. It's just, but it's what the residents and taxpayer needs to know. It's their mindset. If they can take a dime from you, they will. A dime. And they
Not
will.
a dime, Tom.
They will.
70%.
70%. But it wouldn't matter if it was a dime. They'd still take it.
Thousands of dollars.
They'd still take it. They'll say, well, this is what the state allows now, and try and justify it like that. But again, they don't have to take it. I haven't received a paycheck from Township Council for being on Township Council.
Jason if he did, because I remember signing a lot of checks for Jason.
Deal with you, and you're an idiot. So I'd rather get paid.
5 years.
So on one side of your mouth, you say you have to deal with people who you don't like, so you want to collect your pay, and on the other side, you say you shouldn't collect the pay. So I don't know which one it is. Which one is it?
I may start collecting mine too.
I say you shouldn't give yourself a raise, not that you shouldn't collect pay. I say you shouldn't give yourself a raise because you're incompetent.
Let's move on.
The raise isn't for us.
So
you say that right.
So they want you to forget this happened, but remember it when you go to vote. Remember who voted to give themselves a 70% pay raise.
No, don't misstate we're not voting to give ourselves raise. That's ridiculous.
Announce that you're not going to run.
It's not for me.
You're not going to run. Announce that you're not going to run. If you announce that you're not going to run, then you won't be rewarded by this.
70% pay raise.
Commit that you will not run right now.
70%.
Priscilla, commit that you'll never run again.
Why don't you stop
rewarded with any of these
talking?
winnings.
70%.
How about you, Laura? Will you commit to never run again and get rewarded?
Jason Benonis, you are out of order. Stop talking over. Stop talking over.
Tell them no.
So they're going to vote for a 70% pay raise. They can't hire a township manager. They're on their second solicitor. They can't hire a zoning officer.
Third solicitor.
And the staff is underpaid and overworked. Staff is underpaid and overworked. The police officers and everybody should have got bonuses last year, but they gave it to their pet charities instead. So they were, again, it's the mindset of they'll take a dime from your tax dollars and give it to their favorite charities that support them. They'll take an extra dime from your tax dollars and put it in their own pocket, as they're going to do right here, with a 70% increase in their pay. They're going to vote to take.
Yep, or give it to Hellertown.
Yep, or give it to Hellertown. That's right. They'll do everything except what they're supposed to do with their tax dollars and spend it on Lower Saucon Township residents and paving their roads. Investing in their parks, investing in baseball fields, all of that. Yep. That's right. They're not for. They're for the Democratic Party, and the voters hopefully will remember that. They're for the Democrats in Hellertown, and they're for the Democratic Party. That's who they're for. That's who they're with. But they are not for the.
Do you have comments, Priscilla?
I hope people remember that in the primaries coming up in the November elections.
I'd just like to say that, I said before earlier in the night, that I started my elected office in 1988, and at that time we were paid $25 a meeting.
Well, that's good.
In 1988, that wasn't bad.
Yeah, there's no public comment.
And then after that, the state set salaries and based it on population.
You don't have to take it. You don't have to increase it.
And,
the state didn't mandate you have to take it.
Is it my turn now,
Yes.
rude person?
Yes, I couldn't hear you. It's not rude.
Yes, it is your turn.
And
civility and decency is this cornerstone of good public
over the
service.
years, when the state legislature upped the amount, they would do it after each census. And I take that back. They'll do it periodically. Usually it's after the census, and it's always based on population. So you have that range that he read, and they upped it, and I thought, oh, well, I'll put it on the agenda because
I want put some money in my pocket.
it won't affect me,
So I can put some money in my pocket.
because for the next 2 years and 10 months, I get the current current payment of $3,250.
You're not going to run again? Are you announcing you're not running again?
Say that.
Oh, she didn't announce she's not running again. Damn.
So I figured
Almost
we would
got
do it now, so that when the people are running for, office, they would see it. So I wanted to do this. So I'd like to make a motion.
There's a motion on the floor.
We have a motion on the floor to remove this from the agenda by Jason and Tom, which we could take a roll call on and then do a motion.
Ray, did you talk?
The rest of them.
I don't have anything to add to this.
Okay.
We don't need to talk about removing it. We can talk about whatever.
Removing, I thought you said you were removing it. We made a motion to remove it.
Right, and we're taking a roll call for that.
Mr. Benonis.
To remove it, yes. Get this off the agenda, save the tax.
Cordero.
No.
I didn't vote yet.
Mr. Croce.
Yeah, again, to correct Priscilla, just because the state allows you to do it, you do not have to do it. There's no mandate saying you have to do it.
Like the ADA laws that mandate that you
Each
do
council
it a
person
certain
can make
way,
that choice.
and then you don't have to do it that way? You can
At any time can make a choice what they want to collect.
We're doing a roll call.
It's supposed to be a public service.
No.
You're not supposed to try and
DeLeon.
take every dime that's due to you. It's supposed to be public service. Cornerstone of which is
Motion
decency and
fails.
civility.
2-3.
And I'm sorry to say that that's lacking up here from the Democrats.
The motion
So.
to.
I didn't vote yet. I voted no on that other motion.
She didn't. Make a
Kathy,
motion
you didn't
to
call my name.
authorize,
Kathy, you didn't call my name.
Voted against his own motion.
Call my name.
authorize advertisement for draft ordinance 2025.
Oh, yes, yes,
01,
yes.
council compensation, and schedule a public hearing.
Oh, we get to talk about it again.
And then,
Right.
There's a second.
Come on out, bring the popcorn.
Down there already? Okay.
Before we go into any discussion, if you're inclined to amend your motion because what was presented in the packet didn't have the specific language identifying Lower Saucon as an optional plan of government. So I circulated that to Township Council, but it's not part of board docs. So if you want to advertise that version, which is the same as what's on board docs except for that one line, you can amend your motion to that effect.
So the 20, is the new one, the revised one, is it still 20, 25?
Yeah, the number remains the same. It's just.
Okay,
What was the error, Steve?
I'd like to amend my motion to have it include the revision of including.
So what's the revision? So the public doesn't get to
You be quiet.
Just heard it.
No, I will
Home
not
rule.
be quiet. I would like to see the revision.
Optional
Trying to get a
form
motion.
of government. That wording that was circulated in Steve's email today. So I'm
amend my second.
Anybody when we were in majority? Yeah.
Yeah.
Never. Firehouse, you sat there with like that, with your hands in your pocket.
Yep.
Okay, so you have a motion and a second.
All right, so we'll
So I
go,
assume the
go through the
revision is out
discussion
here in
here.
the hall.
Go through the discussion here. I mean, it's probably the same.
What's that?
I think if it's a redundant.
Go
you
through
can-
discussion if we need any.
Yeah, we do.
Redundant, I think you have
It's
to.
not redundant. This is a different motion. How could it be redundant?
I don't have anything to say. I support what I said before. And that's all.
Well, again,
Talk about wasting time.
This
I
is a
mean,
waste of
now we're
time.
gonna have another meeting, and this topic is gonna come up again, which is just reprehensible. So, Victoria, you wanna sit over there and talk about wasting taxpayer time and money? Here's the perfect example of it. This is ridiculous that you would propose this, that you would try to advance this, and you're gonna have a separate agenda item on this at a subsequent meeting? Wow.
What are you talking about? There's no subsequent meeting about anything.
You have
She's
to
talking
have a
about
public
advertising.
hearing.
Advertise it,
Hearing,
yeah,
but
that's what I'm
that's not-
talking about.
that's not this
That's what I'm
agenda
talking about. I'm talking about the later
Redundancy
meeting.
is putting on for 4 agenda items, the same thing over and over again.
I'm sorry that you can't understand English. Or normal thinking.
please, civility and decency, Victoria.
She's just lonely over there, Tom. You're not over there near her.
Well,
She's
I'm still,
I don't think Tom can handle it over here.
I'm
That's really
still,
the big issue.
civility and decency. It's Lent. Steve, can you explain what was the change again?
The first draft, which is part of board docs, identified Lower Saucon, but did not specifically identify Lower Saucon Township as an optional plan of government. So in an overabundance of caution, I sent you a revised draft, which has that one change.
Okay. So that one change, okay.
It
Then
doesn't
that's the only
substantively change the ordinance in any way, other than just that, and further identifies Lower Saucon that way.
All right. Well, I look forward to talking again about township compensation.
Me too.
Let's try and
Who writes this?
let's try and do it.
Not talking to you.
I would like at least council to show some decency and put it towards the beginning of the agenda, at the meeting where we're going to have this, this debate on this ordinance. So that
I
so that
believe a
township residents.
hearing would go at the
Well,
top
I just want to
anyway.
make sure, you never know with the way you withdraw things from the agenda, and move things around from the
Prevent
agenda.
the public from knowing.
Prevent the public from knowing, exactly. That, I hope you'll adhere to that so that the township residents can come and not have to stay here till midnight to object to this. That's all. See how easy it is to be nice? It's much easier to be nice for them.
Okay, Victoria, do you have comments?
I just, from my perspective, I think each individual council member, whether it's somebody that gets elected in January or somebody in the future, should have the right to decide whether they should take that compensation or not. I think this year is demonstrative of why it would be prudent, or why any council member would need that compensation to assist them. So I don't think there's an issue. We're not actually, I mean, people talk about salaries like you get a paycheck like that's like $30,000 a year or $40,000 a year. I mean, this is a de minimis amount of money that I think thanks anybody who sits up here for their time.
Don't take the
for their
payment.
energy
Don't take
to
the pay.
sit on subcommittees, and each council member can take that individual choice
Bring that
at
up to
any
them.
time
Yeah.
to collect some, none, part of, and I think it's appropriate that each council member should have that individual choice. I don't think it's right for me to dictate in the future what other council members should or shouldn't do. Mr. Carochi doesn't take it, Mr. Benonis does take it. So as you can see, each council member at any time can choose to take it or not take it. So by approving this, this does not change that ability for any council member, and I don't want to hamstring future council members should they ever be on a council that's this, I would say, disrespectful.
Incompetently run?
That's this disrespectful.
Incompetently run. Civility and decency, Victoria, please.
All right, I'm not going to make additional comments on this right now.
Thank you.
Can we have a roll call?
Ms. Zoptoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Yes. Have a hearing.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Well, should I abstain from this? Because if I run for council again, I would be lining my pocket. So can we really vote on this? But I don't know. I'm gonna abstain because I think I have a financial interest in this that is at conflict. So, when I run for council and get reelected, I don't want to have to hear about this.
Everybody's waiting for you to run.
No, they are.
Okay.
Motion passes 4 and 1 abstention.
Okay, so the next item is
4-0, 1 abstention.
5K, review draft ordinance for advertisement and necessary steps to move forward with possible enactment of ordinance 2025-02, establish a fire services executive committee.
I make a motion to advertise that draft ordinance.
And again, that draft ordinance should be the one with the reference as an optional plan of government.
As an optional plan of government, yes.
Okay, and I'll second that.
Why can't we just write the ordinances right the first time?
I'd ask Mr. Treadwell after we spent $20,000 in 2023 just to be overturned in court, but I can't because he's not here.
What was overturned?
What was overturned?
Sure you don't remember that one.
I don't. No idea what you're talking about.
Anyway.
I guess it didn't
It's not
happen.
pertinent to the agenda item. We've been chastised all night. It's not pertinent to the agenda item. It's not pertinent to the agenda item.
No,
Laura, you seconded?
Hypocrite.
I did.
Civility and decency.
All right, so we want to have conversation on this, Jason?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. I brought this up previously, and I'll mention it again because I think it's pertinent to the agenda item. And that is that Victoria brought forth Jerry Ozog as a fire services consultant, and the township spent $20,000 on his opinions. He did surveys and interviews and other things, and the grand finale of his findings were to create a fire services committee. And what's lost on this is that we had a fire services committee. So we've spent $20,000 on somebody telling us to do something that had existed and these three ladies had eliminated. So now they're gonna create a new fire services committee. I guess they're gonna stack it with their stooges, who are gonna do whatever they're gonna do. But what I find troubling is we spent all that money on Mr. Ozog, and I asked him for some information. And back on September 20th, 2024, he sent an email to Township Council with some general categories of his findings from his survey. And I asked him, subsequent to that, I would like the data. Not just your interpretation of the data, but I would like that data. And then he came forward and he sat right there at that chair and he talked about his findings and his recommendation to create the committee that already existed. And I asked him again, will you give me the data? And he said he would. And then at the last council meeting, Kathy, I asked you, can I get the data? I still don't have the data. Why don't I have the data? What's so troubling that's in those survey results that they don't want released, right? So I think before we move forward on a committee, I think we should probably look at what's in the data and the surveys to find out what the problems are so that if the committee is created or recreated, that the committee can target those issues that were raised as concerns by members of Lower Saucon Fire Rescue and other individuals that were surveyed as part of this process. That's the first thing that I would say. The second thing I would say is we have a letter, and I read this at the last council meeting in February. I'll share it again. We received this on February 18th, 2025. To whom it may concern, due to some troubling times and suspicious activities, the township should consider a forensic audit of Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, especially since money provided by the township goes into one general account that is used for anything but from buying alcohol for the social halls, replacing appliances in the bar, and fixing fire trucks. The elected officers spend thousands of dollars without following the department accepted way of asking the members to do so and allow for opposition. The large purchases are not time sensitive or emergencies like relabeling a new fire truck, then letting it sit for weeks before it's even ready to be used. There is obvious misappropriation of funds, and when questioned, President Scott Creasy says it will be looked into or a lie is fabricated on the spot. Also, you as the township need to make sure you read the surveys completed by the members of Lower Saucon Fire Rescue for the consultant. The consultant is only being provided what the chiefs and administrative officers want him to provide to the township. There are or were some very frank surveys calling out many issues. There are also has been rumors that some surveys were deleted due to the content. Fire Chief Johnson has been making very troubling decisions with the department. We still have a good number of volunteers that come out, yet he keeps telling the department and anyone else who will listen that we are putting a paid crew on that will drive away the volunteers. Why would they continue to come out for free when they are paying a few people to get one truck out? He has told people if they want to come out for calls to go to another station other than the one closest to them, since the paid crew will be there. Also, how does that work if volunteers are being paid for a shift? Does that open the township up to having a fire union come in and make rules on salary demands? The current response by volunteers to calls is still the highest in the surrounding area. It is not often that we have a low number of responders, but Fire Chief Johnson's decisions will all but guarantee members will stop coming out. We are very fortunate right now, and we do not need this bringing everything crashing down. Thank you for your time and continued support of your volunteers. Now, this is a letter that I received. It's not signed by anyone. I don't know if it's accurate or not. I had called for this to be looked into. You would think that this information would be like troubling, right? You know, you're on council and your township taxpayer dollars are going to support this organization. So why wouldn't you like give this some like credence and maybe say like, hey, let's look into this. I mean, you deal with anonymous stuff all the time.
Sounds like you.
So like, I don't know why that's not being addressed. And I don't know why I haven't been given the survey results despite asking for the survey result data 3 times over, and I want all of the data. I mean, we paid for it. We paid for it. This council paid for it. I didn't vote for it. I think it was a waste of money. It was a waste of money because all it did was go full circle back to, hey, let's create the Fire Service Executive Committee. That's item K on this agenda tonight. So I don't know what the big secret is. You know, they're talking about, as I understand it, I think Fire Service is already paying some of their firefighters to be on duty at certain hours, maybe on the weekends or something like that. I mean, I don't know what this committee hopes to accomplish because everything stinks. I mean, when you're talking about the Public Works fire log, and these three are screaming at Tom, how dare you, you're talking about personnel decisions, and he didn't bring up one person's name in any of that. And then we bring up the Public Works no firehouse policy, and we're not allowed to ask the Public Works director, what's the no firehouse policy, and why does it exist, and why do we need it?
And he was walking to the microphone to answer the question. He wanted to answer the question.
And he's told to stand down by the solicitor. And then you got the fire chief truck update. There's nobody here to answer those questions. And this is gonna get created, and they're not gonna be, he's not gonna be, there's nobody here. The chief isn't here, the president, you know, the emergency, there's nobody here. Who's gonna be on this committee? I mean, I have concerns based upon this letter. Is Fire Chief Johnson gonna be on this committee?
Yeah.
I mean, like, this is the committee that's gonna be probably proposing having a paid fire chief at a lot of money. And Jerry Ozog, I don't think, said that we needed a fire chief in his report. I asked Jerry, one of the things that I asked him when I met with him, he asked me to come in. I said, I'd like to know, is the data that we're getting about the volume of fire calls legit data? I don't have the answer to that. Back in the summer, I asked the fire department to give me information, and I asked, and I asked, and I asked, and I asked, and finally I got some stuff after 3 or 4 months. Like, what's the big secret here, folks? Like, you want our money, you want to have a paid fire chief, you want to have a paid fire department. Like, stop gaming it. Like, just be transparent. I'm not against fire services. I appreciate what they do. I appreciate very much their willingness to volunteer their time to come out and respond to crises all the time. But at the same time, I don't want to be suckered. I don't want to be duped. I don't want to be taken advantage of. I don't think any taxpayer wants that. These ladies will rubber stamp anything. You know, whatever advances their agenda, they'll rubber stamp it, move on. They want to get a pay raise, and they're not willing to ask the tough questions. They say you're interrogating. No, I'm asking questions that I think should be asked, that are a fair-minded person would want asked. You may disagree because you're not a fair-minded person. You just want to cover up this stuff. And the fact that we're doing this now at midnight, you know, in the middle of the night, we're going to have a fire services committee that's going to move this ball along to give us a paid fire chief and paid fire. Like, it's already it's cooked into it. All right, it's cooked into it. And how you know it's cooked into it is, why won't you share the data? Right? Why won't you share the data? Why won't you allow conversations about important topics? That's what they do. I have nothing else. Thank you.
Well, you know, I met with Mr. Ozog as well. He said we weren't ready for a paid fire chief, and he didn't think we would be in a year or two either. And he also said he highly recommended it be someone from outside of the current volunteer, the fire services. That causes a lot of internal problems. That's what he told me. And we'll see. Right now, it looks like they're gaming the system. They're going to put the fire chief on it. They're going to put the president on it. They're going to put themselves on it. I'm sure there'll be no Republicans on this, or if it is, it'll be someone like Kathy Pitchell-McGovern, who's not really a Republican. She's a Democratic puppet, or somebody else like that. You know, it's, you know, this has been a campaign of Ty Johnson's for a while. He approached Jason and I about this years ago. You know, he wants to be a paid fire chief. Of course, he only wants to do it here in Lower Saucon. I asked him once if he had applied at other townships or other municipalities, and he said no. You know, I know Priscilla was very close to his late mother. You know, there are questions that they refuse to come here and answer. There are questions that council is preventing even Roger from answering. And we're going to talk about them. You know, we'll have this hearing, or we'll have a future discussions on this. You know, I'm sure. You know, when they create this job, you know, it's really unseemly, if not illegal, to just hand out jobs to political supporters. You know, this is a township job, should be posted. best qualified candidate, not friends of the, not friends on council should be appointing their friends. And the other thing I'll say is, well, I won't get into that, but we will talk future about these transmissions, these multiple transmissions in the fire chief's truck, and how they were paid for, and we will talk about the no firehouse policy. They prevented it tonight, but it'll come out at the right time, and we'll have more on that. And people always come up to me and tell me things, and I would encourage people to continue to do that. Last point for me, really, for tonight is, a couple months ago, Victoria down there signed a code of conduct. She violated about 55 times tonight by talking over people when they speak. At least 55 times by my last count. And the code of conduct she signed didn't have an oath of office pledge that she would uphold her oath of office. And in fact, the two other clowns signed it as well. And as you can see from the behavior tonight, just no decency, no civility. The code of conduct they signed means nothing, and it just shows that their signature and what they promised to do means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. They're hypocrites and frauds.
Priscilla?
Yeah. One.
I think that you guys are doing a good job on the fire committee. I know it takes up a lot of time, so I appreciate your efforts.
You're getting a 70% pay raise for that time.
No, because they're still here. They're here for another 2 years and 10 months.
You are?
It's actually March.
It's the first meeting of March.
Hey, thanks, Sam. Hey,
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
So, anyway, so I'm in favor of it. I'm not gonna say more than
I
that.
was excited.
Victoria?
Yeah, thanks. Just clarifying and correcting a lot of false information that was provided. We've never had a public executive committee for the fire services ever. We've had an ad hoc committee of sorts where members of council would meet with members of the fire company in private. We talk about transparency. I mean, I'm always getting accused of hiding things from you. And I have something here that puts fire services front and center in the public, and somehow I'm being, now I'm terrible. And I'm just repeating what they already have, but the biggest component of this executive committee is that it's a public committee. It creates a committee like we have Parks and Rec, like we have EAC, like we have planning. It now creates another committee that meets in public, that has members of the public to participate in helping to guide forward our fire services moving forward. So to somehow charade up here and claim that they wasted all this money and how dare she put something that we already had in place, I'd like to know where the minutes are for all of these meetings that were had. There was another subcommittee that was created for the purpose of trying to put forward a proposal for buildings, but that committee, which was actually meeting in violation of the Sunshine Law, oh my gosh, how could that ever happen under a different administration? Because I'm always being accused of doing stuff against the Sunshine Law. But in that particular case, it was a group of people that met in private, that had no meeting minutes, and then came forward with a recommendation to council, which under the Sunshine Law is pretty clear that you can't do that in private. You have to be public. So, as we've stated before, And I love the argument that, you know, and on one end of his mouth, Mr. Ozog is a highly respected professional, and he said we shouldn't do this and we shouldn't do that, and we're gonna take all of his recommendations. And on the other hand, we say, no, he's a crazy whack. This is a waste of taxpayer money. We don't know what they're doing. That's what you have here. It's ridiculous. I think that this is the best move forward to not only help us direct what we want to do with our fire services, for our buildings, for our trucks, for the budgeting process. We never had a formal budgeting process. It was just always like, oh, maybe we need something. There's no planning in place. The township has never actually put forward an actual 5 or 10 year strategy to handle fire services, and never in a public forum that included members of the public to help generate where we want to see ourselves in 5 years, 10 years, and all of that. So Mr. Ozog's work was very important.
There was a 5-minute council comment period proposed earlier. 5 minutes over that 5 minutes council comment period.
Sit down.
It helped provide us with the necessary information we needed. It's pretty clear based upon his recommendations what we actually are going to be pursuing under this executive committee. Lots of things, including audits and different other items that people have claimed. And I take exception to the fact that we have 2 members of council that up until this year at least showed some support for our fire company, showed respect for the same people they want to drag through the mud right now. And I will say it again, I think it's harassment, it's hostility, and it creates a hostile environment for anybody to want to volunteer here, to want to work here. And I reiterate that all of the problems that they complain about, know this, know that, we're here, everybody's here wasting taxpayer dollars. I mean, we just had a zoning officer spend 4 or 5 hours here. On the 3rd time we've put on the agenda complaints about a zoning officer that all should have been feeded through our manager, Kathy, who they complain, oh, you know, this should be Kathy's authority. This should all be under the township. They're abusing their authority as council members. I only see abuse from some council members, and it's wasting our taxpayer money. I'm fully in favor of this. I want to thank the fire company again for their cooperation and collaboration in this process. All of the volunteers who were out there tonight handling multiple calls that I saw in the bad weather this evening on our highways and throughout our township. And that's all.
Could I get clarification on something? And my question is, who are the members of this committee going to be? Are they going to be the same people that were on the prior committee that you found so offensive?
They haven't all been selected yet, and
or is it going to be the same people that you found
we will
offensive?
be advertising for a couple of the positions.
In conjunction with the fire services people to stack that committee to deliver a preordained result? Can I get an answer to that? Who's going to be on the committee? Who has to put this on the agenda? Kathy, do you know who's going to be on this committee? Were there any guarantees that the prior people that were on the committee are going to be on this committee?
The ordinance, it tells you who's in the fire services executive committee.
Answers that question, doesn't it, for you folks?
2 members of the public
There are 2 members of the public, but they don't get arbitrarily chosen.
will be advertised there. Nobody is selected at this point, and we would like to have some people with some very specialized skills.
So more fire service.
So, no, not specifically fire services, but
What do you mean by specialized?
financial or fire services, and I'm not answering your questions anymore. I think the outline here describes the work of the committee. Nobody's pre-selected. And let's do a roll call.
It's all transparent, guys. Transparent public meetings.
Mr. Carochi?
Not transparent. Where's the data that I asked for? Where's the transparency? I asked for data 3 times and I haven't received it. Where's the transparency? It's not transparent.
They wouldn't let us talk about the no firehouse policy?
Get away.
Let's talk about the fire log?
Transparent. It's transparent.
Wouldn't let Roger answer questions about that?
Who did you call?
Mr. Carochi? Roll call.
Oh, no, not until there's transparency, no.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Updike Cordero?
Of course, yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, next item, 5L, is review draft ordinance for advertisement and necessary steps to move forward with possible enactment of ordinance 2025-03 to provide for fire service cost recovery. All right.
I make a motion to
Approve with the amended.
approve with the amended language from Mr. Gazuzian that we advertise the ordinance.
All right, I will second that.
Second?
Laura was first.
My floor, do I have the floor? Thank you.
I guess we'll start discussion.
Here it is. You know, their first order of business when they got elected in January of 2024 was to jack up your taxes. They jacked up your regular property taxes. They jacked up your fire services tax.
No, we did not.
So that's the first thing they did.
Millage rate for your property
You canned
tax
the
did not
solicitor.
go up.
You canned the solicitor, then you jacked up the taxes, right?
No,
See,
jack up taxes.
taxes is the first thing that they did, right?
Taxes were increased.
Taxes
So now what
actually
they
went
do,
down.
now what do they do?
July.
They want to give themselves a
Tell the truth,
raise.
nothing but the truth.
Now they want to enact an
That's
ordinance
not
that
you.
provides for a fire service cost recovery. And what is that? It's another tax. So now, when you have to avail yourself of fire services,
gonna put that in front of me.
you're gonna get a bill. They're gonna send you a bill in the mail for something that you're already paying for in taxes. You broke it.
I don't care, it wasn't supposed to
Township
be.
property you broke.
Yeah,
Officer, could you arrest this woman? She's
not proper to put a
Township
big
property?
sign in front of a person.
It's vandalism. That's vandalism. How do you feel about that? You have any remorse for smashing that picture that's township?
Can you continue with the topic so we
Knock it
can
over and smash it?
finish?
Is that how you behave? I didn't do anything. I'm sitting here, sir. It's all on video. Camera can see. I saw what happened. It's
Hey,
right
go
here. She
on with
pushed
your
it forward.
propaganda here.
So what they're doing here is another tax. It's a fire service cost recovery. Why don't you just call it fire tax? Because now you're going to have to pay. If you call for fire services, they're going to send you a bill. On top of everything else you have to deal with in the crisis of the moment that required you to call for emergency services. So now they're going to have you try to get recovery. They're going to go after you. They're going to go after your insurance. They're going to do all sorts of things. What if you don't have insurance? What if you don't have insurance? Then you're going to go after you. And here's the billing schedule. There's a whole schedule here. They have a whole schedule. The prices of these things range from $1 to $650. I'm sorry, $1,500 for all these things. I mean, this is crazy. Now, how are they going to pay for all this stuff? Well, that's how they're going to pay for it. They're going to put another tax on top of your other taxes. It's ridiculous. You know, this fire services have operated for a long time without this. They're not insolvent. They get a lot of money from the township, and now they're going to get even more money. Why? To pay for paid fire force, I guess. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand what is motivating this. It's never been brought to our attention that they are short on money. Far from it, especially when you raise taxes and you give them more money. And you pay for fire apparatus that are millions of dollars, and we're paying 3/4 of the bill for it. We don't have the title to it. We don't have the title to most of the pieces. It's an insult to the public to do this. It's a scam, and but that's what you do. You just keep billing people, shut down the sources of revenue, line your pockets, give money to your buddies. That's what you do. That's what you do. This is what you do. It's the Democrat MO, and you don't allow any transparency on this stuff.
Keep that up there and go and see. Part of the problem is, Kat, go to the other page. I think it's page 7. Or right. No, they talk about what equipment they're bringing out. What page is that again?
This fee schedule.
Yeah. But, I mean, what it is, okay, so like, it says aerial ladder, $500, tanker response, $400, engine response, the fact of the matter is, you could have, if someone smells gas at their home and they call, they could send all this stuff out and run the bill up thousands of dollars, which your insurance company would have to pay, but they might ask you to pay for some of that. They may say, you know, it's too ridiculous. We're not even going to underwrite that policy anymore. Your rates would certainly go up because it's the volunteer firefighters. It's these guys who we questioned a little bit of their integrity earlier tonight. That'll be running up the bill on this. They're going to decide whether to bring the tanker out, whether the aerial truck out, and they could do that for something as ridiculous as a gas leak. And there's too much. These guys should not be billing the township for anything, or township residents' insurance companies for anything. It's just it's a tax. It's a form of a tax. You know, they complained earlier. They didn't want with this complaint that may be filed against the township. We're not going to contact our insurance company. Could raise our rates. This is going to raise every rate of everybody who owns a house in this township once this fee schedule is enacted by them, because this is something that the insurance companies know. They know we don't have a fee schedule right now, and then once they find out we do have a fee schedule, they'll share that information with each other, and it doesn't matter what insurance company you have, your rates will go up. For these guys to determine, these guys, they're nice guys, they're hardworking guys, volunteers, to a certain extent. Some of them also work at Public Works, as we talked about today, Public Works today. They should not be deciding whether they're going to take an aerial truck out and charge $650 for the aerial truck. First of all, the township residents already paid for the truck. We already paid for the truck. At least 75% of it, a lot of times a lot more than that. We're already giving them $250,000 or more a year in taxpayer dollars. So now they want this money too, which is gonna, again, they keep saying the insurance company's gonna pay it. It's so funny, when the insurance companies could pay for our legal defense in this court case coming up, but they don't wanna do that. But when it's your insurance company that's gonna pay and your rates are gonna go up, well, they can't wait to do that to you. Typical Democrats. People need to remember that election time this year as well. But anybody who thinks Scott Creasha and Ty Johnson should be deciding whether your insurance company can be billed thousands of dollars for a call, what they call a call, which they call everything. They get a call, and I also asked Jerry about this. They get a call. Sometimes these calls are canceled almost immediately, meaning that they're not sending, sometimes they're canceled within 10 or 15 seconds. They count that as a call. They count that as a call. Even if they never get to the station, never even get in their car to go to the station, they count that as a call along with the call that they're there for 3 hours. In their stats, it's all the same thing. It is all the same thing. That's how they get these 800 things. And it's not them. It's the Northampton County 911, but sometimes they cancel. So if they don't hear that someone's responding, they go to the next one, is my understanding of the process. But then once they hear from the other one that's closer by, they cancel the one. But by the time they cancel it, it could be 15, 20 seconds, could be 30 seconds, could be a minute. Doesn't matter. But our guys count that as 800 calls a year. This is why we need a paid fire chief. This is why we need to bill. I mean, listen, look, our police don't bill. I mean, maybe if anybody should bill, it should be them. It should be them that bill. They're got much more dangerous than the things these guys are doing. I mean, what do they have? Like one house fire every 4 or 5 years? I mean, this is a fender bender on 378 and some other stuff. And again, to give these guys who aren't elected by anybody the ability to charge your insurance company and therefore charge you because they're going to raise your rates thousands of dollars because they're deciding what truck they're going to bring out. And of course, they're going to bring out the most expensive trucks. They love driving that ladder truck. I don't know if we have a building in this township more than 3 stories high, but they love it. You see that thing on the streets all the time. They love driving that around. It's putting a lot of wear and tear on it, but it's fun for them. They like driving it around. It's a nice shiny toy for them. Now we're back to the shiny toy fire truck. that cost $1.5 million of taxpayer dollars.
A lot of disrespect,
Taxpayer
a
dollars.
lot of complaints, a lot of conspiracy theories about the people that you claim that you support.
Interrupting, what about the code of conduct?
And shameful. It's disgraceful and shameful.
So
What
this
you are
is-
doing to our volunteers is disgraceful and
Cut me
shameful.
off, she can cut me
It's
off, but he can't.
disgraceful and shameful. It's disgraceful and shameful.
Civility, Victoria, civility.
Would disparage
Victoria,
any member
civility.
of our volunteer forces that way.
So they can bill you thousands of dollars because they're deciding what truck to bring out. And these three have their head in the sand. They don't know. You know, how the abuse that will be in this. I mean, these guys can't even figure out a transmission without trying to abuse the township dollars.
To that point, Tom, you know, the risk of abuse is that bills will be generated, and there's an organization, I believe it's in Emmaus, it's their business, and they help to set up these systems, and they are a collections group for fire services, emergency services, recovery programs. So they promote this, right? Because it's in their business interest to do that, and they also, you know, I believe they collect a percentage of the money. That's how they get compensated. So, you know, obviously the bigger the bill, the more compensation that's going to be there. So it's not. This isn't like it's going to be administered by Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. At least I don't think so. I think they're going to hire a company to do it, and that company is going to be profit driven. Right. You know, and it's ripe with abuse.
My other thing is if they're hell bent on doing this, put some consumer protection in there. If the insurance company declines or refuses to pay, that this company and the fire company and no one from the township can contact the homeowner and demand payment. A lot of these elderly residents will think they got these bills, they got to pay them. They're going to be, you know, they're going to take their house, they're going to take everything. Put some consumer protection in it from these entities like this. Protect our residents. If the insurance company refuses to pay for whatever reason, and the homeowner is not liable for the charges, because Johnson and Scott Crecia shouldn't be deciding that $500 or $1,000 or $1,500 worth of equipment came out to your house because there's a cat in a tree or something. I mean, these guys, I mean, it's ridiculous. It was ridiculous to give them so much power. And this is where you get back. You talked about the federal government earlier. It's bureaucratic power, right? It's bureaucratic power that you know, it's not. They want to shirk their duty. You know, they will. You know, they're not the one. They're going to say, oh, you know, you show up here and say, I got this $1,500 bill from our so-called volunteer fire company, and they're going to be like, well, they sent you that bill. Council didn't send you that bill. They sent you that bill. You know, they'll deny completely that they approved all this nonsense and say, well, it wasn't supposed to work like that. You know, so put some consumer protections in it if you're really serious about it. But you won't, because it's all about money and supporting your political supporters with money and jobs. Typical Democrats. I hope township voters remember that. More than 40% need to get out and vote. That's how clowns like this get elected.
Priscilla, do you have comments?
No, I don't. I support it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, there's just a lot of misinformation that we heard. I think that, first of all, we're not unusual to have this kind of fee schedule. I think that this is something that's done all around the valley for all kinds of volunteer fire companies to have this type of thing. To insinuate that it's a second tax for people, it's not a tax. In fact, you know, what happens right now when we respond to fire calls is everybody pays for the costs for all of the commercial
in my face.
Why'd you knock it over and break it?
that happened on 78, on 378, on 3, anything that happens, and anything that happens from those entities, we have to pay for because we maintain these trucks, we maintain all of these things. And I think it's only appropriate that when there is insurance for a tractor trailer that has a crash on 78 or you know, any of those things, that we should be able to go after the responsible party to make sure that we're making sure we have our trucks, the wear and tear of the trucks, the fuel, and all of the stuff that goes into responding to those crashes paid for properly. So, you know, I don't think it's appropriate that we should like spread that cost amongst all taxpayers. I think if you're somebody that doesn't take care of your property and you have like, you know, 10, 15 false alarms and our police have to respond to it and our fire have to respond to it, like, yeah, then those people should be on notice that they have to pay a fee. I think, you know, in the city of Bethlehem, I mean, that's a paid force, but they have a policy, like if you go out and respond to fire alarms at people's houses that are false, after so many, then you get a bill because they had to respond, they had to have fuel, there was wear and tear on the truck, there was the time for the people to go and respond and all that. So I think this is appropriate.
All right, so I'm going to speak here.
There's an option.
So to imply that the fire company will purposely go out with incorrect equipment just to try to make more money is really pretty much
If you would have let me get into the no firehouse policy,
lie.
you would see that's, and you talk about the transmissions.
And it's my turn to talk, not yours. There is no evidence to support that the claim that our residents' insurance premiums will automatically be increased if we have this ordinance in place. Insurance companies do not go hunting through everybody's local ordinance when setting your rates. It is based on claim experience and your locations. To suggest that this is some sort of double taxation is false. The current 0.9 mil fire tax currently assessed on township resident properties brings in about $455,000 a year. When you break it down by residents, that's $41 per person. $41 per person. So I think anybody that has one emergency gets their money's worth. Our volunteer fire department plays a critical role in ensuring the safety and well-being of our community. This ordinance will help them to recover at least some of the costs arising from emergency incident responses. These emergency incident responses include the use of specialized rescue tools, equipment, and materials. All of these things are very expensive. The ordinance recognizes the increasing financial burden on the Lower Saucon Fire Rescue and the township due to the maintenance and replacement costs of damaged or expended materials. By recovering some of these, we will help Lower Saucon Fire Rescue to continue providing high-quality emergency services without compromising on safety or efficiency. This approach not only helps in maintaining the financial stability of Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, but also ensures that the burden of these costs do not fall solely on Lower Saucon taxpayers, which it does at this time. Many of the emergency responses for vehicle accidents are out on I-78 and Route 33 and Route 378 and other places that don't involve township residents at all. So they are not paying a dime for the service. By adopting this ordinance, the township will further support the volunteer fire company in its mission to protect lives and property while also ensuring that the necessary resources are available for future emergencies. And that was also mentioned here about the consumer protection and how we're going to chase down seniors for money. And specifically in the ordinance, if you read it, Section 4 on payments and collection, item C, an insurance carrier or person shall be liable for the reimbursement of reasonable costs incurred as outlined in this ordinance, unless that person has paid to the Township of Lower Saucon a tax with funds, which funds, at least in part, the services which the Lower Saucon Fire Department provides. So what you were saying is inaccurate. Those are my comments, and I'll ask for a roll call.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis. Ms. Altough Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Croce.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, next item is M, discussion and possible approval of Northampton County Drug Task Force MOU. And Chief Bart asked for this to be brought up, to be approved, and I would make a motion that we approve the MOU that was given to us by the Chief of Police.
I'll second it.
Memorandum of understanding.
Okay, so do we have comments, Jason?
I think it's great to be involved in the drug task force. I hope they take all the drugs that they can off the streets. And I thank the police for all their hard work in trying to accomplish that.
I agree.
Priscilla?
I agree. This is a good program. Support it.
Victoria?
I think it's wonderful.
I think you're open board. Bring the
All right,
fentanyl
so
across, right?
I'm supportive of this as well. Can we have a roll call?
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Croce.
I was glad to see Priscilla finally vote to support the police, and I will as well, yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
Item 5N is approval of the Saucon Valley Community Center Senior Agreement Program for 2025. So this is a yearly thing that we have the community center run the programs for our seniors. I'd make the motion that we approve the senior program agreement per the terms of the attached agreement. All right, got a second from Priscilla. I don't know if you heard.
Got it.
Have discussion, Jason?
Great program. I'm glad we're supporting it again. I voted every year to support it, and I think it's a great resource for the community.
It's March 6th. Why are we just doing this now for 2025? Why didn't we do this in December? Kathy?
We always tend to do it between February and March.
Does something expire between February and March?
No,
When does this agreement run to? All 2025?
it's effective to the beginning of the year.
Till January?
It's retroactive to the January, yeah. They didn't stop
Retroactive.
program, yeah.
Why aren't we doing this in December? Thought. I don't know. Maybe because we don't have a full-time township manager. All right, yes.
All right, Priscilla, do you have any comments?
Which item are we on? The senior center? I don't have any.
She needs
Senior
a 70.
center.
She needs a 7. She needs a 70% pay raise to find out what agenda item we're on.
I think we got a new Lost.
Glad I made you laugh tonight.
Lost 2.
Two.
Lost 2.
Okay, be quiet, you're too loud.
No, he's not. I can barely hear him.
No, I think they do a great program. That's all.
Okay, Victoria?
I don't have anything to add.
Here's the first.
Continue the program, so let's have a roll call.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero.
Yes.
Mr. Croce.
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and item 5O is the Watershed Coalition of Lehigh Valley and Saucon Creek Watershed Association seek council support for a grant application at the Heller Homestead Park.
You want to talk about it, Laura?
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay, Victoria made a motion to approve. I will second. Priscilla, you can speak on this first.
We're very fortunate to have the people at the Lehigh Valley Greenways have this grant available and have the watershed and The Lehigh Valley Watershed, but I'm just looking now, and this has metal loop in it. That metal loop keeps coming and haunts us.
Yeah.
Has to get changed. Anyway, they're planning to do a project along the Saucon Creek and plant pollinator gardens and meaningful learning experience for our community. They will not only beautify the Heller Homestead, but also provide valuable educational resources focused on native plants, animal species, ecological importance of pollinators and the impact of invasive species on the local ecosystems. I won't read the whole letter, but so I strongly support this. So there's a motion on the floor, right?
Yes, there is.
Amend the motion to amend the second paragraph to reference the Heller Homestead area, or is that Meadows Loop appropriate?
The nature
Trail loop. Nature trail loop is the.
trail loop.
Okay, so I amend my motion to strike Meadows Loop Trail to Nature Trail Loop.
All right, I'll re-second the amended motion. I think it's great that the Watershed groups came together with interest in helping the trail, because it is really in bad shape. The signs, there are some that are missing off the posts and others that are damaged by water. Mulching really needs to be done. It's kind of a mushy, muddy mess.
You're right, it's awesome, it's fantastic. Best thing happened in this township in 10 years.
Thanks for your polite comments.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's have a roll call.
Is there a comment on this? I'd like to comment on this.
Oh, yeah, he comment, you comment, he comment.
So this is obviously for work at the Heller Homestead Park. And since we're talking about the Heller Homestead Park, how about we take care of the Heller Homestead itself instead of like allowing the windows to peel, the stone to be, not pointed properly. I mean, I appreciate that, there's efforts to improve the grounds around it through this grant. But how about we take care of the property itself?
The president of the Conservancy, Kathy, has sent Kathy
All right.
list of repairs, and the widow's house windows were done last year, I think, or was it the year before?
So you're the president of the Conservancy, and I asked you at the last meeting, how many members do you have? And you couldn't answer that question for me. And then, so is it really an organization, or is it just you and like whatever? Now we've got a sign that's up here: Wine and Cheese Gathering, Art Exhibit and Sale, January 14th, 6 to 8. And that sign was up for a period of 7 weeks after January 14th. So, like, who's running things there? Because obviously all the wine and cheese has been eaten and digested, and it's long gone. So, like, what are you doing?
Let me see how she treats signs.
Just liaison. I'm not on the board.
So you don't know how many members there are, and you can't explain why they can't take the sign down that's been there for 7 weeks, and you can't, and the building's not being properly maintained. Like, we paid all this money for the windows, and now we're gonna have to buy new windows because they're not getting the preventative maintenance that they need. Just asking for a friend.
Maybe there's no other members, that's why the sign can't change.
For the maintenance of the property.
But aren't they the stewards, so shouldn't they be saying, hey?
Well, they have a lease. They have a lease.
So you're saying the township should change the sign?
No, I'm saying the township maintains the property.
Changes the sign.
Okay, we're not having Q&A again.
The people with the Saucon Valley Conservancy.
Let's build a barn.
Who are they?
There's no information for a board.
When's the last time you met with them? Do you have any report
They
for
don't have
council?
meetings.
How many people are on the board? Don't you meet with them for the liaison?
Okay.
See, they probably don't pay her salary.
In Q&A, back and forth to the audience, so.
They probably don't pay her salary, so.
Done with the comments, Priscilla?
If they don't pay her, she won't answer. If they don't pay her salary, probably, so she.
Victoria?
All the wine and cheese you can drink.
I'm excited that we're gonna be hopefully getting a grant to help improve this area that is much needed.
We get a grant to maintain the windows?
I agree. Let's have a roll call.
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
No matter what they do down there, it won't be as beautiful as that $3.5 million baseball field, baby. Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
End the meeting like we said.
Okay, item 6, we have some minutes for approval. We have the September 18th, 2024 council minutes for approval. Does anybody have updates? I'll start with Jason or corrections. Tom?
Accurate.
Okay, Priscilla?
Nothing.
Victoria?
Thank you for the staff to get this done. Thank you for Kathy. I know that was a big thing that you wanted to.
I'm still working on them.
So can I have I'll make a motion to approve the September 18th, 2024 minutes.
I'll move for approval.
Already did. Are you going to second?
Second.
All right, can I have a roll call?
Mr. Carucci?
No, inaccurate.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0. Or 3-2, excuse me.
And we have October 2nd, 2024 council minutes for approval. Does anybody have any corrections on these?
Accurate.
Well, you notice, I mean, this is October 2024, is it 6 months ago?
Yeah, pretty
6
much.
months ago? You know.
Memories fade.
One, I don't even know if I attended that meeting or not. But they're inaccurate. I mean, I do thank township staff for finally getting them done, but it's really the majority of council that can't hire the people to get it done. No one will come work for them, and I understand why. So no, they're inaccurate.
Can you point out the inaccuracies?
Yep.
Somebody make a motion.
I'd make a motion to approve them.
Okay, I'll second. Can we have a roll call?
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, council and staff reports. Kathy?
I just wanted to let council know that the newsletter went out. We hired a receptionist, Ikra Habib, will start on Monday.
Oh, good.
And we advertised for the Public Works employee, so that should be, hopefully we'll have some qualified applicants coming in there. That's all I have.
All right, Jason, report.
I wish council members that signed a code of conduct would adhere to it.
Okay, Priscilla?
Nothing, thank you.
Victoria, sorry.
There was another library board meeting that I had the opportunity to attend. So they're continuing on with some great programs. We received a lot of information from the library about their usage and circulation, all of those things. And I'm hopeful that on our website, we could have a prominent thing about Hellertown Area Library. And since we do get the librarian's monthly report, I think it would be helpful for the community to see all of the things that they have available. But then they also take information on all the usage. They've reported tremendous increases for circulation and for attendance for various things, people coming back that hadn't had library cards for years and now have been able to come back under the new agreement. And I think it's important, because of all that's happened, that we have that on our website, that we have it available, so that when we receive it, it's available for the community to go to. They have a lot of events coming up And I would encourage all of the community to check out what they have available.
Well, we can't have all the community check out what is available at one time. I think the fire limit
We don't
on the
need
building is
the
about
comments
75.
like that.
Fire building on the building is about
And
75.
it's not your turn anymore.
So at this library meeting,
Right.
do you think, what stats do you think are more accurate, the fire calls or the library usage?
Okay, so
I forgot
Any
something.
thoughts?
May I be
Yes,
recognized
yes,
again?
I recognize you. Yep.
Laura, I forgot to talk about something.
I
And
recognize
that
you.
is, so, when Priscilla
Nice.
did the barn proposal last week, she talked about it being used, or 2 weeks ago, about it being used for yoga and gatherings and stuff like that. I'm not aware of any yoga taking place, but to the extent that the space that's available at the Heller Homestead is not adequate, have there been any discussions between the Conservancy or whoever wants to do their yoga and the library to perhaps have the library hosted? I don't know if they have a large enough meeting space for that, but that might be a nice alternative rather than spending millions of dollars on reconstructing a barn for a need that may not exist and that there may be an alternate venue for. So maybe, Victoria, you could talk to the library folks about that, and maybe you could talk with your partner Priscilla over here and figure out how to maybe broker and bring those two organizations together in a meaningful way that perhaps the space that we're helping to pay for at the Hellertown Library can be used by the Conservancy for this alleged yoga need that we have in the community.
Do yoga right here. You don't need a barn. You just do it right here. Just do it right here.
There's been a lot of
right here.
activities
You look relaxed though.
at the
I'm doing it.
homestead.
Please.
And we were sitting around trying to give ideas to Lori Allman, so when she designs the plan, and somebody came up with yoga, but there was a list of movies, dancing.
Tai Chi, dancing,
Tai Chi.
wedding pictures, wedding
A whole big list.
Is somebody talking? I think it's just.
okay, so yeah, it was brainstorming.
Appropriate that we keep it up here on council.
Storming on ideas. And
Shows, bachelor parties.
for my report, I will mention that I attended the Parks and Rec meeting, and there was a lot of discussion of concerns about safety things, which we can
Right after the yoga.
talk about going down the road. Also want to point out that the Parks and Rec had put together a survey. Kathy Carroll got this activated for us as of today. You can go on the township website. Is there the link to it or the QR code on? One or the other's on both? QR code on the website? Okay. It will be in the newsletter as well. So we're looking for feedback on people's use of parks and ideas of, just feedback, things that we might be missing in our parks, or maybe we have too much of something. So just some general feedback of park usage. So I encourage everybody to take the survey. It's very short. All right, and Steve, do you have a report? Brian does not, he's gone. And it's public comment. 3 minutes, agenda and non-agenda items.
My name is Mary Ann Garber, and I represent the Bethlehem landfill. I want to respond to some statements that were made by Ms. Optoff Cordero after the non-agenda public comment period during the February 19th council meeting. Unfortunately, I had left the meeting about 5 minutes before the entire meeting ended. Otherwise, I obviously would have corrected the statements in real time. Ms. Optoff Cordero represented that the Bethlehem landfill was required to construct the PFAS treatment plant as a condition of its PADEP permit for the northern realignment. That is not true. Nothing in that permit approval nor in any other permit approval for the Bethlehem landfill required the landfill to put in that plant. Nor is there any federal or state law or regulation that requires PFAS treatment of landfill leachate. Bethlehem landfill voluntarily and proactively constructed a state-of-the-art facility of the on-site PFAS treatment plant. It's the first plant of its kind in the country, and Bethlehem landfill is the first landfill to partner with DEP in installing such a treatment system. It's irresponsible and improper for Ms. Optoff Cordero to make statements or representations about the landfill or its operations that she does not know to be true. It would have been very easy for Ms. Optoff Cordero to check the accuracy of her statement before she made it. Copies of the landfill's permits are provided to the township, and in fact, they're on the township's website. One look at those permits makes it absolutely clear that the PFAS treatment plant was not required as a condition of any of those permits. Ms. Optoff Cordero also represented at the February 19th meeting, at the end of the meeting, that the landfill is not forthcoming, those were the words she used, with providing data from the PFAS treatment plant to the township. So everybody's clear, Bethlehem Landfill is under no obligation to provide any data from the PFAS treatment plant to the township. It is required to provide certain data from its PFAS treatment plant to the City of Bethlehem sewage treatment plant, which is the plant that issues the permit for the landfill to discharge to that facility. Any representation, express or implicit, that Bethlehem Landfill is not following any obligations to provide the required data from its PFAS treatment plant under that permit are simply false. And finally, I just wanted to remind township residents again of the upcoming free cleanup event at the Bethlehem Landfill. It's on May 17th. This allows for free disposal for any Lower Saucon Township resident. This is pursuant to the amended and restated host agreement. Kathy will be getting coupons for this upcoming event to you within the next week or so. Thank you.
Proves one thing, the constant of these meetings, if Victoria's mouth's moving, she's lying. If Victoria's mouth is moving, she's a liar.
Okay.
I'm a liar.
Do we have more public comment?
Goddamn liar. Public comments, not your turn.
Yelling?
I just have a point of clarification, based upon the comment from the
Ask a
public.
question, just talk.
Point of clarification on the PFAS issue.
First and foremost.
I don't know if you're aware.
No.
The Borough of Emmaus.
Like
Borough of Emmaus have received an
the point of clarification. The point of clarification.
Okay, Boulan, sit down.
We're gonna have a problem.
The point of clarification that I have is first.
I think you may want to hear this.
Related to the first item about the PFAS treatment plant. If I misstated, I apologize. I may have confused the PFAS treatment plant with the Archaea Energy plant, which I do believe is subject to the Northern Realignment Permit. So
that was my point. It's irresponsible for you to make statements when you don't know the facts, because you're a council member and people listen to what you say and they take it as a truth. So what I would respectfully request is that if you're going to make a statement about the landfill, that you check your facts before you broadcast it to the public. Thank you.
If I misstated what I said I apologize, but I also think that I was referring to the Archaea Energy plant. That's what I'm trying to say. So, and like I said, if
and you can listen to it, an apology is not sufficient.
I'm offering my apology.
I appreciate your apology, but what you need
no more point of clarification.
And make sure that what you say is accurate before you say it. Thank you.
It's inappropriate to have a concern about saying that it's not forthcoming.
Let's continue with public comment.
I think the landfill has every opportunity to provide their PFAS data to the township the same way that they do to the City of Bethlehem. While they may not be obligated under any host municipal agreement or otherwise, it would be nice if they were good partners with the township in providing the data.
Don't accuse them of being not good partners. You're ignorant.
I've asked multiple times at a landfill committee meeting.
St. Luke's doesn't have to be a good partner for her, because they're on her side of the lawsuit.
Thus far, I have been met with, it's not our obligation. So that is the only point of the comment. So take it as it is. There's a difference between obligation and offer. That's it.
Ms. Garber, what my point was I was trying to make earlier before I got
Get through public comment
is that I don't know if you're aware that the Borough of Emmaus received an EPA lifetime advisory for PFAS. And what's I think interesting there is all these people talk about PFAS, and it's the landfill's fault for PFAS. But if you look at the Borough of Emmaus, there is no landfill in the Borough of Emmaus. So what is causing the PFAS issue there? So for them to attribute a PFAS issue, and I'm not saying it's happening now, or in the future it may happen, I would suggest looking at the Borough of Emmaus because they don't have a landfill, but apparently they have a PFAS issue because the EPA issued the lifetime advisory to them. That's pretty significant, I think. Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it, Priscilla? Yeah.
PFAS are also found in freshwater fish.
Yeah, I know, right?
Noxious content.
All right, let's continue public comment.
1 second.
Oh my gosh, I'll never get done.
I want to respond to something Victoria said, and I want to ask Steve. Steve, if the landfill gives City of Bethlehem,
Can't hear you though.
Can't hear you.
turn your mic off. Having a good night.
Maybe you should go home.
Maybe I will be. Okay. So, Victoria, there was a comment made that the landfill sends the city the PFAS reports. Is there any way we can request from the city as a right to know those documents?
An individual can certainly complete a right-to-know request form.
Or the township?
The right-to-know law doesn't really apply to municipalities.
I know, but can we ask Kathy if she would do that for the township? Complete a right to know?
She would have to do it as an individual, not as a,
As an individual.
so we can do it as an individual.
Okay. All right, thank you, sorry, you can go on.
Resident would like to speak. He's been here for 12 hours.
Yeah.
Rich Wolf, Lower Saucon Township.
Or you get paid to sit here, Priscilla.
First, I want to say thank you for approving the ball field usage tonight. That's a big thing for HLS. The ball field, if you haven't been there, it's absolutely beautiful. I know there's opposition for it. I encourage you all to come out and watch games. See the joy on the kids and the parents. That's the biggest thing, right? It's for the residents, it's for the taxpayers. I know you don't want to hear it. It's a lot of money. It's well spent. It'll be used for 100 years. You know, my grandkids will play there. And I think you need to think about letting people talk after each agenda. The reason I say that is Victoria came down and we had a civil conversation during the little break that we took, right? You were going to vote no, and then you came over and you spoke. It seemed like you were going to vote no. But you came over and we talked. You talked with a bunch of us, and then everything kind of changed after that. So I think it's important to be able to speak after each agenda item, not just at 6:30 and fucking 1:15. I think it's a little crazy, so.
I agree completely. After every agenda item. I think it should be 5 minutes after every agenda.
Sorry, I don't know if you said your name. You have to say your name so it gets on the record. Okay.
Just for the record, you have to remember that before we got elected and changed the policy to each agenda item, when they had the majority on council, it was just like it is today.
But the way that it was ran a few months back.
Correct.
It was better that way. I get it, like the meeting.
I agree, but we would be here till 7 a.m. So.
You're getting a pay raise. You're getting a pay raise. You're getting a pay raise.
A pay raise.
Pay raise will be here till.
Already adjourned the meeting at 3:17 a.m.
You're gonna pay.
All right.
People want to speak on that don't want to stay till 1 o'clock.
I agree. I agree.
Thank you guys for.
Hear a lot of huff and puff that doesn't really belong in the meeting.
I was never for that 3 minutes beginning, 3 minutes at the end. It should be 3 minutes after every agenda.
I try to
5
get
minutes.
to the point and get my statements out quickly and
I just
avoid
welcome
the
the group
stories.
to come and talk at any time.
I say thank you to him for staying till 1 o'clock just to give you a thank you for the work that you guys put in tonight. That might be nice. And no, none of the 5 of you said, hey,
Shake their
thank
hands.
you for hanging out and doing that. Cheyenne Ryman, one comment I do want to make is that yes, that's how the public comment was before, at the beginning and end of the meeting. And the 3 of you ran on, that was awful, we need to hear from the public, they should be heard. And as soon as you were hearing things that you didn't want to hear, you took that away. And you did the same thing tonight when you sit here and every other agenda item that you don't like, you take off the agenda. You can't do that. That's not the point. There's not 3 people on council that dictate what happens on an agenda. So unfortunately, sometimes you gotta buck up and just deal with it. Face it head on, have a conversation about it. And another point that I'll make, there's an article from 2003 that was in the Morning Call that specifically said that it's not uncommon to drive by Lower Saucon Township and see the council chamber lights on beyond midnight. So these late meetings are nothing new. And Priscilla, you were on council then. And I'll be happy to forward you, all 5 of you, I'll actually forward you a copy of the link so you can read it.
I'd love to see
So these late night meetings, this is nothing new. This has nothing to do with just the 2 of them. This was an issue almost 20 years ago already. So this is not anything that's happening just now. But at the end of the day.
Issues with stormwater and stuff, and we were here very late.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, it's still something that was going on. So you can't just blame it on huff and puff, which is another thing. You know, you guys are sitting here and say, we need to be respectful, we have a code of conduct, but the three of you fall right in the trap and you act the same way. Grow up. The three of you do the same damn thing that those two do. So what? So you sit here and you criticize them for the whole time. They do this, they do that. So now you turn around, the shoe's on the other foot and it's okay. It's not okay. Grow up. Don't respond to it. Don't play games. You're doing the same thing that they do. It doesn't make you any better. In fact, it makes you the same. So you want to criticize them? Well, congratulations, because now you are one of them. Congratulations. Thank you, and have a good night.
Laura, how many times did we hear shouts from the audience? How many times?
Do we have more public comment? Either getting up or not? Okay, I'll make a motion to adjourn. The time is 1:10.
Second motion.
You gotta come up to the podium. You gotta come up to the podium. I'm not playing musical chairs.
I have to read this too. I was waiting for him to get done.
Okay.
You know, Laura Ray, if you'd run the meeting instead of running your politics in your mouth, it would run a lot better. And I want to say, Victoria, you haven't changed a bit since the last meeting when you finally got up and acknowledged at the landfill committee meeting after 15 minutes, you finally started to sit down and I got up to talk first time ever and you didn't like something somebody said and you stood there and you just went on and on and on till the meeting got canceled. Deny it. Go ahead. I don't like the way you deny things. And I heard Marianne Garber here make a statement, you know, you're gonna have a good time in court because the judge will not allow it. And if you're a lawyer, you ought to know better, but it doesn't seem to faze you. And this thing about, yep, everybody ran on it. Priscilla, all three of you, you Democrats, you're all gonna get 5 minutes to speak. Well, that lasted until the second revision of how we're gonna conduct business here. And then it was 3 minutes on everything. Oh no, we can't have that. Too many people talking about it. Wow. And then it was, well, you're only gonna get 3 minutes at the beginning and 3 at the end. So here I am at 1:15 in the morning after coming up from another meeting, and I have to come and attend this. I don't get a raise. You want a raise because you're incompetent? You gotta be kidding me. Priscilla, I would fire you in a heartbeat if you worked for me, and I had 5 people that did. And I wanna tell you, each one of them ran on merit, not DEI or anything else. And that goes for you, Laura Ray, also. You're not business people, and it's a joke the way you run things. All right. So let's see here. You haven't hired a manager yet. We've had more people leaving again and again and again. We finally got the minutes out, not because Kathy and her group are incompetent, they're overworked, and you three don't seem to understand that. I don't think any of you guys have any kind of responsible work ever. Oh, I see, and by the way, Victoria says, oh, yeah, well, we're going to publish this data. It's already in the press, Victoria. You already gave it to them about the library. We know all about it. And they got $200,000. Nobody saw that from some New York bank. Yeah, boy, the money's just flowing in. You're doing a great job there. The endless problems that we have are not getting solved here. There's the card. That's part of her. You know, I'm going to actually sit here and talk after the clock. Let's see what happens. You like that, Priscilla? Or do you want to go home to bed? Do you want, now she's talking. I'll wait for you. Go ahead.
I'm being polite and giving you a 30-second notice.
Are you done? My clock is still running, you see? So you just took my time. I want everybody in the public to notice how that works. The Democrats can talk forever. They can talk over you. But boy, oh boy, if they give you 3 minutes, they'll interrupt you then and keep on going just like nothing happens. We saw it the other night in the president's speech, people doing the same kind of thing. It is exactly a Democratic trait. And if you think it's going to change, it is not. it's going to get worse. And more people are going to leave this organization because they can't handle it. Some of them speak like crazy. Other ones
Okay,
you'd like
you
to hear
had an
from,
extra
like
half a
the
minute.
lawyer.
Please sit
Excuse me,
down
like the
and
lawyer.
we have other
hear
people
more
that want to
comments
speak
from him.
and get
No,
done.
I am using the rest of my time. That
Gave you
Priscilla.
the extra time. She took about 5 seconds, okay?
2 minutes, 12
Sit
seconds.
down. No, you don't get 2 minutes and 12 seconds
have my
more.
clock
Please sit
time.
down. You
Not gonna
are
do
out
that.
of order.
So bottom line is,
We are waiting for somebody
ran
else
on
that wants to
we
speak.
decide, we as the public took
Preventing
it and followed your
From having their public
regulations.
comment.
Bottom line is, you can say what you want, but you
And
lie.
sit down. You're preventing
Chief.
others from having their comment.
Ray need to shape up and run the meeting.
Sit down.
And you don't need a raise. You need to be demoted because you can't even do what you said you would do, and now what you want to get paid more for. There you are, public.
Sit down.
All right, we do a lousy job,
We
get
have
rid of
another
people,
person that
shut
wanted
them
to
down, and
speak.
we want more money. Thank you. I'm not running for anything, by the way, like you guys.
Goes Zemek. Of course, you're going to hate me again. There he goes. Don't leave. I've been wanting to do this for the last 2 meetings, and I haven't. But I want council to approve and hire somebody to do an investigation into Thomas Barnt and the police department and his actions that Jason Bananas put him up to and had me arrested and taken to court. So that's my idea from council, to council, that you hire somebody and you investigate Barnt over this Bananas incident. I don't think it's funny. I'm gonna find it funny when you go to jail. So anyway, that's what I wanted to tell you for the last 2 meetings, and I didn't. So have a nice night.
Right. Do we have anybody else for?
One more that I wanted to read into the record from somebody.
We have one letter to be read into the record that Kathy has.
It was from Mr. Ronald and Mrs. Donna Plabani regarding ongoing concerns regarding the Easton Road ball field and its impact on residents, which Mr. Banonis alluded to earlier. I'm writing to formally express my concerns regarding the unresolved issues related to the neighboring ball field and its impact on my property and quality of life. Despite previous discussions, these matters continue to affect my household and require immediate attention from the township. Below is a summary of the issues that need to be addressed. Unresolved issues with ball field lighting. The lighting from the ball field remains intrusive, shining directly onto our property well into the night. This will negatively impact our ability to enjoy our home and property, and we request the proper shielding and adjustments be made. 2, unauthorized use of private lane. With increased activity at the ball field, there is a high probability of visitors attempting to use our private lane for access. We need clear guidelines on how to prevent this unauthorized use and what measures the township will take to assist in enforcing this restriction. 3, excessive noise due to night games. The games, which extend into evening, generate significant noise levels that disturb our peace and ability to rest. We ask that reasonable limits be placed on games during game durations and noise levels. 4, trespassing and littering. Spectators and players may frequently trespass on our property during games, leaving behind garbage and causing disruption. We request that the proper signage be installed and that the township take responsibility for enforcement. Drainage and water runoff issues. Poor drainage from the ball field could cause severe washout of our private lane and other related problems on our property. This ongoing erosion poses safety hazards and maintenance costs that should not fall on private residents. We would require immediate remediation efforts. 6, potential water and well contamination. We have concerns regarding the chemical treatments used on the ball fields, as runoff from the field may seep into our water well. We seek transparency regarding the substances used and request an environmental impact assessment to ensure our water supply remains safe. 7, traffic and parking concerns. The ball field's parking lot is inadequately sized, leading to visitors parking along the roadside. This creates a dangerous situation as pedestrians cross a heavily trafficked road used by tractor trailers. We urge the township to implement safer parking solutions to prevent potential accidents. Please advise on what steps the township plans to take to address these ongoing issues. Additionally, we request that this letter be read aloud at the Township Council meeting on March 5th, 2025, to ensure these concerns are formally acknowledged and addressed. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to your response. Sincerely, Ronald and Donna Plabani. That's it.
All right, I will move to adjourn. The time is 1:20.